They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth,
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday for a free global online session, COVID Special.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste to all of you. A very good morning, a good afternoon, or a very good evening. Aha, I thought my internet has dropped, but we can all see each other. So let me begin again. Good morning, a very good afternoon, or a very, very pleasant evening from wherever you're joining us on the globe today. A global namaste to all of you. I am truly delighted to welcome you all on this 117th. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right. 117th session. The free global online session discussing COVID and the miscellaneous matters. Let us start this session today by the universal mantra, the Gayatri mantra, to invoke a lot of positiveness, vibrancy, and a lot of energy. Fold your hands, close your eyes, take a deep breath in and out, and let us chant, or any mantra that comes to your mind. So we'll start with the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. The sound vibration, the mantra vibration gets energy all over us. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't the power of mantra very, very strong? Today, I'm absolutely delighted to start the session by introducing our awesome speakers. But before we do that, let me tell you a little bit about Healing Our Earth. Healing Our Earth has been running on since the pandemic started, and you know it's the 117th session today. This was all with the inspiration, motivation of our producer, director, Mr. Neil Kumar, wanted to connect the whole world during the pandemic, to spread the message of positivity, to inspire people, to inform and educate people. This is what the main mission of Healing Our Earth is. So we've had amazing speakers on over the years. We have had amazing speakers, amazing hosts, amazing family of Healing Our Earth. And today, discussing the COVID miscellaneous matters, we have speakers lined up from all over the world. And our very first speaker, we take a journey to India. And guess what? A lot of restrictions have been lifted, so it's very easy to travel into India and meet our speaker over here, Dr. Tariq Jagman. Dr. Tariq, are we connected? A global namaste.
Hi, global namaste to you too.
Okay, so we are all connected. We can hear you. And I would love to introduce the speaker today to the whole globe who is on with us on various social media platforms. Dr. Tariq is pursued the field of psychoneuroendocrinology, that is the PNEI, over the past 15 years. He is currently the scientific advisor at Gloderma Lab Limited, a dermatological pharma company, and its sister concern Herbicide to develop low-dose cytokines. He's associated with FOSIS, which is the Federation of Clinical Immunology Societies. He has 2 international patents on his name and is developing new and innovative products. He conducts regular training programs for doctors on basic immunology, role of immunology in various diseases and their pathways, different cytokines, and homeopathy remedies and treatment modalities for several diseases. His expertise and in-depth understanding of immunological pathways, along with their effects in the various chronic diseases, has enabled him to help many doctors with their patients across the globe to get better from chronic disease conditions. So here we have Dr. Tariq, who is going to be actually telling us all about COVID and the miscellaneous. So Dr. Tariq, a warm welcome, and shall we have introduced you, and shall we make the start of the session with you today? Welcome on board, Dr. Tariq.
Thanks, Doc. So let's start with a few things that I'd like to talk to. My topic for today was about fatigue in COVID. And I'm sure all the viewers at home and people on the panel as well have experienced it, that when they do get COVID, they get very severe amounts of fatigue. And it's not just the fatigue that I want to talk about, it's also the associated damage that fatigue causes in the body. For example, you can get arthritic pains, you can get prone to strokes and heart disease after COVID. So this entire gamut of symptoms, from the headaches after COVID, the fatigue after COVID, the palpitations that one gets after COVID, the heart attacks and the strokes which happen after COVID, there's a certain mechanism which causes all of it. And we at our company wanted to investigate how this happens. So we have our own rat testing labs where we actually test rats and find out molecular pathways which are associated with COVID. So we have a published paper now on this, and we have developed a pill which not only kills COVID, but also treats the side effects that COVID causes in the body, and one of them is fatigue. So I'd like to go about explaining what our pill does and how this COVID causes fatigue. So let's just imagine that you have an infection entering your body. For example, it's COVID. Now your body turns on a burner in order to fight off these infections. That burner is basically oxidative stress, where your body starts to burn the infection. That's why one of the side effects is fever. When the body puts the burner on full blast, it also causes damage to itself. And that damage to itself is what COVID is causing you. That's why when you take corticosteroids, when you're having severe COVID, you feel that the inflammation is coming down, and some patients do respond to corticosteroids because the steroids are basically dampening that inflammation down. But steroids, what we found, have very serious side effects in patients. For example, they increase blood sugar levels, and corticosteroids also cause severe fatigue as well. So we wanted to develop a medication which not only targets COVID, kills off the virus, but also dampens down the inflammation so that you do not require any steroids during your treatment. And that's what our published paper shows. So I'm just going to go on to my published paper to show you what we did. Yeah, so this is my published paper. I hope you can see it on your screens.
Yes, we can see that quite clearly.
Right. Thank you. So this was published in the Journal of Inflammopharmacology, and it shows the anti-inflammatory and the anti-COVID effect of our novel polyherbal pill that we made, which is called as Immucil. It modulates oxidative stress, basically decreases that burn that is there in your body. And because it decreases the burn, it treats that one very strong side effect of COVID, which is COVID, which in COVID means fatigue. And even in patients who have recovered from COVID, they have fatigue, which this treats. It also decreases inflammatory mediators, for example, COX-2. COX-2 is a part of an enzyme which increases when you have a viral infection or a bacterial infection, and it tries to burn the infection off. And when COX-2 increases too much, you can get heart disease, you can get kidney disease, which is one of the common things that happens after you get COVID. And it also decreases the cytokine storm, which is where you normally require steroids to dampen it. So basically, what does this pill do and what is it used for? So when you have COVID and you take this pill, it has a very strong effect on COVID. In fact, it kills off 71% of the virus in just under 2 days. So it is one of the strongest antiviral pills that's there on the market. It is almost comparable to the effect of the Pfizer pill against COVID, and is basically just a polyherbal pill that we've made. At the same time, unlike the Pfizer pill, it decreases the inflammation in your body so that you don't burn out. This is right when you're having COVID. It will decrease your fatigue, it will decrease your joint pains, and will help you recover. But it also helps in patients with long COVID, those ones who have persistent symptoms of fatigue, headaches, palpitations after COVID. These patients have constant oxidative stress happening in their body. The body has forgotten to put the burner off. The burner is on during COVID and it just doesn't go off. These patients end up getting fatigued, they end up getting prone to heart attacks. In fact, 55% of patients after COVID end up getting cardiac problems within a year after COVID, even if they have mild COVID. So this pill is protective against those conditions, and it improves the person's energy levels. So through our experiences, we have found that the patients who've taken it have recovered from COVID very fast. Their fatigue levels have improved very, very rapidly. And many of the patients who had diabetes after COVID, we were able to reverse the diabetes completely within a span of a month to at times even less than a month after it. This pill is also great as an antioxidant. In fact, we have developed a test also for the oxidative stress. So through the urine, we can measure the oxidative stress marker. When we give our pill, we actually find the oxidative stress marker decreasing. We've seen that there are so many antioxidant pills which are sold on the market. You have vitamin C, vitamin E, you have a complex of various herbs which can be taken like green tea. But none of these antioxidants actually work in the body because you don't know whether they're actually reducing your oxidative stress. Through the test that my company has developed, which is now internationally recognized as a marker, we can actually check your oxidative stress lowering. And if you really want to not grow old, the first thing you need to do is to decrease the burn in your body. So by decreasing that oxidative stress in your body, you can actually delay your aging process. You can stop yourself from getting diabetes. Every patient of ours who has taken our Immucil pill for COVID and its post-COVID complications has continued to take the pill because of its effect on belly fat. With every month that they take it, the amount of belly fat that they have keeps decreasing. Because again, belly fat is a marker that your cells are becoming insulin resistant. And the insulin resistance is happening because of the fact that you're having oxidative stress. So with this one pill, we've been able to target not only COVID, but also long COVID. And also as a lifestyle drug, we can help patients to take it as an antioxidant. It has no known side effects. The only thing that we do is we check the patient's blood cortisol before we give it. If the patient's cortisol is low, then we don't usually give it. We give some other things like ashwagandha in the beginning to improve their adrenal fatigue. And then we start the patient on half a tablet and slowly increase the dose. So this is what I want to talk about. The important message for people at home is that if you're having long COVID, where you're having chronic fatigue, you're having palpitations, this is the method to treat it. You have to decrease oxidative stress. By taking in vitamin C or vitamin E, you're not going to be able to do it because the enzyme that controls oxidative stress is called as NOX2, and it is that enzyme that you need to target. By taking antioxidants like vitamin C and vitamin E, you're not doing yourself any good, because the cause of the oxidative stress is the enzyme NOX2, which is developing the oxidative stress. And you are just taking antioxidants to eat away those oxidants which are coming out. You're not blocking that enzyme. If you don't block that enzyme increases and causes vasoconstriction to your blood vessels. So you start having palpitations in your heart. You start having elevated blood pressure. It goes into your pancreas and starts killing off your pancreatic cells, because of which you end up getting diabetes and pre-diabetes. And it starts causing you tremendous amount of fatigue. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Do you have any questions for me, doctor? You're on mute.
I'm just going to unmute myself. Thank you. Wow, this is amazing information. So thank you for sharing this. This sounds like a magic pill. And it grabbed a lot of attention of mine while you were saying a few things. So I'm going to ask you a few questions as we go along with this. First of all, I just wanted to say that Immucil has recently been discovered, correct?
Yes, so our paper got accepted and got published last month. It got published on the 25th of Jan last month.
Yeah, so from the papers I read over there on the introduction there, that it was presented on September 2021 and received on, the formalities were complete December 2021, and then everything was published. So
Yes.
the study of this particular drug, Immucil, has taken place over a period of, say, 1 year?
2 years. It took us 2 years to create it. And the reason why it took 2 years, because the entire extraction process of removing those molecules from the drug, which work on these enzymes, took us around 2 years. So it's not just taking 3 herbs and putting them together, but it was a very complex process of doing it. We were aided by the International Center of Genetic Engineering in this. We were aided by the Indian Institute of Science and by the Indian Institute of Molecular Technology in actually doing all of this. So it took us 2 years to do this.
That's amazing. They're obviously well thoroughly researched and then brought out into the market.
Thank you. Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
We did our own
Next.
rat studies as well.
So pardon me?
We did our own rat studies as well to check the efficacy on rats, and it's now an approved drug in India, so it can be used in India. We are tying up with companies to distribute it in India as well.
Okay, great. So in animals, in research studies, a lot of animals like rats are used. How about, is there any research study done on humans having had the Immucil and responding to all the benefits that you have spoken about?
Yes, so we have done around 35,000 to 36,000 human patients with it. And because it's a polyherbal and these herbs are already approved, we did not have to actually conduct a human trial on them. So it got approved just based on a published paper on the rat studies.
Great. Okay, just for the benefits of the viewers again, if you can, you said it's polyherbal, the 3 herbs that are used over here, I believe one is ashwagandha, is that correct?
No, we haven't added ashwagandha. If you have adrenal fatigue, then ashwagandha is a herb that helps. But otherwise, the 3 herbs that we've added are a herb called as kutki. There's one other herb called as tinospora, and a 3rd herb, which is amla. But it's, as I said, it's not just the 3 herbs, it's the entire extraction molecules that we take out. There are currently 87 molecules in the pill which have the effect that we want.
Wow, that's amazing. And regarding ashwagandha that you mentioned, you said if one is suffering extreme chronic COVID symptoms and you check it with their cortisol levels, if they are low, then you start them off with ashwagandha first.
Yes, absolutely. So
Great.
if you have adrenal fatigue and you're checking that your cortisol is low, ashwagandha helps to complement the effect of the pill, because a pill is basically putting a brake on inflammation and at the same time it's killing off the virus. So it's trying to do both things. It's antiviral and at the same time it's putting a brake on the amount of inflammation that your body creates in order to kill off the virus. But it requires support from your body's natural cortisol. So if your body's natural cortisol is low, you need to upregulate it by things like ashwagandha in order to balance out the inflammation.
That's amazing. Now, you also mentioned a little bit about the steroid intake or the steroids that have been prescribed, and you talked about the use of steroids and its side effects.
Yes.
One of the major effects you mentioned was obviously on diabetes. Is that correct?
Correct, absolutely.
Yeah, so steroid also causes a bit of a haywire with the diabetic control system, but also on the bones. Would you agree with that, that there's a lot of osteoporosis?
For the short-term use in COVID, there's no osteoporosis, but there is a very dangerous issue that happens that these patients end up getting clots in their blood vessels because of the steroids, and they get necrosis of their bones. So you could start having avascular necrosis of your bone after taking a dose of steroid during COVID. So this can manifest as severe pain in the hip joint, which will all of a sudden start. And when you get a scan done, you see that there is necrosis of your bone. There's no treatment for it. You have to have a transplant done over there. I mean, you have to actually cut that bone out and put a new graft over there. So the side effects of the steroids can be pretty bad. In fact, most of the cases I've seen who come to us for treatment are basically coming to us because they've taken steroids after COVID and have developed diabetes, pre-diabetes, and also have developed necrosis of the bone after it.
So the necrosis of the hip bone, you've noticed it quite a bit, have you? With the
Yes, quite a lot.
Wow. And this symptom post-COVID, the chronic fatigue, has been affecting people a lot more.
Absolutely.
And is there a percentage that you would be able to sort of give us by saying that if one has suffered COVID, these many percent of people will suffer chronic fatigue as a result of COVID?
So the US data shows that around 40% of patients who have suffered even from mild COVID, where they were almost asymptomatic, can suffer from post-COVID or long COVID symptoms. And up to 55% of patients who have suffered from COVID will end up having some sort of cardiovascular issues within a year after COVID. And these cardiovascular issues are again because of this malfunctioning NOX2 enzyme, which we have targeted. Okay, aspirin does not help these cases at all. There have been so many studies showing that aspirin and taking blood thinners have absolutely no effects in preventing cardiovascular risk after COVID. It is this singular enzyme which causes it. You see, this is the enzyme which helps to control the amount of angiotensin 1,7 in your body. Angiotensin 1,7 in your body is a vasodilator, dilates your vessels. If this enzyme goes very high and produces too much of ROS activity, you don't have angiotensin 1,7, you just end up making angiotensin 2, and you vasoconstrict your blood vessels. So all the blood vessels going into your heart end up getting constricted, and you end up getting heart disease after COVID.
Okay, yeah. So in fact, from the earlier conversation that you had, and you mentioned almost 55% of COVID patients end up getting some heart conditions. And I was going to ask you, how does that work? But you very well explained that. So thank you for that. And also, one of the main things about COVID and affecting the heart rate and everything. So is there any data or statistics that shows male versus female? I mean, are males more exposed to COVID, suffer heart conditions, or is the gender ratio equal?
So men usually suffer more severe bouts of COVID, but there's no data to show whether in long COVID patients there are more male patients than female patients. Obese patients suffer the most because when you are already obese, you have a lot of angiotensin or ACE2 receptors which are soluble enough floating around in your blood. So when the virus attacks you, it binds to those floating soluble ACE2 and lingers on in your body. So any condition where you were already inflamed, like you were obese or diabetic or hypertensive, you have a lot of soluble ACE2 in your body, and this gets targeted by the virus, and you end up having long COVID symptoms. Also, you must keep in mind that vaccination side effects are overlapping now in patients with long COVID, where you will see patients having COVID, then they went and took the vaccine, they got worse. They took the second dose of the vaccine, they got worse. Then they took the third dose and they got even worse. So you have an overlap between the vaccine and the side effects of COVID happening together. We have so many patients calling us up saying that we have chronic fatigue now. We can't even walk. We're just lying like that in the house the entire day. We are not able to move. And then when we send Immucil to them, within a few weeks, their fatigue goes off, their heart rate comes down, and they feel so much better.
And that's quite interesting, where the symptoms of chronic fatigue are prolonged. So like you can not interesting that they're prolonged, but a lot of people are suffering those long-term effects of it. But is there anything one can do that why one body is experiencing a lot of chronic fatigue and why one is not experiencing? Is there some kind of data whether the human body is stronger immunologically or not? Is there any data why one is suffering more than the other?
So that's what we have developed with this marker that we have now, which is an oxidative stress marker. You can stay in your house and just give a urine sample, and using the urine sample, we can calculate the amount of oxidative stress in your body. So by understanding this, we are seeing that patients who are more oxidatively stressed, have more severe bouts of COVID because their NOX2 enzyme was already upregulated. They were already inflamed, and now they have an agent which has entered their body, which is causing them even further inflammation. So the more inflamed you are, the worse it's going to get for you. And obesity, hypertension, diabetes, these are nothing but inflammatory disorders in your body.
Yes, thanks. Thank you for that. So also my other question, the next question was linked to the first topic you talked about, people reacting more with the COVID vaccine and their reactions get worse after the first, second, and the third. So it's like a catch-22. What do you do? Do you take the vaccination and suffer the side effects of it, or do you just get on with it? What would you say to that?
See, there are some studies that show that vaccination helps to treat long COVID. So there was one Pfizer trial that showed that the Pfizer vaccine treated long COVID in about 26% of patients. But in the rest of them, it either made it worse or made no effect at all. So how do you calculate whether you fit into that 26%? I don't know. You simply have to take the shot and then wait to see if you're going to get worse or better.
I think it's like touching the hot iron and then experiencing the feelings of it after, isn't it?
Absolutely. And also, I have patients who say that we survived because of the vaccine. So we took a few doses of the vaccine, 2, 3 doses. Then we got COVID and we were almost dead. And then finally we were able to recover, and that's all thanks to the vaccine. That seems highly doubtful that you had to undergo all that stuff to get benefited by the vaccine. The vaccine should have protected you completely. It shouldn't have nearly killed you and then say, oh yeah, thanks to the vaccine.
Yeah, so true.
Data is a little dubious, to say the least.
I'd like to pick your brains on one more thing. People are getting vaccinated, the first vaccine, the second vaccine, then there's the booster vaccine. And now a lot of patients, those are vulnerable due to underlying health conditions, are getting a fourth vaccine. What do you think about that?
So I think that the new vaccines which are going to come out in the next few months are going to be the nasal vaccines. And the intranasal vaccines will solve this problem of taking booster doses. So even if you've taken 3 doses of the vaccine till now, and then you take the intranasal, it will protect you. You see, the reason why the vaccines that you're taking don't work very well to protect you against COVID is because they trigger an antibody called as IgG, which is when the virus has already entered inside your blood and is causing you damage. That's when the IgG works. But you ideally need a vaccine which gives you an IgA antibody, which is on the mucosa. You see, the virus is entering through your nasal mucosa. So you need it to work through your mucosa. So the intranasal will be actually a game changer here. You'll just have to take a puff of it in your nose. And when you've already taken the booster dose, which is the IgG component of your antibodies, the IgA will be highly effective to protect you against COVID. So I think this is the future of the vaccine rather than just keeping on taking one dose after the other.
Yeah, that's hopefully that does come out soon enough so that we can all start taking that then, rather than injecting ourselves with chemicals that we may not actually need and then reacting to it quite badly. Great. Now, you know what? I also had this, I'm going to ask you this question again because the paper has disappeared. And for the benefit of the viewers, once again, the 3 herbs that you talked about that are in this Immucil, could you please repeat them?
So the herb is Kutki, which is
Kutki.
Kutki. Then there's Guduchi, which is also called as Tinospora. And the last one is Amla, which is your normal Amalaki. So on the surface of it, the 3 herbs seem simple enough, but I would advise you not to try to take them by yourself because each one is very dose specific and the polyphenols in it also have to be extracted very carefully. If you overdose on Tinospora, you could have liver damage. It's one of the causes of having liver damage in COVID patients who've been taking these herbal supplements because supplements have a lot of Tinospora in them and it ends up causing liver damage. So it's a very hot topic, and when I explain to allopathic doctors that my pill has tinospora in it, they're like, oh my god, it's going to cause my patient damage to his liver. It actually doesn't. My pill actually benefits the liver. But if you take tinospora just like that, you will cause yourself damaged liver. So please be aware.
Yeah, so it's nice to know the names of this, but ladies and gentlemen, don't start going to the herbal stores and collecting all those three herbs and start taking them on your own. They have to be very, very, very dose specific.
Yes.
Yeah. So here on our panel, we also have quite a few well-known people here. We have Dr. Mukesh Batra, as you probably know, a world-renowned homeopath who has also done a lot of work during COVID, not just producing the homeopathic remedies for it, but obviously distributing them at a very, very, in fact, voluntarily distributing a lot of COVID medication to help those patients. So if we can just get a little opinion from Dr. Mukesh Batra. Dr. Batra, welcome onto Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to you.
Global namaste. It's so wonderful to see you, Lalit, and thank you for this opportunity.
Not a
I mean,
problem.
I must say that it's very, very topical because, Omicron is still here, but there are always variations that are likely to come, variants which are likely to come, up, and, unless nobody's safe, unless everybody's safe. That's
Correct.
actually the philosophy of COVID, that unless all of us are protected, and I think a lot of the buzzword really is immunity. So how do you really build immunity? So let me just say this in two ways. And, let me divide this from a homeopathic point of view into three parts. The first part is prevention. The second part is early treatment. And the third part is long COVID, which I just, heard about as well from the other panelists. So the first part, as far as prevention is concerned, homeopathy has always been in the forefront of preventive medicine. Unfortunately, not so well recognized. When the Spanish flu took place about 100 years ago, the mortality rate with the traditional medicine at that time was 30%. With homeopathy, it was under 1%. And then there are examples of this all over the world. Leptospirosis in Cuba and so many other, bird flu in India. There are so many other kind of such examples. And in India, we've used arsenic alb 30, which was recommended by the government of India and the Ayush Ministry, taking 5 pills twice a day for 3 consecutive days every month to build immunity against COVID. And there's a lot of research that has been done. Half of the Gujarat population, almost all of it, was given 6.5 crore doses of arsenic alb. There's research that is done with people who were pre-COVID and they never got COVID after taking medicine, this homeopathic medicine. So there are lots of clinical research that is available, and that is something which still is very useful for people. And we also, as you mentioned, we kind of donated about 1 crore doses free to the entire Maharashtra police force plus to NGOs during the first and second waves. So this is about the prevention part. The second part is, the early symptoms which are there, particularly for Omicron. The irritation of the throat, the little bit of cough, running of the nose. So it's very difficult to differentiate this between flu. But what I tell all my patients here in India is if you get symptoms like this, you presume that it is Omicron. Don't wait for tests to be done. At least isolate yourself so that you don't spread infection to others. Because the symptoms are very similar, but it's so infectious that almost everybody's getting it. So again, homeopathy, because of the symptoms that are there, so medicines like arsenic alb, belladonna, all help very well in the early stages. The success thing, I think, of all this is when you actually recognize when you need to move to hospital. It's very important that you actually catch it at the right time, and you can then get treated so that you don't get into some severe complications of COVID, particularly those who have comorbidities. So, those who are diabetic and those who are overweight, and, a lot of us are during this period. The last part is long COVID, where you get insomnia, diabetes, mental problems, depression, anxiety. Research was done by the Indian Psychiatric Society, and it showed that 25% increase in anxiety and depression among patients during the COVID period. So, homeopathy being mind and body medicine is very useful for this. So I think, these are just the kind of, experiences I've had also by giving preventive doses to almost 2 crore people across India, and finding it very useful also in the early stages and also for long COVID, especially for lingering coughs. Lots of people, had some VIP coming the other day, having a very severe cough, trying all sorts of medication, and it just wouldn't go. And with homeopathic medicine, in a couple of days, she was completely all right. So I think, there are actual examples of this where long COVID and side effects of COVID can actually become all right with what we call complementary or alternative medicine. And I think people should actually try it rather than accepting it as just an acceptance.
Yes.
A lot of people just accept it and then they just want to live their life with it. But that can go on for a few months and few years. So I would say that just because there is no cure for something in a particular system of medicine doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So please do discover, please do try, and as long as it's clinically proven and works for people, I mean, take what works for you.
Correct.
You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, there are just such few remedies available, and they're all unknown. I'm saying just look at the last 2 years, Lalit. We started with some kind of medication which we said was actually for worms, and then we said that because the president of a country took it, it worked very well. And then few months down the road, we said it was useless. And you can do this with every kind of medicine that was tried. So I think medicine is on a trial over here. And we're just kind of evolving it, and we're just experimenting with human bodies. That's really what we are doing. And ultimately, yes, I think I tell my patients, that what you can do is you can delay getting COVID. So the longer you delay, the better your chances of survival, because by that time, some medicine would have been found out. But the first couple of years is always experimental. So that's all what I have to say, Lalit. Thank you for the opportunity and for giving me this time. And
More
thank
than
you,
welcome,
Leslie.
Dr. Batra. Thank you very much for giving your advice. And we all know that as a preventative, homeopathy is doing very well and extremely well during COVID, that a lot of patients have been helped. So great bonuses to homeopathy and the benefits it's giving. And thank you for all your good work in the contributing towards COVID and everything over the last couple of years. Thank you.
Take care and keep up the wonderful work that you're all doing. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Batra. Dr. Tariq, my question to you while we were discussing was, so Immucil is very effective, as you say, and currently. Now, what about, as mentioned, the different variants of COVID that are coming along? Do you think Immucil will be as effective to other variants, or is there a particular variant only?
So I'll explain how our testing was done. So the testing that we did was done on these cells known as the Viro E6 cells. Now these cells have the ability for the virus to latch on any virus, whether it is Omicron, Delta, influenza, or whatever. And the cells have an ability to make a cytokine called as interferon beta, which is a cytokine the body makes in order to kill off viruses. So when our Immucil was given to these cells, the cells were able to make interferon beta by themselves and kill off the virus. So whenever you want to check any antiviral against any species of virus, you want to be able to check whether it increases the host's antiviral defenses or not. So Immucil is a generalized antiviral. In fact, it is such a good antiviral and anti-inflammatory that even in cancer patients, it shows amazing effects, because in cancers also there is tumor-mediated inflammation which happens. And the same pathways which used to kill viruses also to a certain extent kill cancers as well. So hence it is useful for not just as an antioxidant, as a general health thing, but you can even use it up to the extent of taking it in cancer patients as well as in all different types of viruses, including dengue, including influenza, including COVID of all different types. It's not actually creating any toxin in your body. It's just upregulating your body's own ability to go into a state known as the antiviral state.
Correct. So that again, with no side effects coming as by taking Immucil. Is that correct? Is that what you're indicating?
Yeah, the only side effect that people experience is their waist gets smaller because it decreases that abdominal fat. So you start losing your love handles.
But isn't that a very good thing for the cosmetic about the human body?
That's why all our patients who have started on it for COVID have continued it. We haven't had a single patient who said that I want to stop it, because it continuously keeps shrinking their waist size.
Now, I've got a question for you, probably just as a little joke. So if you don't have COVID, if you haven't suffered COVID, if you don't have chronic fatigue syndrome, but you want to lose your love handles, can you take Immucil?
Yeah, you can. So quite a lot of our cases are simply taking it because they want to keep their waist size intact and they want to decrease abdominal fat. That's what they're taking it for.
So I think more than helping the chronic fatigue, all those people who are listening to us, and if they want to reduce belly fat, Immucil is the way.
Exactly. So this was like our Viagra moment, you know. We made a pill for treating COVID and we found it has other benefits because patients kept asking for it. We're like, why do you want it? You're already cured. And then they told us, oh, our belly fat is going in.
Wow, that's very interesting. Okay, I'm registering my name to get my Imisul then, eh? Wonderful. You know what? We also have a couple other doctors which we would like to engage them into this conversation. But before we do that, Dr. Tariq, how widely has this drug Imisul been used globally? Is it something that has just been recently published in the 2021 papers and it's all over India that it's making such a loud noise? Or is this a global drug that has been used?
So we are right now looking for distribution partners in various countries. So if there's anybody listening outside India or even in India who wants to become a distribution partner, we are more than open for that. You can simply ping me on my email or on my WhatsApp number, and we can definitely have this as a conversation. Yeah. So we are looking for partners all over the world.
Sure, sure. So this actually fulfills our mission at Healing Our Earth, which says we want to inspire, motivate, promote happier and healthier, love handle less lives for people, and a harmonious global. We want to create this harmony over the globe. And this is how all the people from various different backgrounds, from different multicultural, diverse online content is being shared. People get connected this way, and we can get so much information. So absolutely, Dr. Tariq, the people who are listening to us on various social media platforms, hopefully there is one listener over there who wants to connect, or more listeners who want to connect with Dr. Tariq. Connect with us on www.healingoverearth.com, and we shall certainly be able to put you through to all the connections of the speakers and the hosts here. So lovely, Dr. Tariq. We have the two doctors over here. One is from Malaysia, Dr. Julie Tay from Malaysia. Dr. Julie, tell us your experience about this particular drug, if you know more about it, and what you are thinking about chronic fatigue and COVID.
I also want to point out Dr. Kat just raised her hand when you said about the distribution. And we are lucky enough in Malaysia to actually have access to Musil even before the published paper. And I myself have started it on some of my family members, and I've tried it myself. And I've noticed that my alertness, my mental clarity has definitely gone up since I started on the Musil. I don't have much weight to lose, but I think you need to be on it for, how long do you have to be on it, Dr. Tariq, for you to notice the weight release?
So I take it every day. I take 2 of my pills every day. And if I don't take it for maybe 3-4 days, I start finding that my appetite goes down, which means that I can't digest that much of food. And I start feeling a little bloaty. So then I take it every day and it keeps me nice and hungry. The good thing about it is that I can eat as much as I want after it. That's what I like.
Nice.
I think, Dr. Tariq, Imisil is going to get a lot of popularity, not because of its effect on chronic fatigue, but its loss on the love handles and the belly fat.
Yeah. That's what people are taking it for. Also, we've used it along with one other pill of ours called as phospholipid, which is a phospholytic lipid emulsion, which keeps fatty liver. So we've helped many patients who are even on the transplant list for the livers be able to recover using both Imisil and phospholipid. So it's not just the benefit on the love handles, but also on fatty liver disease, which is a serious problem that affects Asian countries because we're having a lot of palm oil in our diets.
Okay, great. So yeah, following on from the question from Dr. Julie, she said, or she asked, how long does it take once you start taking the Imisil to actually notice the weight loss?
It just takes about 2 weeks. It's not causing you weight loss, it's causing you waist loss because it is the 2 kgs of abdominal fat which is basically bringing you down. The rest of the fat in your body you can actually lose with exercise. But if you see people going to the gym, they have their belly stay the same and they just get muscles, you know. So they're trying to hide the belly with the big muscles, but the belly stays just about the same. It actually doesn't go inside. So it is that belly that we target. It's not really going to cause you any weight loss.
Sure. So I take my word back about weight loss. It's the waist loss, not the
Yes,
weight loss.
exactly.
Wonderful. And how readily is this medication available or in India? Is it over the counter? Is it prescription or what?
So right now it is Ayush approved, and the only person who's distributing it is just about 5 or 6 of us doctor friends who are doing it. As I said, we are still trying to find distributors for it. So we are in talks with various companies who are going to help us to distribute it. If you are a listener at home and you're a part of some pharma company who wants to help us in this venture, please inform us so we can use your help to distribute it. The kind of hurdles that we get is we've spoken to a few hospitals in India, and the major hurdle that they find is that the doctors in India, since they're so allopathically trained, they basically just want to give the patient B complex for the fatigue, or they want to give a normal antiviral pill like ivermectin or maybe some steroid or some paracetamol to the patient. They don't want to use the herbal because they feel that since it's classified as Ayush, it is below their dignity to use an Ayurvedic pill. What they don't realize is this published paper was in the International Journal of Inflammopharmacology, which is an allopathic journal. It publishes the top N papers of allopathic drugs, and our drug was treated like an allopathic drug. We were asked to identify each and every molecule in the drug, which we did with the Indian Institute of Science, and we ran so many HPLCs and FITRs to be able to identify each and every single molecule. So it's actually at the power of an allopathic drug and not just a herbal pill.
Yes, and I think that battle between mainstream medicine and complementary or alternative medicine is always going to be a challenge, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now you see there's a drug called Liv52 in India. It's a pill which is commonly prescribed by doctors for inflammation of the liver. I myself had got happy when I was in college, and my liver was really inflamed. And I used to take Liv52 every day, hoping that my markers would come down. While the markers did come down, my appetite and things like that were really bad. I had chronic anemia. We finally actually tested the pill to see what it does, and what we found that it actually kills off a few of the cells of the liver which are producing SGOT and SGPT. So it, instead of actually benefiting your liver, it's actually killing off the cells so they keep quiet and they don't make those inflammatory enzymes. And because of things like this, the doctors in India are very apprehensive. Also, papers on tenospora show that it's damaging the liver, so they're scared, oh, this pill is going to damage the liver. Even though we have so much of safety data coming in to show that it's absolutely safe, still there is the kind of fear that what if it does cause damage. So we simply tell the doctors, why don't you just give it to your patient for 3 days? It just takes 3 days for the patient to show improvements in their fatigue. Is this little pill going to cause damage in 3 days? It's not. Just give it to your patient. But still, that kind of resistance is very, very strong.
And I wanted to mention something about after being a student of yours for quite, I think, almost half a year now, is that your depth of understanding of immunology and inflammation and what goes on within the body and how it interacts with remedies, homeopathic, herbal, and also our general supplements that we are giving to patients is really mind-blowing. I had a question about specifically when we get vitamin C from the usual ascorbic acid form. I've heard something along the lines of it's not really being absorbed by the cell. It sits on top of the cell, and amla is a natural form of vitamin C, if I understand correctly. Is that correct?
So amla is a natural form of vitamin C when you take the red form of it. So that means you've just taken an amla and you've chewed it. That is going to give you vitamin C. But when you take it as an extract, like our pill has an extract of amla which we've made, that pill will have absolutely no vitamin C in it. So when you take an amla pill, remember it is going to give you 0 vitamin C, absolutely 0. Not one molecule of vitamin C is going to come out from it. Okay, so don't ever think that amla is going to give you vitamin C, because it absolutely doesn't unless you have the raw version. The moment it is dried, the vitamin C is gone.
So much we don't know.
Yeah, and
Um,
instead of taking ascorbic acid, which will cause you acidity, you should ideally be taking sodium ascorbate, which will not cause you the severe acidity that ascorbic acid causes. You know, in our group, we just discussed a case in the afternoon where one doctor in the group had a case who was having kidney failure. The patient's creat was going higher and higher, and they were having heart failure as well. The ejection fraction of the heart was around 29% or so. After about a month of Imucil and one other agent of mine called as Clotho, which improves kidney function, the ejection fraction went to 45%, and the kidney failure has improved dramatically, where the patient is having more than a 30% drop in their levels of creat. So simply by taking care of oxidative stress, which is a major problem that happens in our bodies as we age, we can reverse or prevent so many of our diseases. And we are taking so many antioxidants every day, you know, pumping our body with vitamin E, vitamin C. They're not going to do any good to your body because you have to control the enzyme which is creating the oxidative stress. Targeting those end free radicals is not going to do you any good at all.
I
So,
hear you.
sorry, Dr. Tariq, Dr. Julie, is that okay? Are you done with your question?
Yeah, no, but I just want to echo that I hear you. You know, it's basically a difference between fishing someone out of the river and stopping them from jumping in the first place. And yeah, I just wanted to put out an invite to anyone, whether you're a health coach or a doctor. I mean, Dr. Tariq's knowledge is extensive, and we have several avenues for you to interact with him for a very reasonable price. And I just wanted to invite you to connect with us.
Absolutely. So viewers, do connect. This is a global platform. As we said earlier, we have people connecting from most of the countries over the globe, I would like to say, and we're getting such international stand on this, recognition on this, so people from all over the world can connect. And please do connect, because this is an amazing topic and amazing information that is being shared on Healing Our Earth that can benefit thousands and thousands of people. So connect with us and get this information. And also on this particular topic, connect with Dr. Tariq, because he's got this magic wonder that he wants to spread all over the globe. Dr. Tariq, so my next question was, while you were conversing about amla, I just picked up on something that, yes, we all know that amla is very rich in vitamin C, but you said the moment it goes dry, you lose the vitamin C content. Is that correct?
The moment you have a dried version of it or you take an extract of it in a pill, it has no active vitamin C at all. It is basically having tannins which affect a receptor known as a fascinoid X receptor. Amongst all the other different things, there are certain molecules in it which target that particular one. And when you target that receptor in your liver, it helps your liver to start burning fat molecules off, which is why amla is also taken as like a slimming pill in India. But it has no active vitamin C in it at all.
So, you know, there's maybe then this is a myth that a lot of people have amla after dinner, or they have it with soft, as you can have it later on. They keep it in a small plate, and then they say, oh, take this amla, which is either sugar coated or salt coated. And they say, here, you should take amla. This is very good. It will help you with vitamin C. So is there any merit to that?
If the amla was fresh and if it was not dried, it has vitamin C, as I said, but the moment it dries, it's all gone.
Yeah, so I'm talking more about the dried one. So it's definitely a myth that we all think that, oh, the dried amla is going to help you with vitamin C.
Yeah, it has no vitamin C in
it. Interesting. Okay, lovely. Dr. Julie, lovely comments on Dr. Tariq. And yes, we can see that the knowledge that you have, Dr. Tariq, is amazing. The research you have done. It's also amazing that this kind of information, and it's still early days with COVID, I can say that 2 years down the road, normally a pandemic would last about 2.5 years, and then we start finding so many different things about it. But you're obviously quite a big step ahead. I also wanted to ask Dr. Julie, you said Imucil was available before this particular paper was published. So it was available in Malaysia, is that correct?
Yes.
And was it being widely utilized by the population there, or were you prescribing it, or what was the deal?
we were a small group of doctors being trained by Dr. Tariq. We were using it for all kinds of things. Yeah, as Dr. Tariq has mentioned. Yeah.
Sure, sure.
We were using it for COVID, long COVID, fatty liver, cancer cases.
Yeah.
For lots of different cases, and also as a health supplement to patients, just to improve their fatigue levels. About 60% of the population, if you ask them what's your most biggest problem, they're like, I'm tired all the time. They just have chronic fatigue. So it's not just because of COVID in general, because of oxidative stress, they have chronic fatigue.
So one could take Immusil regardless of one having had COVID or not.
Yes, absolutely. You can simply take it so that you don't feel tired. That's the most important reason why you should be taking it.
Wonderful. Well, I'm definitely getting one then, because I constantly feel tired and I haven't had COVID.
Yeah.
But lovely. What an amazing discussion with Dr. Tariq and all his knowledge that he has on immunology and the product that they have come up with, Immusil. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers online, take note of this, get connected with Dr. Tariq and see how far we can send this Immusil to actually get us all energized and not feel the chronic fatigue. I think that's the main reason why I would want to take it. And obviously there's scientific basis proven with good experiments that this particular medication has got amazing effects with it. Dr. Tariq, thank you so much. We also have a couple other people on here. Mr. Rajiv Gupta, if he's available, we can. Great. Actually, moving on, not from Dr. Rajiv Gupta, we'll be taking on with him a little later, but we are actually moving on to our next speaker. Dr. Tariq, I would like you to hang around, please, if you may, and we can probably get you in some discussions also as the panel comes in after the discussion with Dr. Nasiba. Now we are going off to Dr. Nasiba. Dr. Nasiba is actually from, Dr. Nasiba is actually from the pandemic fatigue and how to get through it. That's what she's going to be talking about. She's also known as Dr. Kat. And Dr. Kat is a general practitioner in Durban in South Africa. So we are all going to South Africa from India to have a wonderful conversation with Dr. Nasiba. She specializes in weight management. She is the owner and CEO of Dr. Kat's Weight Loss and Aesthetics Center. She founded the COVID home management team in Durban during the early months of the pandemic. Her group, I Can Make a Difference, won the case for ivermectin to be unbanned in South African High Court. She is the founder of this group. Caring Healthcare Workers Coalition and is on the steering committee of the World Council for Health. Her biggest achievement and what she is most proud about is that she is a single mom to two amazing and beautiful teenage daughters. Be better than your best is her motto. Dr. Nasiba Katarda, welcome on Healing Our Earth. A global namaste to you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Again, thank you all. I know Dr. Tariq well and Dr. Julie as well. We've been on many seminars, webinars, summits together, and they both are on several of the groups that we have started here in South Africa. So yeah, and thank you so much for that, Dr. Tariq. I must talk to you about the waste management because the waste loss actually, because that's one of the things I do as I think it's Dr. Lely just mentioned. That is what I used to do pre-pandemic. Now I'm doing it part-time. It seems like all I'm doing is COVID. So today I wanted to talk to everybody about pandemic fatigue. It's something that most of us suffer from, not just patients, but most of us colleagues as well. And it's come to a point when I remember seeing it with my patients a lot, and I sent a message out on the COVID home management team and on our the several groups that we're on, and I said, I'm seeing a lot of patients with anxiety, depression, tiredness, fatigue. Please comment. And there were a few people who commented on the group. These are healthcare practitioners, but many of them, I mean, I was inundated with messages privately telling me things like, Dr. Kat, I've left my practice. I'm not practicing anymore. I can't manage. This is too much for me. I took a sabbatical. It was all too much. It was overwhelming. I didn't know what to do, or I got sick and I didn't recover really well. And then I came to a point where I realized that it wasn't just pandemic fatigue. We were looking to treat patients, but we need to stop and start looking at what's going on with ourselves. So I wrote an article, which is on the Caring Healthcare Workers website. And also we did one for the World Council for Health. And those are the two daughters that I'm very proud of, just telling me that they're leaving. They don't live with me anymore. They came to spend the weekends. They live in another city. And so of course, that's my cat, who's part of my treatment for pandemic fatigue, by the way. So that's what I wanted to talk about. So with the pandemic fatigue, it's such a wide range of symptoms. Many people assume that if you have to look at something that's already defined, and what we've learned during COVID is that we come together as a group, we discuss our experiences, and very rightly, like Dr. Julie was saying and Dr. Tariq was saying, things that happened pre-pandemic, we have to hone them and see how it actually fits now, because we are not being given a directive from the powers that be, what we thought, but that is what we were trained to do. And for me, if I start seeing something in my practice and then Dr. Julie sees the same and Dr. Tariq sees the same, it's not anecdotal anymore. It's factual. It's what's happening to me. And all of us have similar experiences. We need to come together and write about it. And pandemic fatigue is huge. It is one of the reasons why people don't respond well to medication. It's why people don't respond well to other illnesses. It's why so many other things exist. So what is it? If you look at the WHO definition of pandemic fatigue, they say it's people who are tired of wearing a mask and sanitizing. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, that is not how our lives are supposed to be. Sanitizing, we've always done. We encourage it for religious reasons, for medical reasons. It's supposed to be, that's what we're supposed to do. Keep your hands clean, fomites, touching your face, all of that, spreads illnesses, it spreads viruses, it spreads bacteria. That is something we should have been encouraging long before this pandemic. Wearing a mask, that's not normal, that's not natural. I'm not even going to give you my opinion about that, except to say that if you'd really like to know whether a mask works, go and Google, not on Google, go and search on a search engine like DuckDuckGo for masks and their effectiveness on viruses, but look at articles pre-pandemic. And then you will soon realize that the masks don't work, and all articles that you see post-pandemic and where it's coming out on search engines like Google are very different from what you will find on search engines like DuckDuckGo. So leave the masks aside. What I want to talk about is things like, are you sleeping enough? Are you eating enough? Are you gaining weight? Are you losing weight? Are you anxious? Are you irritable? Are you losing hair? Are you feeling drained all the time? Are you angry? Have you lost your job? Those kind of questions that you're going to be asking your patients, start asking yourself. And then, we are being bombarded continuously with figures about the number of people dying and what works and what doesn't work. And that information overload creates something which I like to call panic porn. That's what it is. It's like we get bombarded from all over. In fact, my group that I've just created in South Africa, yes, it's another one because there's all different things that needed. This is not a group for doctors. It's called Vuga SA, which means wake up or awaken South Africa. And where we've got a whole lot of groups. And the first thing I said to the people was, I blocked Telegram, I blocked media, I blocked them from forwarding messages. And I keep saying to people that you want to share something, don't keep sharing articles. I mean, if I open my phone in the morning and I have 76 messages, I can assure you every second one is somebody forwarding me something which they think I should read. But if you think I should read it, why don't you just give me the salient points about it? You are perpetuating that. You are not helping. Sorry, I just need to open for my cat. Sorry.
I think we're getting a very stimulating discussion from Dr. Kat, Dr. Ziba. It's
sorry, my cat was just he was very upset because they locked him inside. Sorry, so I just let him out.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Not
sorry,
a
I
problem.
was just
This is very interesting discussion. So let's do that. Amazing. Tell us about your
so
group.
so with the group, I don't allow it. And so many people message me privately saying that the discussion that we have in the group are something that's happening to you. So if you're telling me that I just saw that the PCR test, you're saying that I cannot enter university because I don't have a vaccination certificate, but I have to do a PCR test. Don't keep forwarding me articles. I already know that. But tell me what you think we should do about it. So sending information to people, saying something like, remdesivir works, or remdesivir doesn't work, or vitamin C works. Yeah. Are you telling me, what are you telling me by forwarding the article? If it's something that meant something to you, and that's the first thing. And I think that that's the biggest problem that we have right now, because there's so much of confusion. If I read something that means a lot to me, so I got a really good friend, Omar, and I'm sure Dr. Tariq and Dr. Julie know him as well. I invite him to all the summits. He writes beautiful articles. And I want people to read everything. But it takes time. His article take about 20, 25 minutes to read. And he's got so much of information in there that sometimes when I'm reading it, something is so important, I will screenshot it and I put it as my WhatsApp profile. And then I say at the bottom, if you want the full article, please PM me. So I'm not overloading you with an article. I'm putting the one that I thought interesting, the key point, and saying, if you'd like to read the rest, then I'm offering it to you. I don't keep forwarding it somewhere. If somebody in the group asks, do you think that there's such a thing called VAIDS, which is vaccine-acquired immune deficiency syndrome? Then we'll say, here's an article. Somebody's asking for information. Don't keep overloading each other. And for me, that is the fundamental part of this pandemic fatigue for people on this side. When I say on this side, for people who are not following the narrative, because there isn't one secure place where we can go and find information. We find that we try to help each other by searching things and forwarding things without purpose. And that is why we need to just calm down, take a step back, and go back to basics. And finding a solution or thinking that you've got the solution is not usually the solution. There's a thing called Occam's razor, which says that if you're faced with a scenario that has many possibilities, the correct one is probably the one that's most like the simple one or the most likely one. For example, if your kid is late and you're not getting through to them on their cell phone, a whole lot of thoughts go through your head as a parent, and you suddenly think they must be dead in a ditch. But you also may think that that person, that the cell phone may have died. The chances are that the cell phone has died. So we quickly jump to a conclusion, make big things out of things, and that creates a lot of panic. So my advice to people out there who resonate with something that I'm saying, are you guilty of it? Are you getting on the receiving end of it? Of all of this that's going on, do you feel like you're suffering pandemic fatigue? What do you do? So the first thing is that you go back to basics. The first thing is you ask yourself, are you resting enough? Are you relaxing enough? Are you drinking enough water? Are you eating a healthy diet? Because all of those things will make a difference. Somebody who's already high strung drinks a lot of caffeine. You drink a lot of coffee, you can keep working more, but it's going to perpetuate your anxiety. It's going to perpetuate your heartburn. Then you think you're getting a panic attack, or you think you're having a heart attack, but it's just heartburn because of the caffeine. And it's a big vicious cycle that you keep going on. And ultimately, it's simple thing like stop the coffee, drink enough water, rest and hydrate. And those things will fix so many problems. The number one cause of lack of concentration, dehydration. Number one cause of backache, dehydration. Number one cause of headaches, dehydration. And yet what we do, person got a headache, pop a Panado. Not working, let's go for Disprin. Not working, let's go for something stronger. And that's not the answer. And I'm so glad that Dr. Tariq was speaking about something that's, he was talking about allopathic medicine and alternative medicine. And I know that Dr. Rajiv is on here as well. And when we had our last summit, I think I mentioned that we need to do training for doctors on alternative therapies. And he stopped me right there. And I remember what he said. He said, why are we calling it alternative therapy? These are original therapies. Allopathic medication is what came after. So we need to go back to original medicine, what was there before, from the earth, healing from the earth. And we need to start going back to basics with everything. Simple things like being a doctor my dad was a doctor. He used to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and go and see a patient because they were coughing. And they didn't it's not, he didn't cure them because he gave them cough mixture. It was the care. Somebody drove out at night to come and visit somebody at home because they were coughing. I mean, the man could have easily waited until the morning, but there was something else going on that he needed to speak to somebody. We don't have to go to that extreme, but we need to start treating patients and stop treating tests. We need to start going back to basics as medical people and as healers. And that is where we should move the future of medicine. Medicine should be about healing. It should not be about popping a pill. And for me, pandemic fatigue is such a huge, broad phenomenon that if we can spend an entire day discussing it, because there's so much going on with it. And I find that, just listening to my patients, because I do still specialize in weight loss, but a lot of it's to do with obesity and then viral infections and suppressing immunity. And now I'm getting so many patients, post-jab that are having side effects or high blood pressure and all of that. And it doesn't matter what all of those things are if you just sit them down and talk them. And simple question is like, why do you think that you're eating so badly? Oh, I've got no time. Why do you have no time? Because there's so many things to do. What do you have to do? And you break it down for them and they suddenly realize that, I'm doing this with my kids. And I go, okay, calm down. If you are sick or dead, how are you helping your kids? Because you want to do this for your kids, for your family. But if you are not well and looking after yourself, you're not there. So there's a lot to talk about pandemic fatigue. I'm going to just end. So if anybody has any questions or a discussion, I'm happy. I want to end by saying this. All of us have traveled on a plane journey. And when we go on a plane journey, they say, I don't want to say they, I'm going to say the flight attendant. I like to qualify who they is because they keep giving us information. So the flight attendant says, in case of a drop in cabin pressure, masks will fall from the ceiling. Cover your mouth and nose first, and then help the people around you. And that is what we need to remember in today. It's not a selfish thing. You cannot help anybody if you don't look after yourself. And it's not a selfish thing. You are able to help more people when you yourself are healthy. If you want to try and help other people, go back to the basics, rest, recover, hydrate, build your immune system and be strong because this fight has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very stimulating talk, Dr. Nasiba. That was amazing. We've got quite a few people here on board today, but before we go on to them, I have a couple questions that I would like you to shed some more light on.
Sure.
Now, you said just a little while ago in the last statement, you said build your immunity. How do you suggest people building their immunity?
Right. That so for me, it will be from natural ways first before we have to look to outside sources. And if you, for me, if my patients come to me and they're slightly under the weather, I will tell them to make sure that they're resting and they sit outside in the sunshine. Here in South Africa, we are blessed with beautiful sunlight. So 20 to 25 minutes a day sitting outside. It's not just about the vitamin D, it's about sitting outside, enjoying nature. So even when it comes to weight loss and I tell my patients to exercise and I'll tell them, they'll say, oh, shall I walk on the treadmill? I go, if you have an opportunity to walk outside, green cardio is the best thing. Get back to nature, see what it feels like, breathe in the fresh air. If you can't, yes, the treadmill, but always start with something natural first. So your immune system is also built by that. And also taking time to rest. I mean, today I had my kids over and I tried to put my phone away, which is something that we all need to do. Phone hygiene is very important. And my groups that I have now, I close it off at 9 o'clock and I only open it at 9 o'clock in the morning because that constant bombardment and the constant anxiety is also going to suppress your immune system. So it will be things like eating a good diet. And when I put my patients on an eating plan, it doesn't matter whether they lose weight or not in the first week. I get the most satisfaction when somebody comes and tells me, I have so much of energy. I feel lighter. When I look in the mirror, I feel brighter. Then you know you've changed that person because they've seen the difference from having fruit as opposed to a sweet. They see the difference from having wholesome food as opposed to chocolate cake. Yes, it's go-to. It makes you feel good for that time. Low magnesium levels keep you depressed. So then you're going to look for chocolate cake. But you build your immune system by eating healthy, by resting, having good sleep. And if you are having difficulty sleeping, you ask yourself why. You eliminate the things, you start good sleep hygiene, stop the caffeine, drink lots of water outside in the sun. And thereafter, you need to take some supplements for what your body is lacking. So Linus Pauling, the gentleman who found that vitamin C is used for scurvy, he said something that I tell all my patients: multivitamins don't work. Those who need them can't afford them, and those who can afford them don't need them. So if you need something like vitamin C, take vitamin C. Chromium, take chromium. If you need magnesium, take magnesium. And your healthcare practitioner will advise whether you are lacking that particular thing. So taking a multivitamin, something that's going to, everything in one, doesn't exist. We need to take the right dose of the right thing to get the correct result. You can't just put everything in a bottle and say, I'm popping 2 in the morning, I'm all good. No, you can't do that.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing those tips. Now we have a wonderful personality here with us, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Dr. Gupta, shed some light on this particular topic of the pandemic fatigue and your thoughts on that.
Thank you so much. I'm so delighted. I've been part of Healing the Earth for such a long time, and it is a great job done. Just another feather in the cap. Fantastic seminar, all great line speakers. COVID, again, as you know, we are trying to find an end, but there is no end. It's just going on. We did a seminar on like long COVID. It was like few months later. Now it's few years later. I think all medications, and I believe very much like Kat and many others, very strong proponent of integrated health. Medicines do their job, and I'm an acute medicine consultant in the hospital in NHS, but there is limitation to it. If you are sick, ill, needing ventilator, nothing else will save. But there is nothing to prevent COVID or long COVID. What we need is pranayam, a good breathing exercise, because 80% of problem is in lungs. A simple anulom vilom, which is a deep breathing in and out, is extremely good. It is shown to increase IgA, which is protective antibodies for lungs, and Kapalbhati, which is like a more expiratory exercise, increases the expulsion of the COVID, particularly in long COVID. So these are two things which I have found very useful and I recommend. Going on to the second part, particularly neurotransmitters are the problems, and therefore the long COVID, the tiredness is persisting. So ginkgo biloba, which is like a natural thing, green tea extract, beetroot extract, these three things are extremely good for re-energizing the body, increasing the mitochondrial energy production and the oxidative metabolism. So this is good. I would like to compliment again on the second part, which is the weight loss. And I do a weight management clinic in the hospital. And Kapal Bath is extremely good because when you take a deep breath in and then out like that, it constantly presses your omental fat, and that's extremely good. So that is also quite powerful. Question I wanted to ask, we have a great wealth of various type of health practitioner from allopathy, Ayurvedic, homeopathy, aromatherapy, chiropractic, hypnotherapy, all of that. We know that no one is perfect for all. So how do we integrate? And I had a discussion with Neil and many other people. We set up, this is the international organization of the integrated health practitioners, so that we understand each other instead of ignoring or criticizing the other branch. Embrace that something is good in each branch, bring it together, and then together we can improve the healthcare. So I was thinking probably Kat and all other speakers can add value. I will put a link somewhere, and I would be delighted to connect to the people who can help in the mission to improve the holistic healthcare and improve the healing of all the patient, improving the wellness and then improving the disease pattern both. So thank you so much again for the opportunity I had.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. That is such a strong concept from integrated health. And yes, absolutely, with the knowledge of Dr. Tariq, with the information that we're getting from Dr. Nasiba and Dr. Julie and all other panelist doctors that we've had on Healing Our Earth, this would be an amazing thing. As you said, when one needs a ventilator, they need it. But there's nothing to prevent them from becoming well as human beings. And the wellness is so important, not just from one aspect, but from all aspects. Myself, being a chiropractor, I always believe that the spine, if it is well aligned, it will help function the body better. So yes, in many, many different aspects, I think wellness can be spread, and a great approach through integrated medicine would be a wonderful way forward. So yes, Mr. Nil Kumar, I hope you're listening to what Dr. Rajiv Gupta is saying, and Healing Our Earth should come up with absolutely, and will be coming up with, I'm sure, with such integrated medicine and the efforts to help the humans along the globe. Now, amazing. We have amazing talk with Dr. Nasiba, but I also wanted to go back to you, Dr. Nasiba, about, you mentioned how to help immunity, and you said sleep enough. What is sleeping enough? How many hours does a human body actually need?
Well, for me personally, it depends on each individual. It depends on, it's about restful sleep. So when you are having difficulty falling asleep, or if you're having difficulty staying asleep, or if you're having 8-9 hours of sleep, but you get up and you are not rested, that for me is not. So it's probably, I should have said, good quality sleep. Some people take naps in the middle of the day. I've got a friend of mine who does power naps, or some yoga that she does, where she takes like 15-20 minutes in a day, and she finds that that refreshes her. I find as I'm getting older, I prefer sleeping until later, but I'm awake until quite late at night. And it will depend on your body and whether you are productive when you get up in the morning. And you should try different things. For me, if I have caffeine after 12 o'clock, so I have, for my body type, because I do a body type analysis for my patients, and based on their body types, there's specific foods that you should stay away from that will actually cause you to not have restful sleep. So simple things like stop having caffeine after 12 o'clock, stop having caffeine altogether, and understand what things have caffeine. So Coke Light, Pepsi Light, green tea, coffee, tea, all of those things have caffeine. And energy drinks. A lot of people live on energy drinks, and then they want to know why they can't sleep. The other thing is a lot of sugar. A lot of people have a lot of sugar, and sugar even sometimes in the form of fruit. I've had a patient that used to eat tons of watermelon, and she was wondering why she was gaining weight. It's probably because she was eating too much of it. So too much also sugar for a certain body is not correct. Because remember when, I love it when patients come and tell me that during Ramadan, when they're fasting, that they eat dates because the Prophet, peace be upon him, said to eat dates. And I go, how many do you eat? And then they'll say 7 or 9, or they'll give me something that the Quran says. And I go, yeah, but when they used to eat dates, they used to eat it as a meal. They didn't used to eat it as an aside or as an addition to. So a date is the only fruit that's higher in glucose than it is in fructose. So eating something like a date, you should understand when you're eating it and why you're eating it. Again, it's high in glucose, which is sugar, and it's very high in potassium. So if you're going to eat too much of a good thing, again, that's not going to be, and people try to sell you these things because they're healthy, but you have to understand it before you start implementing it. So eating a full meal and then eating 3 dates or 5 dates or 7 dates after that is not going to help. And I tell them in Ramadan, so you're eating samosas and pies and bhajiyas or pakoras, and then you're going to eat 7 dates, and then you want to know why you're gaining weight or why you can't sleep because of the heartburn. So it's the same thing. Fried foods give you heartburn, and then you're not going to be able to sleep. So it's all of it, again, is tied to your eating, good diet, and also the rest of the day. For me personally, I find that if I exercise, certain people, if you exercise late in the day and your heart rate is up, they don't sleep well. And certain people find that by exercising later in the day, they actually sleep really well. So it's not a one size fits all. And that's one thing I keep encouraging friends and colleagues and even patients to say that if a doctor tells you this is a plan and prints out something, gives it to you, that's not the right thing. he needs to do an assessment. He or she needs an assessment for you and tells you what's right for you. So one of my personal favorites for people who just need a little bit of help is to give them calcium and magnesium at night. And you take the combination of calcium and magnesium, and at the right dose. Calcium, one of the side effects is constipation, and magnesium gives you diarrhea. So if you take it in combination, you don't get the side effects, but you get really restful sleep. And you get the restful sleep from the magnesium, but you take the calcium at night because calcium is better absorbed at night. So 2 calcium and magnesium, I promise you, you'll sleep like a baby if you're not doing all the other things. So then the patient will say, oh, it doesn't work. 20 cups of coffee and then 2 CalMag at night? No, not going to work. You got to also do everything else before you're doing the additional stuff. And for me, that is really important. I am very much more productive when I have a good night's sleep. And you know that it doesn't have to be hours, like 10 hours or 8 hours. It is restful sleep, and you get up refreshed and ready for your day.
Perfect. Thank you for saying that. I'm going to ask you one question and then move on to Dr. Tariq, because there's a burning question in my mind right now I want to ask Dr. Tariq. But before I go there, Dr. Nasiba, based on sleep, what is this a myth about drinking hot milk at night and that aids in falling asleep, and putting a little bit of nutmeg powder that actually puts you to sleep for a while? Is that true, or is it just a myth?
Well, I did some research about that nutmeg story because it comes in a lot of Bollywood movies, right? So it's not really the milk, it actually is the nutmeg. So apparently the myth is that always the mother-in-law is the one that gives the milk to the daughter-in-law or whatever it is on the wedding night. That's what they usually do. So apparently a little bit of nutmeg, or the right amount of nutmeg, gives you energy, but too much of it makes you sleep. So it depends what the mother-in-law is, whether she likes you or not. She's going to give you the right nutmeg. So I know that it is to do with the nutmeg. So if you're falling asleep on that, it's like her fault. So I know that it does. I'm very firm believer in a lot of the nutmeg, the cardamom, the cinnamon. So yes, the milk story for me, it's very dependent. A lot of people do have milk allergies, and one of the things is that it gives you some heartburn. So if it's something like factory milk, or yes, but I think that it's not about the milk, it is about the nutmeg. So it just depends on the quantity of the nutmeg and whether you are sensitive to that. And yes, from my research, it does give you some nice sleep, but it's the right quantity of nutmeg that you need for good sleep.
Thank you for answering that. It's not just the first night where the wife takes it to the husband, but the nutmeg does help to get a good sleep. Thank you so much, Dr. Nasiba. That was wonderful information. Dr. Tariq, the burning question I had while we were discussing with the other panelists was, Immucil, this weight loss drug, is actually sitting on the forefront of my mind right now. Does that help people who are immunocompromised? Does that help people who are actually quite unwell and say probably on the ventilator? And would you prescribe that for those patients who will come out of this symptoms not using the ventilator and build their immunity that way, or build their strength of long COVID from there? Would you be able to prescribe those patients?
So if you see my published paper, the Immucil's effect is in decreasing the cytokine storm as well. So the TNF-alpha, IL-1 and IL-6, which is causing the cytokine storm that is damaging your lungs in COVID, it actually suppresses it. Normally you would use a steroid here, or you would use a drug like tocilizumab, which blocks IL-6. So the pill does the same thing like all these drugs do, without leading to the side effect of increasing your blood sugar. So it could be used in terminal cases as well. Although in terminal cases, maybe to take and tell you here, I have a training course in COVID where I teach how to manage severe COVID in a great amount of detail. So we look at the neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio, we look at the CRP, we look at the D-dimer, we look at the ABG of the patient to see whether he's undergoing acidosis, alkalosis. It's a mixed picture. And then we train the doctors how to use very precise things in these cases. So it's not just using Immucil, but it's a whole bunch of my other meds which are not spoken about. I have about 150 different types of meds for COVID. This is just one of them.
Wow, interesting.
If you're COVID, it has to be done very, 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 very carefully.
Sure. So like Dr. Nasiba said, she doesn't like getting all those articles as forward messages on WhatsApp and that are of no good use. But this particular one on Immucil is an amazing article. I know you shared it on the screen with us today, but if we wanted to actually get that whole article, do we just go to the journal, or you'd be able to share it with the viewers here?
I can share it with the viewers as well. And if you want, you can just type in my name, Tariq Jagmag, TARIQ JAGMAG, put in plus Immucil plus PubMed, which is the site where you get all the scientific articles, PUBMED, that's PubMed. And you will see so many of my papers, and one of them will be on Immucil. So I've also been involved in making an orally formulated pill of glutathione. So if you know, glutathione as an antioxidant cannot be absorbed into our body, but we actually made a pill by which it could be absorbed. It's a tablet form of it, and we have a published paper on it showing its efficacy. So that's one of my papers. We had made the pill for the treatment of dengue, because when you have dengue, glutathione works excessively fast and very, very well in treating dengue. So the pill was made for dengue. Unfortunately, we sell that in the market as a skin lightening pill, but it's actually meant for dengue. So that's one of my papers. Then the next is on my pill, which is Foscolib, which is the one for fatty liver and heart disease, where we've shown it brings the blood sugar levels down and it cleans up your blood vessels of all that plaque which is there. Then is my paper on Immucil. Then I have a paper on the inflammation of COVID, of how the innate immune system creates inflammation and actually helps you to deal with COVID. All the normal treatments are targeting the adaptive immune system in COVID, but it's actually the innate immune system which needs to be properly regulated in order to remove COVID and stop you from getting severe damage. So that's one extra paper of mine. So if you just put my name as Tariq Jagmag plus PubMed, you'll find all my papers there.
Wonderful. You used the term innate immune system.
Right.
Just explain that. Innate is a very interesting word. That's why I'm just requesting you to just expand on that word, innate immune system.
Two types of immune systems. One is innate, which means you were born with it. Yeah. And that immune system response to any infection is basically the same. In an adaptive immune system response, your body is slowly learning that if it sees, say, some bacterial infection, once it sees it, the next time it's able to respond faster. So instead of taking a week to respond to it, the next time it will take only 4 days for you to remove the infection. That's an adaptive immune system response. But the innate immune response will be the same. It doesn't actually learn. Although now there are a lot of published papers that show the innate immune system also has the ability to learn. When you have COVID as an infection that comes in, the innate immune system response has to immediately create a state known as the antiviral state, in which it upregulates genes which are antiviral. If that state cannot be achieved, then you have neutrophils and macrophages which trigger inflammation, which is the IL-1, TNF, alpha and IL-6, which causes inflammation and damage to your lungs. So it is a malfunctioning innate immune response which is actually causing you the damage. Instead of focusing so hard on the adaptive immune system, we actually should be focusing on how to make your innate immune system better. So one of the treatments that Dr. Kat was rightly talking about was vitamin C. Now, vitamin C does improve interferon beta. It increases that antiviral state where it increases the rates of your body to increase interferon beta, which then removes the virus out. But the side effects of high dose vitamin C is it increases NOX2 expression. So if you give vitamin C in a wrong stage of the infection, you can kill the patient because you can cause severe hemolysis and death in the patient, as well as you can upregulate NOX2 to such an extent that you are worsening the damage already caused by COVID. So the timing of vitamin C is very, very, you have to do it very, very accurately, and you should not overdose the patient with it if you want to just increase interferon beta. When we tested our pill against those Vero E6 cells, as I said, those cells have the ability to upregulate and create an antiviral state. So the Immucil pill maximized the ability of the cell to without causing the damage to the body. I think you paused your recording.
Yes, we'll. Yeah, it's all on now.
Wow. So even the timing, as I said, of vitamin C in the dose is very critical. If a patient has a G6PD deficiency and you haven't checked for it and you give vitamin C, again, the person can get hemolysis. It takes about 3-4 days for you to get the G6PD test coming back from the lab. Without the test report, if you simply give the vitamin C and your patient has G6PD expression there, 22% of people in the world have poorly functioning G6PDs. So potentially 22% of your patients whom you give vitamin C to can undergo hemolysis and death because of it. So you have to be really careful, as Dr. Kat said, with all these supplements and not overdose on any one of them. You know?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just be careful.
I think it's all about caution and watching what you take in, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful.
You really have to be careful. Even things like zinc, which are being given like they are, like it's like a small health pill. Zinc can actually lead to dementia in your body. It can cause fungal infections to increase. It can cause low iron, because when iron is absorbed into the body, it competes with zinc. Even copper competes with zinc. So if your patient already had low copper and he was having crampings in his legs in the night, he was having leg cramps, and you give him zinc to take to protect him against COVID, you're going to make his leg cramps worse. If he was already having iron deficiency or anemia due to poor absorption of iron and you give him zinc, you're going to worsen it. If he was having a fungal infection and you give him zinc, you're going to worsen the fungal infection. We've seen so many cases in this way, and we've been able to then treat them.
Okay, great. Dr. Tariq, I'm going to get a couple words from other doctors who are here with us, but please stay on board, and then we want to go through the panel discussion also. So one point, Mr. Rajiv Gupta, could you share that with us about this particular topic of today, COVID and miscellaneous, but this chronic fatigue and COVID? Could you share a pointer with us, please?
Yes, so I think a very quick one. The first one is long COVID is going to stay here, and we need to do gradual mobilization, and a lot of this is also here. When I say, I'm not saying it's a psychiatric disorder, but there is also a degree of mental strength that needs to be built in addition to the physical strength. And I'm a strong believer of yoga, in addition to my allopathic medicine, and all gradual mobilization of these asanas and pranayam actually remobilize and generate the energy in the body. I was asking a question to you as well. I'm delighted to know you are from osteopathy, and I will include you in our group of the integrated medicine. We have a WhatsApp group of the integrated health practitioners. From your point of view, do you think that the body alignment and muscular alignment can help regenerating the body and help in the long-term weakness like fibromyalgia and long COVID? Because I've done quite a lot of work here on fibromyalgia. We found this super nerve power, which is like plant-derived product, and phosphodiesterase that actually help improving the allergy, improving the brain fog. Both of these are common features between fibromyalgia and long COVID. And we are doing a study where we are testing these patients, and the results are not out yet, but the informal analysis shows the benefit. So from your point of view, do you think there is any contribution?
Absolutely, Dr. Rajiv Gupta. We, as a chiropractor, we've had, over the last 2 years since the pandemic started, we've had patients complaining of chronic fatigue, backache, and there's a lot of research that is being done with chiropractic care being effective for chronic fatigue, particularly post-COVID patients. So there is a lot of work, there's a lot of promising research that comes out of all this saying, yes, there's a lot of help available with chiropractic alignments of the spine, stimulating the muscles, stimulating the joints. So yes, there is a great discussion, a lot of research coming out, and hopefully within the next few months, there should be a good research published by the Chiropractic Council. And personally, from a practical viewpoint in practice, I see that a lot of patients have been helped, and they significantly come in with the improvements, and they share that with us. So yes, there is, but obviously we need some scientific basis to prove all that. So thank you.
Wonderful.
You know what? The other thing is we have an amazing doctor with us, Dr. Milind Shah, who is part of the family of Healing Our Earth. This super gentleman, Dr. Milind Shah, is an NHS doctor for many, many years. No, I'm not giving your age away, Milind. And he's a GP partner in a large practice in London, serving a variety of patients. He follows up a range of long-term patients from children, teenagers, adults with a particular interest in the elderly and end-of-life care. From a spiritual background, the work is deemed as seva or service with an emphasis on communication skills with compassion and understanding. An awesome member of Healing Our Earth, Dr. Milind Shah. Welcome on Healing Our Earth today. Global namaste to you.
Namaste to you, Lalit. It's good to be back. And well, I'll see. I'm closer to 50 than I am to 40 now, so that's about the age I can tell you. Lalit, it's great to be back. It's all we're always part of the Healing Our Earth family, and every week, without doubt, Healing Our Earth is putting on these different seminars, sessions, and today so many eminent doctors are here from various fields, as you say, from different healthcare professions, as we all attempt the same thing. Can we improve the well-being of the human being, of society as a whole? And each one is following their parts. And that's why I love being a family doctor, because it's one part of, we'd call it allopathic medicine, where we've got a lot more freedom, I think, in actually using different aspects of healthcare and actually realizing that the communication, the consultation is just as important. Listening to that patient in front of us. Lalit, how's it been? I know you started off UK time. It's around 3:30 UK time. It's probably just a bit bright outside. It's quite grey outside, in fact. And the screens come up because Lalit, when you always open a session, no one ever says anything to introduce the host. So Lalit, it's my time to actually say a bit about you, because I'm sure people have been watching. And whoever's watching at the moment, please do share. It's been such an interesting content. I've just been logging in on and off as well. From doctors around the world, from India, from South Africa. We've got Kelly joining from New Zealand in a moment. But those who are watching, Lalit, although a very humorous host, actually has got a huge scientific background. So Lalit is a doctor of chiropractic, graduated from the Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College in Toronto. In 1990, again, not giving your age away, he was also qualified with the Spine Research Institute of San Diego in the master's program in whiplash injuries. He's got a keen interest in treating patients with whiplash, and Lalit also prepares medical legal reports for insurance companies and their patients. Over the years, he's had the privilege of treating numerous singers and dancers and performers at the Wembley Arena before and after their performances. And his website is there, healthyspine.co.uk. And in fact, we don't work that far apart from each other, maybe about 10 or 15 miles. And I've certainly sent a few patients to Lalit as well over the years, who have always been very, very pleased with your help.
Thank you.
So yeah, Lalit, look, and again, you're one of the regular hosts. Actually, everyone here on the panel, whether it be Dr. Jagmug, Dr. Gupta, Dr. Julie, we've all met at different points. At least I think once or every 1 or 2 months, we're having these sort of COVID sessions to catch up. And every time you think, gosh, is there anything else more to say about COVID? Suddenly, there's always more, because actually COVID has just been a baseline or a platform to actually for us to express all these different disciplines and views. So in a way, that's been one positive, as Dr. Gupta says, to bring together these different professions. So how's it been, Lalit? What's your sort of pickup?
My journey started in India with Dr. Tariq. And you know what? I was mind blown by his presentation. The amount of knowledge he had and what he was telling the audience about Immusil, about the combination, the three combinations that makes up the Immusil, and his hard work that he has done for this particular drug. I tell you, that guy is a super intelligent guy in immunology. So an amazing talk with Dr. Tariq. Then we moved to South Africa to Dr. Nasiba, and who was all about individuality. Look at your individual being and how you can help yourself. It just doesn't have to be through medicine, but it's through lifestyle changes. And then obviously with Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who is trying to integrate everything for overall holistic health. So amazing afternoon, Milind. It was superb speakers, and we've had some amazing panelists over here too. So yeah, and looking forward to hearing from you also.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for those who are watching, this is available on Facebook. I was going to say FaceTube, but anyway, YouTube and Facebook. And the good thing is you can just rewind back and watch in certain clips. Because I was also picking up on there from Dr. Jugmug as well, the different herbs, etc. And also, you know, the challenges he may face because yeah, myself being a very conventional doctor as well, looking at that immediately that just with the years of, I won't say brainwashing, but the type of work that we're doing, if it's a drug launched by a drug company, you sort of just accept it, you carry on, prescribe it. As soon as it's something slightly outside our comfort zone, all sorts of immediately sort of barriers come up subconsciously thinking, well, should I prescribe it or not? What will happen if something goes wrong? So it's really interesting the challenges he's faced even in hospitals. And he said even though his product or drug, however you want to define it, has gone through various rigorous testing. So it's a really interesting time. Different, you know, even drug companies extremely powerful in changing sort of thought process, etc., and how we can remain open. And that, again, going back to family medicine, where I think we're a little bit more flexible and we can actually experiment a little bit, not so much maybe with medications, but certainly with our consultation techniques as well, and actually listening to patients. So we should carry on. It's almost 3:45 UK time, which in New Zealand is actually a very spiritual time of 4:45 in the morning. So in Sanskrit, you call it Brahma Muhurat, you know, the time for meditation and reflection. But we've got those of you on the panel, please do stay on. Dr. Julie, I know it's very late for you in Malaysia, and hopefully Dr. Nasiba is still on and Dr. Tariq is on. My only hint to Dr. Nasib is, I got married in Durban, so I've got a very close relationship with Durban, and my wife's family is all in Durban, so I often go, but I haven't been back to Durban for a year or two since COVID. But it's probably my favorite place on earth. So if you haven't been, it's good.
You're welcome back, and as you know, here we're not stopping people who are not vaccinated. Anybody's welcome.
Yes, it'd be good to come back. So yes, my home place is Overport, so I'll be back from Overport back to towards Devon. So excellent. Well, look, with that, and we've also got one of our other Healing Our Earth hosts here, which is Shivali Thwani. So I took a quick hello from Shivali, who you look like you're on an aeroplane.
Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? Hi, Milan, and global namaste to everyone. And it's so lovely to see you all here today. I do look like I'm on an aeroplane, but sadly I'm not. I'd love to be. And, you know, with things opening up slowly, let's hope that I can get back on an aeroplane, just like all of you here as well, I'm sure.
Okay, because I know you work in aviation, so I thought maybe you'd gone on to Heathrow. So those of you know, we had actually in UK, which sort of went around the world thinking it was the most dangerous thing. But I know a few planes did find it hard to land. So I thought maybe Shivali, you were on an aeroplane somewhere.
That's still trying to land at Heathrow, but no, yes, I'm not. Quite. It's just it's just a very nice background.
Okay, well, with that, I'm going to just carry on and introduce our next guest. With that, every time I start, usually I actually open, so I know we probably open with the Gayatri Mantra, always like to open with an ancient Sanskrit prayer, Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, may all beings be happy. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all beings be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all prosper. May none suffer. Peace, peace, peace be everywhere. So with that, a welcome. I just have a slide to show, and then we're going to introduce Kerry as well. So we can, I think I'm sharing my WhatsApp there. That's quite good, if I can see that. So we should probably go on to my slide here. So it's actually, can you believe it's our 117th event? So really,
yes,
really incredible. And as we've seen before, those of you who are watching, please, you can watch on many, many websites, but Healing Our Earth is there to promote healthier, happier, peaceful, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. You can see there the various formats that we're on, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and even on WhatsApp as well. So with that, that's me. So I'm working sort of 12, 14 hours a day, 5, 6 days a week. That's sort of just working, really seeing patients and that's my job. I'll come back and tell you a bit more about what's going on in life working in the NHS, the National Health Service, really sort of all the time. I've sort of finished late. I was working yesterday, Friday as well. I'll come back to that slide at some point. And just want to tell you some of the upcoming events that if you're just watching. So as you know, next week actually is a dance event. So they'll be celebrating dance on Sunday the 27th, and International Women's Day on the 6th of March, which Shivali, I think you may be involved in that, I'm not sure. And a vegan and vegetarian kitchen on the 13th of March. So it's amazing. Do go to Healing Our Earth and see all the events that are on. And I'll come back to some of those things. So with that, I don't know if our host can screen share. We can have a little bit about Kerry on the screen. Otherwise, I will. It's coming up. So, Kerry, namaste, and a warm welcome to Healing Our Earth at 4:45, I do believe, in the morning in New Zealand. So, Kerry's going to talk to us about boost frequency for greater health. Over 20 years ago, Kerry was told by two specialists that she wouldn't be able to conceive children naturally. This started her deep dive into finding natural solutions for herself, and she didn't stop until she found ways to heal her body. Kerry has 6 formal qualifications along with numerous certifications behind her name. She did indeed have children naturally who are now teenagers. Congratulations, and I'm sure you're proud of that, along with, I think Nasiba's, got teenagers as well. She now has over 20 years experience in assisting people and companies to exceed their performance expectations by ensuring they are healthy and balanced mentally, emotionally, and physically. While in South Africa, it's another South African connection, she received numerous awards, was featured in magazines and newspapers, and had a TV show as well as her own radio show. Now in Auckland, New Zealand, Kerry sees clients in a clinic as a natural health practitioner, as well as coaches international clients all over the world. In the last 2 years, she has coached over 5,000 clients, and in 2019, she won the International Wild Fit Coach of the Year. From the beginning of 2021, Kerry now trains other health practitioners and coaches and other health practitioners to grow their businesses by getting better results for their clients. And she's at kerrydell.com as well as kepshealth.com as well. Kerry, namaste to you and a warm welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste, and thank you so much for having me here.
Great, good. And so, how's it been in New Zealand? And, what have you got in store for us for the next sort of half an hour or so?
Brilliant. So if I can I share my screen? Is that cool?
You should be able to, if you can click share screen and see if that should come up.
Yeah,
if
it's
not,
saying only the host. So
right. So we will just ask our director to maybe give you co-host rights.
That's perfect. And yes, I am originally from Durban, so obviously there's a theme going on today.
Yes, yeah.
From Durban. There must be good energy there, really good.
Yes, definitely.
But I also just want to say, a big thank you to Dr. Julie. She works really closely with me, and thank you for bringing me on board to this amazing collaboration of minds. I think it's absolutely awesome for everybody to be here and get together. So I'm still not being able to share my screen.
No problem.
See why I invited you here, right, Kerry? This is like
it's
the perfect place, and you've been listening quietly, and I'm sure you had lots to say, and I just wanted to welcome you and thank you for bringing me into your sphere as we work together on different platforms.
No problem. So I'm just going to ask if Neil Kumar is.
Kerry, you are the co-host, and you should be able to share the screen by using the green button at the bottom.
Got it. There it is. It's working. Thank you so much. That's
excellent.
Awesome. So thank you so much for that wonderful introduction as well. That was really awesome. Thank you, Dr. Milan. So yes, this is me, and the biggest thing that I'm passionate about now is helping other people to really understand that there is different ways of healing your body and bringing your body back into balance. And so I look at how to activate frequency within your body to bring about supreme health, wealth, and joy to your lives. And as you mentioned, my teenagers, I have to show them, they are my biggest drive. They're my why. This is exactly why I do what I do. When I realized that, I was in charge of my health, This was up to me. I couldn't go to the doctors because they told me that it wasn't going to happen for me. So I needed to take control. And I also realized really, really soon that it wasn't actually just physical. It was mental, it was emotional, it was spiritual, it was my environment, it was my social. Everything had an impact on my life, absolutely impact. And when I started going through different ways of healing that, well, the results just show themselves. So I'm really, really proud of these teenagers, and they're definitely my why. My inspiration has actually been my parents. So there my dad is at 82 years old. And yes, that is South Beach in Durban. We were there just before COVID hit. And my dad is incredible because every day he gets up and he moves his body. He moves his body. He's either jumping on a trampoline or lifting weights or, you know, doing some type of exercise. And that for me brings about such a strength to the body. And I know there is such longevity in that body because of the movement that he does. My mom, on the other hand, she's taught me, and this is what I can, you know, when I think of her, this is what I can remember, is that every meal you should have a salad. Every meal should have a salad. So she brings about the live food into your living body. And once again, I think that combination has really inspired me in order to live a really healthy lifestyle as well. So I moved on to frequency and energy because I realized that our bodies are full of energy. And Nikola Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And that I feel is exactly what we are. We are human beings. We are every cell, every tissue, every organ is moving. It's moving, so it has a frequency. It's alive. And so every single part of us being alive has movement. You all know that when that heart monitor machine hits that straight line, there is no movement. There's no frequency in the body. And that indicates, obviously, the life year is no longer. So we monitor and measure all the movement by the different frequencies in the body. However, it's not just physical, it's also emotional. You've come across people that live in a beautiful state, they're energetic, they're full of joy, they're happy, there's an energy about them, there's an attraction about them. You can actually feel it. You also feel when somebody is really low, when they're depressed, when they're moving really slowly because their moods are not good. And unfortunately, what I truly believe in the last couple of years, we've been living in fear. And fear brings the frequency of our physical body down. And so fear and grief and so much depression that is happening. I think you all know that there is just so much that is happening in the world today that is lowering our frequency as far as our emotional being goes. And we felt it. We absolutely felt it. Then we've got this wonderful brain of ours. This is incredible because it operates off a frequency as well. We have the electrical currents that run through our brain. And it's incredible that our thoughts are so powerful in what they actually, in our own health and how it determines our way forward. So thoughts have an extremely powerful frequency, extremely powerful. And I truly believe that faith is probably the highest frequency of the mind. And we need to remember that if we're living in fear, it's going to pull us down. If we're living in faith, it's going to absolutely ensure that we move forward and you know, really enhance our overall well-being. Now, everything is connected. So our physical frequency, our emotional frequency, our thought frequency, everything is connected. And this is why I love being part of the masterminds of today, because this collaboration that you're doing today is also feeding off each other. We're feeding off information, we're feeding off positive energy, we're helping others, we're serving others. This is all making such an impact on your life and the lives of people that are so close to us as well. So when I talk about frequencies in people, our pathogens also have frequencies. Now, pathogens, as we all know, they're viruses, parasites, bacteria, worms, fungi, candida, All of these things are pathogens within our system. We are the host to these pathogens. They absolutely live within us. They're always going to be around. We never, ever going to be without these pathogens in our system. Yes, we can have really strong immune systems and keep them under control, but there's always going to be some pathogen moving through our body. And what I have found is that most people live with viruses in their body and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. So they live with the Epstein-Barr virus. They live with the cytomegalovirus. They live with the adenovirus, but it's under control. It's absolutely under control. So yes, we've got another virus that has come around in the last couple of years, but it's something that our bodies can definitely live with if we are absolutely, our bodies are in balance, because when the bodies are in balance, they're stronger to deal with these pathogens. And with the pathogens being under control in our system, we obviously don't have the symptoms that we find. So pathogens are toxic to us. They are acidic in our bodies and they cause havoc. They really do. They cause havoc. So I have seen people with autoimmune issues. And if we dive back into the root cause of some of those autoimmune issues, it comes back to the pathogens that are in your system. And the pathogens vibrate at a frequency as well. So it's really about identifying these different pathogens, being able to identify them correctly so that we can absolutely have a right plan in place to subside or remove them and be able to absolutely carry on with our lives. So a huge, huge I think distinction is that we're never going to be without them. As long as we're on planet Earth, we're going to be exposed to parasites, bacteria, viruses. We need to be strong enough to be able to handle them in our body. So what feeds the pathogens? Really, most often it's the dead food. It's dead food. This food that I'm showing you here has no frequency. So it's actually not helping our bodies at all. And so when we come across this type of junk, really, all it does is it allows those pathogens to breed more and to multiply in our systems. And we have, I believe, we live in modern times. We're all really, really busy. And it seems to be so easy for people to reach for takeaways, for people to reach for, just quick foods. But they don't realize the impact that they're having is far beyond that quick, nice tasting meal. It goes a little bit deeper than that, and it really actually activates other pathogens in the system. So, my screen is just frozen there for a moment. There we go. So these are just some of the assessment tools that I use. I work on quantum frequency, bioresonance frequency, and RAF frequency. And really, when we identify what the pathogen is, or what the root cause is of the symptoms, if we can put a plan in place to bring the body back into balance, for me, that is absolutely first choice, because we are natural beings, absolutely natural beings, and we are part of Mother Nature. And the minute that we are back in balance, our body heals. It heals. It's healing every day. Every day the body just heals. That's the main thing. It just wants to heal. It just wants to heal. And so when our body's in balance and it starts the healing process, it does not know the difference between a virus or a broken bone or arthritis or a cyst or whatever it is that we're needing healing from. We just heal. So for me, the most important thing is going back to the basics, putting the body back into balance. When the body's in balance, it allows it to do its job efficiently and allows it to heal from absolutely everything. So I just wanted to mention a few things about what I've been dealing with in my clinic. And yes, I think New Zealand is a totally different environment from the rest of the world. And I have been coaching international clients, but I just want to mention a few clients that I've seen face-to-face in my clinic. We do have very few COVID cases, but we have a very high amount of people that have been vaccinated. Now, I do believe that we're on an island, so it was easy to shut our borders down and to go, okay, we can control this and we can control the spread of the virus. Honestly speaking, I ask my clients, I ask my kids and my kids' friends, do you know anybody that's had COVID? Do you know anybody that's had COVID? Do you know anybody that's had COVID? And honestly, out of the circle of friends, out of my clients, there might be one person a little bit distant over there or one person over there. So from what I'm seeing in my practice, there is not a lot of people that have been exposed. However, there are a lot of people that have been exposed to a foreign thing going into your body, which disturbs the imbalance. And so that's what I'm seeing a lot of. So I wanted to just mention one of my clients, AS. She had eczema really, really bad over a year ago. And what I did is we put a plan in place. And when she came to see me, she came with a hoodie. She came with long sleeves. She came with long pants, shoes and socks. She didn't want to show any part of her body because her body was so bad with eczema. She had welts on it. It was oozing. She was in a really, really bad state. And she had had it since she was born. Huge, huge issues with eczema. And nothing was able to bring it under control. Once we identified what the root cause of it was, and we started focusing and treating that, she came back to visit me in shorts and a t-shirt. It was so exciting because she was showing off her body and look at my skin and look how it's healed. And it was so exciting. And then she happened to have the jab. And what I truly believe happened is you're putting something so foreign into the body, it disturbed its healing process. And she broke out in really bad eczema all over again. And I said to her, well, we now need to start again. We really do. We need to be able to, once again, bring the body back into balance. So we're on that path with her right now, and it really is helping. And then I've got another client, SP, who had no sign at all of anything. She was a fantastic businesswoman. She had actually just sold her business in December, and she was looking to invest in something else. Very good career. But all of a sudden, she had chronic fatigue. All of a sudden, absolutely chronic fatigue. Her body was so lethargic that she was battling to function every day. Now, when I did the assessment on her, I discovered that she now had Epstein-Barr virus everywhere. And I'm talking everywhere, in her nerves, in her digestive organs, running through her blood cells. She had Epstein-Barr virus everywhere. And I actually asked her a few questions, and I said to her, in your whole life, do you ever remember having glandular fever? And she said, yes, as a teenager she did. So as a teenager, she actually was hospitalized with glandular fever, but then that was it. That was it. She was done, and she carried on, and she lived, and she really had a really good, really healthy lifestyle until she had the jab. And I truly believe that there was the Epstein-Barr virus living underlying in her system, but was never activated by anything. And then something obviously came into her body and activated it. And hence now she is dealing with that. So that is quite a substantial shift from where she was. I have to mention to you this other client of mine, MB. She had Epstein-Barr virus. Long time. She knew about it. She came to me. She said, please, can we put a plan in place? And it was incredible. She came to me in May last year. Now, when I do assessment of what's imbalanced, and it's line by line. It actually the report brings up what's imbalanced line by line. She had 2 pages of imbalances. 2 pages of imbalances line by line. That was in May last year. December, she came to me, and she actually said to me, I'm being forced to have this. For work reasons, I'm being forced to have it. I don't want it. I'm panicking because I don't know what it's going to do to my body. I did another assessment on her. From the 2 pages, we had got the imbalances down to half a page. And she was just moving forward in such a positive way. But now she faced having this jab, and the fear in her was massive, absolutely massive. So I sat with her, and we did a session on belief systems, and I spoke to her about what she feels about it, what she was brought up about, how she felt about it, what was programmed into her subconscious mind about it. And we worked through all of these things. And then I gave her, a whole lot of basically a mindset plan to work with changing her belief systems about what was about to happen in her life. And she came back to see me a couple of weeks ago. She said 2 doses of it, did the assessment again. And now I'm worried. Now I'm really worried because I'm thinking we're on the right path. In December, we had moved, her imbalances down to half a page. Now I'm really worried. I don't know how her body has reacted. And when I did the assessment on her imbalances, it was one line. She had one thing. And I looked at her and I said, this is incredible what you've done. It's incredible. Your mind and your thoughts were so strong that has had absolutely no impact on your body, no impact on you at all. You are strong. I actually found no sign of Epstein-Barr virus either in her system. So really, really a massive success that all types of frequency have an impact on our physical. And we really have to look at us more holistically and really look at it. It is what we think. It is what we feel. And it is what is going on internally. So yeah, she's just a huge, huge success for actually putting everything together. So I'd like to leave everybody with a couple of solutions, and I think these have been mentioned as well. Natural remedies are amazing, frequency with the Raft machine, putting things back in balance, and nutrition. I do coach that WildFit 90-day challenge, which is an amazing because it's actually putting your body back into balance, but also activating your healing, which is incredible. So water. Dr. Kat spoke about water, and I have to mention it as well. It is crucially important to us. I find that most people that come to me are dehydrated, and they say to me, but I'm drinking 6 to 8 glasses of water. Yes, you're drinking 6 to 8 glasses of water if your body was healthy. If you've got pathogens in your body, if there's any viruses floating around, you need to increase that water. You need to be drinking 3 to 4 liters of water. 4 liters should be your minimum, not 2 to 3 liters of water. So I have found through, obviously coaching international people, that if I tell them to have enough water during the day and still have 1 glass of water at nighttime before they go to bed, if they're able to have that glass of water before they go to bed and not wake up during the night to go to the toilet, then their body is hydrated. So they look at me as if I'm a bit strange, but I say to them, what happens is your body, the first lot of water that comes into your body is flushing the toxins. It's flushing the toxins. But your body also needs to absorb some of that water to do the healing. When you're sleeping at night, your body is repairing, it's recharging, it's regenerating. Your body needs a lot of water to do those functions. So if your body is hydrated and it's been able to flush enough toxins during the day, you will be able to have that glass of water at nighttime and sleep through. And I've tried this over and over again, and they are amazed. The clients are amazed. It's like, yes, I got to sleep through and I drank all my water. So that is exactly a place that you can monitor yourself with how hydrated you are. If you've been able to flush toxins during the day, still have enough water to be able to, for the organs to be able to repair, recharge, and regenerate themselves, then you are hydrated. So water is just so, so important. Eating the right foods is so, so important. Eating, obviously the raw food is the better one because it's got the higher vibration, it's got the higher frequency, but eating the right foods is huge. Live food, if you put live food into a living body, you're going to live longer. If you put dead food into a living body, you will die earlier. So keep the living foods, keep putting really good, healthy, colorful foods into your body. It's going to make a massive, massive difference. Movement. When I think about how we are today, a lot of us are not moving half as much as what we should do. We spend a lot of time on our computers. We spend a lot of time in front of the TV. We spend a lot of time resting because we're using a lot of mental energy. And so we feel like the physical is exhausted and we're not moving our bodies. But we seriously, seriously need to get some sort of movement into the bodies. Also, why do we move? We need to move the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system doesn't have its own pump. And so we need to pump those toxins out of the body. And the only way to pump the toxins out of the body is to move the lymphatic system. Now, you know the lymphatic system is part of your immune system. It's part of what fights off and gets rid of the pathogens out of your body. And so we need to move this lymphatic system. And it, you know, for me and for people that come to see me, a lot of people, they're not doing enough movement. I'm going, start walking fast. So if you go for a walk until you can get that heart pumping. When you feel that heart pumping, then you've had a good walk. So if you can't do anything else, if you're not capable right now of, you know, doing any sort of other exercise, walk until your heart is pumping, until you feel it, because then you know you're pumping your lymphatic system as well. So movement is massively important for us in order to help the pathogens out of our system, help the toxins, get rid of acidity in our body, but also to keep us much younger and keep the frequency moving. Cool, so here's just some actions: drink more water, eat live, colorful food, move more, live in the faith and not in the fear. And so, yeah, I just wanted to wrap up to say that's, you know, this is what I seem to be focusing on right now is the health assessments with the frequency technology, the nutritional program of the 90 days. And I also have a program called Power of Six, which activates frequencies in all areas of your wellness. So, so yes, thank you so much for having me here today. And yeah, I've just thoroughly enjoyed being with the whole community. So I'm really open for some questions.
Excellent, Kelly. Thanks so much for sharing, and early in the morning as well for you. You're looking bright and fresh. I don't know what time you woke up, but it was a really, really helpful presentation on so many levels. I was taking lots of notes. I really enjoyed particularly that emotional spiral, the sort of upward spiral from faith and joy and positivity, and that downward spiral we can reach, and how you sort of almost scientifically really said how thoughts are so powerful. We know this obviously from sort of meditation or spiritual beliefs that thoughts are so important, but it's very difficult sometimes. It's sort of a bit wishy-washy sometimes, but I think you've made it very clear that actually thoughts have that frequency which can help. And so just on that theme, particularly on emotions and thoughts, if you someone comes to you who is feeling quite down or low, what sort of things might you share? Because I've seen a lot, being obviously a frontline practitioner in my you know sort of practice population of which look after 17,000 patients. We've got a huge population in quite a wide variety of people, from very socioeconomic deprived groups to very affluent groups. But it's been the same regardless of people having fear, you know, unfounded fear, sometimes true fear. People have lost their jobs due to COVID and have got into a depression. What kind of things might you approach from a mental health point of view?
Yeah, so I think so much has to do with the environment around us. So who we mix with, that is huge, because we pick up from people that we mixed with. So if you are going to be surrounded by people that are going to, you know, pull your energy down, or also be very negative, or I think it was Dr. Kat saying, fill your WhatsApp and fill your phone with all the negative stories, it is going to pull you down. It's not going to be good. You know, I know that you are the average of the 5 people that you most hang around with, because that's the energy that you're picking up is from those people. So you need to be able to up-level your thinking and up-level your thoughts and your beliefs, and mix with people that are positive, because that is going to rub off on you hugely. So if you don't have people in the family that can support you positively, and they all tend to be negative as well, then you need to reach out online. You need to mix with positive people online, because they're going to change your belief system. They're going to change you. They're going to move you out of the fear. There is so much free stuff online at the moment. And Dr. Malin, you said it, meditation is amazing, absolutely incredible for your mindset. And so start with a meditation practice first thing in the morning, you know, end with a meditation last thing at night. Write gratitudes. Gratitudes in a journal for me is the quickest way to move yourself from negativity to positivity. And I find that most of my clients start with like, I'm grateful for the sun rising, you know, I'm grateful for, you know, it's just little things. And then eventually they dig a little bit deeper and they go, I'm grateful for me. I'm grateful for the changes I'm making in my life. I'm grateful for my body being so strong and healthy. They start moving it and then you start feeling it. You really start feeling it. So a gratitude journal for me is massive. Mixing with people that are like-minded, but positively like-minded, so that you can bounce yourself out of it. And then diving into some belief systems to be able to actually analyze and go, right, what are some of those belief systems that need to shift and change to bring you up and to bring your frequency and vibration up to the next level? Yeah.
That's really, really helpful and really eloquently said, actually. And yeah, you have that Sanskrit word satsang, you know, the in the company of good, or in the company of truth, and it's so true. That I like the quote, actually, with this, you know, with the aggregate of the 5 people we spend most time with. As you said, I was trying to think of who the 5 are. So many of my other staff members, actually. So yeah, so very true. So and those who are watching, and also for you, Kelly, we have a panel here. So it's a really interesting way we've tried to do Healing Our Earth this time, of actually other healthcare practitioners and therapists here. So we've got Dr. Julie Tay, still on from Malaysia. Sarah Baines. Sarah, welcome back to Healing Our Earth. I know we'd done a session together before with your work on healing and pranic healing as well. And I think Shivali's still on. I think a few other of the professionals are still on. So please do chip in as needed. And in fact, I will sort of just ask you, actually, Sarah, you're unmuted. Sarah, would you like to share some thoughts as well from what Kelly's been saying or bringing things forward?
Sure. That was a great session, Kerry. Thank you so much. I also made lots of notes. So one of the key things that resonates with me in terms of all the work you're doing is the thing about vibration and energy and how everything is made up of energy. So even down to the food we eat and the people we interact with has an impact directly on our own energy. So what the work I do is mainly similar to you, but we're just done in a different way, about raising one's vibration. So if you can raise your own vibration at a cellular level, it will have a great and huge impact on not just how you feel, how you look, but also on your immune system. It works on a cellular level. So simple things like meditation. I teach a very special meditation which helps to literally cleanse all the energy centers and flush out all the negative energies that sit within us and re-energize as well. So it's a meditation by Master Choa Kok Sui, which anybody can download. It's called Meditation on Twin Hearts. So it's a very powerful meditation. It's not just a relaxation meditation. It actually serves a purpose of flushing and re-energizing to basically strengthen your system, both mentally, physically, and emotionally. So it helps to relieve stress, anxiety, which is, you know, something that a lot of people are sort of more so suffering with now because of the fear around COVID or even having had COVID. So you know, this meditation, a very simple way, like you said, start your day with gratitude and meditation. It's a fantastic advice. So thank you for sharing.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Yes, and I remember you actually did the meditation live on Healing Our Earth last year, actually, on one of our COVID sessions, and took part in that, and so and you know, sort of benefited from that. And so, in fact, Neil, there you go. Neil's been doing some searching there, and there we go.
Fantastic! That's the one, Meditation on Twin Hearts by Master Choa Kok Sui.
Yeah.
So you're able to download this meditation from iTunes, and if you follow another direct disciple of Master Choa is Master Stephen Coe. He does some fantastic work, all free online. You can follow him through Facebook or YouTube, Master Stephen Coe. And there's a free short version of that meditation, but he goes a lot in depth about the vibration, the people we hang out with, how that affects us, you know, because we're kind of swimming in a sea of energy. So, you know, you need to choose wisely which energy you're swimming in. Yeah, because that's the energy you're going to absorb, because our auras are kind of way out here. So that's why sometimes you might go to the supermarket and come back feeling a bit kind of unsettled or a bit kind of different, or kind of a bit down, and you can't place why you feel like that. But that's because you're picking up, or you're drawing, and other people's energy is being drawn into your aura, and that's why you're feeling a bit kind of the way you are and can't explain it, because it's always happening. Energy, although we can't see it, it's there, it's working. It's like gravity, you know, whether we believe it's there or not, it's there and it's doing its thing. So it's up to us to try and protect our energy, but also raise our energy vibration, you know, for optimum health. And some of these tools like meditation are a great way to do just that.
I love that, Sarah. I absolutely love that. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing. It's so my language.
Yeah, we're on the same page, I think.
Yes. Yeah,
Actually,
and
again,
we see results. And I think this is
absolutely
exactly, you know, people come back and they go, wow, you know, this works. This really works. So
yeah, it's quite surprising, isn't it, when you treat people that are not really aware of energy and they think it's a little bit of a kind of out there thing and it's not really real. When you actually do a session with them and they feel different straight afterwards, or even in a couple of days, I think they themselves are quite surprised, because they think, oh, you just kind of waved your hands about a bit and told me to do a meditation and take a salt bath, and I just feel completely much better or different, you know. So yeah, so
awesome.
It's something that we, you know, it's great to share and help as many people as we can.
It's so wonderful because it brings up for me the you know, some clients just come to me because they've lost faith in the health industry, and so when they walk away they say, wow, I've got some hope. I've got some hope that I can actually get myself better. And I think that's probably the greatest gift you can give them, is they go, okay, I can now think about it. I can really move forward. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
That's so true. I think when people are coming, they are ready or open to, and sometimes they're not, as you said, sometimes they're not open, but they have that experience. And so that experience of, gosh, I felt different in some way. And Kerry, I agree with you. I think, especially in the current healthcare field, when the training is different, and as such in allopathic medicine, how I've trained as well, you know, big doctor. If you're just being told by a doctor, well, I'm not sure what's wrong with you, there's nothing really serious, you know, go home or whatever, or so on. And that's just poor consultation. I'll keep coming back to my particular skills being a family doctor, is of really good communication skills, of having that doctor-patient relationship and never giving up and giving that hope. So the experiences I have, maybe I don't quite have all the tools that you have, but are those of that healing that takes place in the consultation. And then suddenly things open up, as you say, and things can change. But you're right, people do feel very disenfranchised or just lost faith because I think Dr. Gupta mentioned before, there's a whole host of illnesses which are termed as, you know, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue. You've mentioned EBV with sort of, you know, glandular fever resurfacing, etc. So many things. And actually what I find, again, each specialty has its particular illness that they've got no idea. So if you look at you know, cardiology, you have these sort of atypical chest pains. Well, there's nothing wrong with your heart, so then they ship you off to gastro, and you have irritable bowel syndrome, and people are getting all these cracks. So and then you go to respiratory, and people have dysfunctional breathing. So they have a term for everything, but then say, well, go back to your family doctor because, you know, I've done a test for you and there's nothing. And people are shipped around, and that's the kind of patients actually I'm very fascinated with and really work well with. And our forte, I think, being a good family doctor, or you know, theme is that you've known these patients over 10, 15 years and you get to know that. But there's so much to share. Julie, do you want to come in? Dr. Julie Tay.
I just felt like the whole energy shifted after Kerry spoke, and as Sarah, I can actually feel the work that you do. And that's the thing that really struck me after hanging out with Carrie and after being in the orbit of Dr. Tariq and Dr. Kat. What I am about is all about how can we be more and more aware with our body and what we put in our body. If whether it's medicines, remedies, herbs, or food. My sense of it is that just by empowering the individual to really get really, really clear and transparent about what they're doing to their bodies, it's just gonna change the trajectory of their health. And my heart was like starting to race as I heard all of you speak, because I feel such hope. I feel such hope in us coming together here on Healing Our Earth, and that I just have this great wish for everyone who's watching this, that there are so many things out there, and we don't have to cling on to one and make everyone else the enemy. If you ever, it's like so much, and when the energy is going into, oh, I'm right, you're wrong, it absolutely dilutes the power of everything. And we stand here in this forum where Dr. Tariq qualified as a dentist, and he went into homeopathy and psychoneuroimmunology and hypnotherapy. I'm a medical doctor, and I studied craniosacral therapy, and I'm studying with Dr. Tariq, and I'm studying with Carrie, and Dr. Kat and I are all, and we were initially doing weight loss, and then now we're doing COVID. I mean, there's just such flexibility, and we don't have to hang on to one thing. And if you can find within yourself what's that right thing for you, I think the healing will come. And according to I think Dr. Chris Wark, who is a cancer coach, he said that every cancer patient who got through their illness has said that they relied on their intuition. And I truly believe that it's intuition that will get us all through this pandemic.
That was lovely, Julie. I felt your heartfelt emotions coming through that, and it's right how we can connect in this way. And you made some sort of profound, and you've given your journey as well, how you connected with Kerry and others as well. And one thing you just resonated with me was the awareness of what we're putting into our bodies and how we can maintain that new discipline of doing that. And I think what also, as Sarah was talking, as Kerry as well, a lot of us on this forum are healthcare practitioners. Actually, it was when Sarah mentioned going to the supermarket or going somewhere else, and said, we're swimming in a sea. And actually, as healthcare practitioners, I might see, working in the NHS, I might see 40, 50 patients a day. That's the kind of level we're working at. It's really intense. And how, even as healthcare practitioners, we protect ourselves, because it will go from an extremely, I'll have a schizophrenic patient who's got thought disorder, to an elderly patient who's got a urinary tract infection, to a newborn baby I've got to do a check with. And you're moving every 10 minutes to a different case. And how, even as healthcare practitioners, the techniques we use to maintain our own equilibrium, and each one I've learned different techniques. So actually water is one of them. I've become a lot more disciplined in drinking many liters of water. I was in touch with an Ayurvedic doctor who actually told me to actually use frankincense actually as a good aromatherapy oil, and actually a bit of frankincense, and I combine that with a bit of lemon. So I've got that. So I'm a normal NHS doctor, and I've got an aromatherapy going. So we want to go past Dr. Shah's room. It smells really nice. I don't know what he's doing inside. And so, but all these different techniques we're learning. I can see, so Shivali's here as well. Shivali, with your lovely son, who's you're looking older. You're looking really good.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah,
So,
Milan, and actually all the doctors here, what a great afternoon you've had. We've kind of logged in on and off, and it's been a really, really, really interesting and informative session. So 117th session, did you say, Milan, today?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how many you've hosted of those. I've certainly got a few.
Yes. So, I loved just listening to all of this, because for us, COVID has been a little bit like the gift that has not stopped giving over the last month, because we've all had it. And, you know, everything, I relate so much to what you put inside your body, and, you know, all of the healthy habits that we have to really, really take on and really look after ourselves. I'm going to give you an example of one of the days that I was isolating. Unfortunately, I got COVID first, and so I was isolating from the rest of the family. And one of the days, I think I might have taken, and I'm going to say this shamelessly, because all the doctors here are going to go, oh my goodness. I actually took 8 Panadols, cough medicine, and Sterimar nasal spray. I actually didn't need any of that. I was just so paranoid about what could happen next, because I didn't know what my body was going to do. I didn't need any of that. I just had a bit of a headache. If I'd slept it off, I'm sure I would have been, number one, fine. And if I'd actually hydrated and had enough water, I'm sure that day I didn't need any of this medication. But anyway, lesson learned. We're definitely, I think all of us now are on a better journey, eating much healthier, definitely looking after our hydration. I'm being very strict about that. So none of this, I'm not being silly about it. But Ayush here has actually got a very interesting question. I can't answer it because I'm not a medic. And I'm really hoping that all of you will be able to give us, actually enlighten us with it. So Ayush, over to you, I guess.
Yes, I do. And the question is, what are your thoughts on the COVID vaccines for children? And do you think our immune systems could fight it out naturally, or take the vaccine?
Good question. So, well, we're going to have another vaccine specialist coming soon. I think everyone will have different views on the vaccine. So I'm going to maybe pass it to the panel. If anyone, you can put your hands up if you're desperate to answer that or not, or yes, because I think everyone may have different views. Because I think it is different in each country. Because Kerry has said, look, she's hardly seen much COVID. So you're looking at myself. I had COVID last, so I'm 1 week post COVID at the moment. So I'm looking right now at the moment. But each of us have had it. So here in UK, it's anticipated. I think 1 in 4 people have had or having COVID. So it's very, millions of people have had COVID in UK. So it is quite different. And I'm sure you've seen probably a lot of your classmates go down with COVID. And I think as my boys I've got 2 kids, and they had COVID over Christmas. Their whole class went down with it. And what we're seeing at the moment, obviously, is Omicron. And it's Omicron BA1, Omicron BA2, which is a much milder illness compared to Delta. Before that, we would have had an Alpha strain. We've had prior to that the wild Wuhan strain, which was back in 2020, which was an extremely virulent, well, not as virulent as Omicron, but really knocking people out. And actually, remember what Kerry was saying at the beginning was really interesting. He said, we are hosts to so many pathogens, and how and different bodies responded. So the Wuhan variant, I wish I can answer your question as best I can. And that's a good thing about being on a panel. There may be disagreements, agreements, and I'm going to say probably you don't need the vaccine, but I'll come back to that in a moment. Being, unless you're very unwell or have reasons to have it. But each strain of SARS-CoV-2, we should call it really the virus, had a different sort of blend to it. So what we had, I think, Shivali, you've had COVID probably quite recently.
Yes, just at the beginning. We all had it just at the beginning of January.
And the symptoms were quite different. I mean, I was going to share that because I was going to share not the whole COVID journey, but an extremely sore throat, a very hoarse voice, a thumping headache, and sort of a very bad neck pain. But I was mentally absolutely fine.
Yes, I was the same, Milan. I mean, I carried on working through it. It was just my sore throat and a headache that just didn't seem to want to shift.
Quite. So we're similar. And I was the same. I had patients who'd booked to speak to me 3 weeks prior. I couldn't not work. So rather than seeing 60, I maybe saw 40 patients in the day, but just carried on working, obviously remotely. And we kept going, but it was and just fatigue. So by 6 o'clock, I was fatigued. But coming back to Kerry's point, a lot of fluid helped. I'll talk about sort of fresh ginger, turmeric, lots of different things that we did that helped. and the thoughts as well, as you said, give thoughts, not having the fear. It was no fear, and I think, which is very different to, I think, Delta to the earlier things. There was a combination of fear as well as quite more severe cases where you really saw people who have still got post-COVID syndrome, who are still quite tired and were unwell with huge levels of shortness of breath and just very different sort of presentations. So Aish, to answer, it is different, and I think, Kerry, what you might see in New Zealand would be different, and I'm with you as well. I think people who've had their booster, particularly, not their primary course, but there's been a huge strain here because we realised that after the first 2 vaccines, your immunity against the Omicron was pretty much zero after having either the AstraZeneca or the Pfizer. And we won't go into the ethics of the drug companies and all those sort of things, but actually the scientists working behind it were very sincere. But I think some of the marketing and drug companies is a different story. Although AstraZeneca, there are some amazing documentaries on how they made it, available to everyone for cost, and has made a difference in some way. So to answer your question, and to Kerry, to come back after the booster, I did see people actually having real flare-ups of joint pains, as you say, of eczema. You've seen huge amounts of Julie, you may have seen quite a lot of shingles come up, after vaccine. So certainly, you introduce something foreign with its vibrations, it's going to cause a difference. But at the same time, that's where I, would say I've seen, people who are extremely unwell with COVID and are no longer with us. Patients of mine who've passed away. It was really quite frightening in 2020 and early 2021, which post-vaccine you just haven't seen. So you have seen some really good successes as well. So now, Ayush, how old are you, by the way?
I'm 10.
You're fine. You're a very well-spoken 10-year-old, doing well. Congrats to your mum and dad as well. I know them both. So well done. So should you take it? So my advice now, so I've got patients now, they're calling me up, parents go, should I take it? In UK, it's now it's being offered to 5 to 11-year-olds. And I'm, this is my personal view, so I'm not going on record to say this is everything. I'd say if you're at risk, so what does at risk mean? I've got some children who have very severe asthma, severe conditions, who I know if they had COVID, they potentially could get very unwell. So that's a potential for why it may be worth them having it. Secondly, the idea is that to vaccinate, then the idea is you reduce the spread. The problem is that most children, particularly in the UK, have already had or have been exposed to COVID. So is there any point in having the vaccine now? And it's very debatable to say, well, should they have it? So if it was me, I'd be saying I think very carefully about exposing a 5 to 11-year-old with the vaccine. But I think carefully, and I talk it through with my colleagues who are also very knowledgeable at my own practice to think of our thoughts. But the vast majority, I think, parents aren't desperately queuing up to have their kids vaccinated. I'll put it that way at the moment. It's very new news here. I think it was launched probably about 3 or 4 days ago now that the vaccine is open. I'll open it up to the panel, but Shivali, Ayush, what were you thinking about the vaccine? Now, obviously, you've had COVID. We also say that not to have a vaccine after having COVID for anything up to about 3 months. So you wouldn't be eligible having the vaccine anyway for a few months.
Yeah, I mean, I think our thoughts have been a little because we've had it. I mean, obviously, I've had my booster, and the kids have had nothing, but they've obviously had COVID. So there is a little level of immunity now for both the children. And so I think really the question is now, if you don't have the vaccine and you're moving forward, should we be fighting this naturally? I mean, like you say, there is so much we can actually do instead of having the vaccine. Is that the way to forward? I mean, it's really, I don't know. I mean, I would rather go the natural route rather than the vaccine route, especially for children.
Shivali, I would love to agree with you there. So I'm like barting to because you know what, with the youngsters, their bodies are closer to being naturally in balance.
Yeah.
And so we don't want to disturb that. We want to enhance it. And so if he's already had COVID, then it's definitely he's built up those natural antibodies in his system. Why put something foreign in right now when he is really doing a good job? His immune system is really doing a good job at this stage. And so it's really about making him more healthy and putting more good things into his body and not anything foreign. That would be, that, and this is also my personal opinion, but it's really about he is so good, he's looking so healthy, and just keep going on that route. You're doing well.
Thank you. And we are all, I mean, he eats healthier than I do, which is that right for a 10-year-old? I'm not really sure. But no, so I mean, we are kind of thinking, because obviously we've had COVID, our antibodies are a little bit higher, you know, all of that. So it's very interesting to hear from the panel here. And we're so appreciative of everything that you're sharing with us anyway. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Sarah, I know, because I think I could see Kerry and Sarah jumping to seats.
Yeah, that's an absolute agreement. Let your own body fight it. Why put other foreign things into your system when it's not required? But again, personal view. So I use all sorts of other tools to, basically, I think if we focus on boosting the immune system, you know, they say, you know, the old saying of prevention is better than cure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so why not work on your immune system and strengthen that up, you know, by eating the right things, by doing the right things, drinking water, eating good, nutritious food, you know, do that rather than wait for, you know, a vaccine to be given to help you to fight a virus, when, you know, our bodies are designed to overcome and fight disease. Yeah. And what is disease? It's just a dis-ease in your system. So if you can alleviate that dis-ease in your system by doing things naturally and making your body strong, then you won't get to that point where you need all these other things put into your system. But that's my opinion. So I live in a very different world, I think.
Right, so it's good. We need to widen our worlds, and as you say, I think, Kerry, what I'm taking away is the 5 most people you're in touch with that sort of influence your life. That's really had an impact on me, I must admit. So I think what's is the wide variety of the public that are out there. So coming back, I mean, I work as an NHS GP. I'm in a large practice in northwest London. I look at my practice, which there are 14 doctors. We look after 17,000 patients. So from that group, you've got a wide variety of people who either hardly speak English is not their first language, to extremely educated people. And the power of advertising, media, fast food chains, supermarkets, socioeconomic deprivation. There's an excellent article recently in the British Medical Journal about interviewing mothers of what they feed their children. And actually, sometimes they know what they're sometimes giving their child was not healthy, but they're on such a low premium that actually that was their treat. To give their daughter or son a chocolate bar which cost $1 or £1 was the one thing they could afford to do, compared to having to say no for every. It's showing the pressures. It's actually such an interesting, complex mix of what to give. And other times, so there's that side. Other times it's just actually, as you say, some of these foods have become so addictive. People, either you say caffeine or sugar or lifestyles, or just every billboard says, you know, have a break, have a Kit Kat, or whatever, you know, whatever those terms, you know, they're just in there.
There's subconscious messages that we're being given all the time. Yeah.
So, you know, you have a snack, you know, it's half term this week. My children went to the cinema, and it was just a done thing. You've got to buy a big popcorn and, you know, this and that, you know, it's just a done thing. And I couldn't say no. Well, I wasn't there, so I had no choice really. So I had to say, can I have some money for pop? So these things are just there in our subconscious. Well, I said, look, you know, but actually my kids are good. I said, take some satsumas with you. And luckily I managed to get some bags, and they got their satsumas and nuts out as well. But anyway, but it's just going back to the point of the wider variety of public. We can say, yes, you know, eat healthier or don't do that. I'm thinking of a much wider message when you're getting out to thousands of people of how we do that. I guess you can do it step by step, but I don't know if anyone's got any view. And Julie, because you know, I think when you work, so Sarah, Kerry, so this is, you know, just a point. You might have a very self-selective group of patients. You might have those, or you may treat a wide variety. I think when you treat a wide variety, you just get everyone coming through, and you've got to work with whoever's in front of you. Some people are ready to make a change, others aren't, whether it be of their diet or so on. I'm not sure. I think, I guess if we can push it, I think Sarah's point also, once they experience some change, then they will make those changes in their lives.
Yeah, one of the treatments that I do to help people with weight loss is we do a treatment, it's called pranic psychotherapy. And in that, we basically tap into where those subconscious thoughts and energy patterns are within your system. And we look at basically removing them, using the techniques that we learn through pranic healing. And we remove them and we replace them with a positive thought or feeling. And we basically diminish the desire for that certain food. So let's just say it's chocolate or Coke. So I did just one healing session on somebody that was addicted to drinking, fizzy Coca-Cola. And after that one session, till date, that was over about 18 months ago. It was during COVID. I just did it as a distant healing session. He has not wanted to drink Coke since that one session.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so he was just flabbergasted by it, because that's what I'm saying, when someone gets a result, because they think, oh, it's just a healing, it's just about faith, but really pranic healing is based on scientific practices. It's ancient teachings, but for modern day living. And there's a study, clinical trials are being conducted. We've already done one clinical trial with King's College in London, and another study is going on right now with the director of the Institute of the UK for 100 patients. And it's to do with children that are having sort of IBS and those kind of things, issues. So that paper will be published soon. So I'm hoping that soon people won't be kind of afraid to try things like pranic healing. I think it's because it sounds mystical. I think people think, oh, I don't know what that is. I don't know if I want to try that. But really, it's purely science-based. It's just working on your energy body. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to work together with you doctors soon. And we have a lot of consultants on board now.
I think so. And the openness to different healthcare professionals is opening up, but in certain areas. And I think that's particularly in primary care, where I work in family medicine, where we are, we still have more traditional practitioners. So we have, physiotherapists, we have pharmacists, we have psychotherapists all working with us, but we're already doing that and quite on the same par. And we're in a time of change where you're just realizing that particularly the type of medicine we're practicing is just not working. The stuff we're prescribing is, sometimes it works and a lot of time it doesn't, or people come with symptoms that you really just can't understand or work with together.
I mean, a simple thing like trauma, for example, or something that, they've had a bad experience. Now, I've been for counseling in the past. This is before I came across pranic healing. But what I've learned is even things like Alcoholics Anonymous, they do a fantastic job. But one of the issues with those things is that you are reliving and reiterating your experience. So you're basically strengthening those subconscious thought forms within your system, which is the exact opposite of what you actually want to do. Yeah, what you actually want to do is you want to erase those bad experiences or those negative thought forms that are sitting within your system, so that you can basically draw a line and move forward. Yeah. So if we could offer this kind of thing alongside the work that doctors do, like we have CBT at the moment as something that people get referred to. If we could offer a pranic healing session or psychotherapy session with that, you still talk to them, but at the same time, you're removing the problem without them having to really relive it all over again. Because when you scan their chakra and their energy body, you know where the problem is as a practitioner. So you're easily able to remove that, and they'll just feel a lot lighter and a lot happier in themselves. They may not be able to work out how that actually happened, but at the end of the day, it's about the result. And it's about enabling that person to be in a better place to move forward in their life, and that's really powerful. So, the more people we can introduce things like this to, like all of you are doing, the better. I think there's going to be a huge shift in the way people handle their own health.
I agree totally, and I think that's what's happening, and I think that's one of the things that COVID may have done as well. And I think there is a lot of opening up, and I think there's a dichotomy. I think you've got certain groups of doctors or healthcare practitioners who are becoming a lot more open, and I find also people are becoming a lot more closed, in fact, because they've seen seen so much, I think, of the negative side of COVID or happening, that their minds have closed up, and actually, so I'm seeing both happening at the same time.
Yeah, but part of that is fear induced, isn't it?
Sure, of course, and you can see that people's threat sometimes it sounds a very basic thing: threat to their own livelihood, threat to their own power status. Who knows? There's lots of things that are changing, and a lot of it is, as I mentioned at the beginning, about pharma companies or so on, about just the whole type of things that are discussed are often driven by other think tanks. We never had some of these conditions before, but they found a drug that works, so let's create a condition that it can treat. It's sort of almost working backwards.
They're working back to front,
and so on. But so I think we're open. But we're coming to time. I've got so many notes, Kerry, still for you. I think I wanted to bring up the picture of your mum and dad. That was fantastic. Your dad looks amazing for 82. I saw him on the beach. And you mentioned movement, the lymphatic system. And I really liked your advice to people, which I thought we would reiterate, that if you can't do anything, just start walking and brisk walking. So at least you feel your heart pumping. And I think all of us, and I think unfortunately COVID has done one of these things. We've become a lot more sedentary. The advice is, don't go out. There's lockdowns. I was just talking, actually, I was with some friends yesterday who living in central London. And a lot of people live in flats. And actually what lockdown has done is got them completely locked in, literally, into their flats where they could go out to the parks and so on. And that's one thing grateful when you are living in the suburbs and you've got a garden or somewhere you can get to. But Kerry, do you want to expand a bit on, I thought movement and the lymphatic system I found really interesting when you were talking about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you had to meet my parents, I think most of the time they don't wear shoes. So yes, they still live in South Africa, and so it's a warmer climate. But I think that's also hugely important, is that you're connecting with the earth. You really are. You grounding yourself constantly. So when I tell people to go and walk, it's like, take your shoes off and walk in the garden, or walk in the park, or walk on the beach. There is nothing better for your body to feel that. So yes, do that movement so that you're actually moving. It's the muscles, it's the tissues, it's the cells, it's the oxygen in your body. It has a massive impact on every aspect of your body, of your wellness. So it's huge to be able to move your body. And as I said, a lot of people, they come to me and they're feeling so much pain. So they've got pain in their body that they don't feel like moving. They really don't feel like moving. So it's about, how do we take that pain and actually remove the inflammation, remove the acidity, and remove those levels, so then they start to actually, they want to move. So much has got to do with, they're only going to be ready to move when they actually remove some of these toxins out of their body. So the first step needs to be to be able to increase water and have really good nutrition. And once you've done that and you've removed some of the acidity and inflammation, then they're going to feel more energetic and they're going to feel less pain, and they're going to be able to move. So it's all a little bit of a process for some people. It's not just get up and move. It's like it's step by step by step if they're not able to. So know that you've got to feel into your body and treat your body well and be kind to you. So you're not the same as somebody else. You're not going to be able to move the same as somebody else if you've got other issues that you're dealing with. So feel into your body, go, what is right for me right now? First of all, I've got to flush the toxins. Then I've got to put better nutrition in. Then I've got to make sure that I'm sleeping better at night so that I've got more energy during the day. Then I actually can start moving the body. And moving the body, I truly, truly feel it's a small jump on a rebound trampoline. It's small movements are going to make a big impact. So we don't have to join the gym and go 5 times a week. In fact, I get clients that have been gymming for years and they're still not well. So it's really about putting a whole lot of additional things in first preparing the body to do the movement, so that the body can actually really now take this movement and now the movement is going to work for you. It's really going to work for you, instead of just going out there and doing high intensity stuff that your body can't cope with. It really can't cope with. So I found this a lot with clients that I was coaching overseas that were suffering from long COVID, and they really couldn't go for walks. They really couldn't move their body. The chronic fatigue is real. It's real. So it's really about preparing the body before we just go out and try and exert ourselves. I think that's really important to note.
Quite. And so, Julie, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I hope that, the next COVID episode, we're not going to be talking about children that are being harmed by the vaccine. I wish that there were better studies that were done. I was just looking over the studies, and the sample size was very small, and there was unequal sample size between the control and the vax population in the 5 to 11 range. So I have some deep concerns about the vaccine. I just want to speak directly to Ayush. And I think every child should have a choice. And like they always say, parents, it's about the parents, consenting. I heard a story of my helper, and in Indonesia, they were coming and knocking on the door and chasing children down. I want to say that you have a choice what goes into your body. You always do have a choice, and the choice is yours and yours alone. No one can force you to take something that you do not want to take. And I think that I will protect my children as a mother. And you do what you think is best for your child. And we're not here to tell other parents how to parent. But I think a word of caution, we do not know much about these vaccines yet. And what's the harm in waiting, to be honest? Sorry to end such a low note, but I think that I really want to say this to Ayush, is like, thank you so much for asking the question, because I think that's what we need to do. We need to ask these questions. If we don't ask these questions and we remain silent, then we will not actually know. And we have to ask them from the people who are making these vaccines, are they really safe? Are they really safe? And Dr. Tariq mentioned intranasal vaccines that are to activate the IgA. I'm all for Sterimar, because it's all about taking care of the entry point. And so there are so many options. As we talked about already, so many options. So the key here is that figure out what are the options around you. Figure out what the options are around you. What are the things that you can do to protect yourself? And if the fear, I think that if we don't give in to fear as the primary driver in order to make our decision, then if you have decided to vaccinate and it's not based on fear, then I think that the chances of you being safe from the vaccine is slightly higher. You get what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really profound point, and I think it goes also with Kerry's case study of, you mentioned that lady who'd gone with frequencies, and you worked with her, and actually after she'd been asked to have a vaccine, I think due to her work, and you worked with her, and actually because you eliminated that sense of fear, it really helped, and that's really important. That's what I'm really taking away, and yeah, fear is a huge one that has a huge power. That again, I don't want to paint all politicians or governments or big companies, but it's a huge power that's being used sometimes, and doing something out of fear and choice. We are at 5 o'clock UK time, which is late for you, Julie, early for you, Kerry. Let's talk. We've got some future events coming up. So Healing Our Earth is always on every Sunday. And next week, so I'm looking at Sarah, Kerry getting your dancing shoes on, and maybe next week we'll be doing a dancing with us. We're going to celebrate dance next week. And because So be ready. So that's the one thing. Healing Our Earth has got professionals in every field coming forward. It's really exciting, actually. If you have a look at the past, so the website's live as you were seeing there with past sessions. We've got it's International Women's Day, so that's coming up on the 6th of March. So every Sunday, it's sort of UK time, 2 o'clock onwards. That's going actually for 7 hours. There's a lot to cover there. And then the week after, we've got the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. Actually, we've got Seema online with us at the moment, who's sort of hosts a lot of these kitchen sessions, which are fantastic because the food that we put in, as we've said, is really important. And teaching even our young ones or even ourselves some sort of decent cooking skills or food preparation skills as well. So with that, I don't know if the mission statement's coming up. Otherwise, I will share screen as well. Otherwise, nil, and I'll just bring up that as well. But I guess what we're seeing there as well is do get involved with Healing Our Earth. It's a big plug, really. It's live at the moment on Facebook, on YouTube, and all the partner channels as well. So that you might look and think, oh, not many people are watching, but actually this is being streamed live on about 7 or 8 or even 10 different platforms. Actually, we're currently live on a TV channel in India as well, so it's actually being streamed live. We are on to our next host. So all the panelists stay on, those who are watching stay on, because we have got an excellent few speakers coming up. So Sheila, in a moment, is going to introduce you. I'll just see if I did. Is that my slides? Let's see if I can bring those up. It's gone straight to slides. So they're the sessions again. So this is very briefly anyway. Life as a doctor here at the moment, and I've given a slide of demand and supply. At the moment, doctors are unfortunately leaving. So that's another thing. They're actually leaving their entire profession. They're so burnt out because of the next slide here. Actually, there's a lot of abuse happening as well. People are getting angry and frustrated with everything going on, and it's actually coming out with healthcare staff. So every day, actually, my staff are verbally abused by patients, and even we get because people don't know how to cope. They don't know who else to take it out on. It's often taken out here. Sometimes they're just ill as well. That bottom slide is saying life is carrying on. There are all these myths that doctors aren't seeing patients, particularly primary care doctors, that we somehow closed our doors. We have been working flat out. I go on home visits every day. I see patients. So there's a myth that we're not seeing. We are seeing. We're on the front line. We're exposing ourselves, but within as reasons we can. And that final slide here is unfortunately this big beast called the NHS. National Health Service is unfortunately ground to a halt at times. Waiting lists are over millions at the moment, and people are waiting. So as a primary care doctor, I'm seeing a lot of patients who are just waiting and waiting for further opinions. So the whole system, unfortunately, is under strain at the moment. So it might feel a bit of a negative note, but it's showing sort of frontline work at the moment. Very briefly, so this is what I did anyway, if it's worth anything, last week over COVID. So I did a lot of gargling. I found gargling really helpful with some salt and turmeric, at least 3 times a day. I took vitamin D, 4,000 units I've been taking, B12. I heard from our last speaker, multivitamins probably don't do much at all, and I probably agree, actually. They probably just come out as well, but that's what I was doing as well. I found actually paracetamol once a day, which actually did help me with my headache. Those of you know, I don't have any shares in any of these products. I'm not plugging anyone particularly, but Samahan, those of you know, is a Sri Lankan product which has ginger, turmeric, galangal in it, purely natural, and again, it was hugely helpful. There's a brand called Pukka, which do great ginger, turmeric teas, and again, I'd have litres of this, just drink this throughout the day. Chavanprash, those of you know, is a mix of the amla fruit and a great sort of Ayurvedic rejuvenator. Although listening to Dr. Tariq as well, he said, amla, when you process it like this, doesn't have much vitamin C, and these processed like double has huge amount of sugar content. So I only have like 1 spoon. Kiwi I found very helpful. So no New Zealand quip there, but a kiwi fruit was certainly good. And I actually find tiger balm extremely helpful for those horrible headaches and backaches. So that was what I sort of wanted to share with you. I'm part of a group called the Chinmay Mission. It's my sort of spiritual background, studying sort of Advaita Vedanta and the spiritual teachings of India, and particularly the Chinmay University, which is a university which is going to be sharing undergraduate work where you can study topics like the Bhagavad Gita, but also do a management course as well. So do Google that and see what's happening in these ancient knowledge systems which are being regenerated. And the particular centre I belong to is Chinmay Kirti in London. So we carry on. Here's our our panel for today. We're going to have Dr. Norris Bhatt in a moment. Dr. Pakanya is coming on as well. And we've had Kerry with us, as well as all the other speakers. So I'm just going to, we might just screen share it over. Sheila. Sheila, great to see you. You're looking younger. I'm looking a bit older. But yeah.
Great to see you too.
Yeah, so clearly you've been your frequencies are good. Definitely you're drinking the fluid. You're following what these guys are doing.
I think you working at the NHS is stressing you out a little bit too much. You're gonna have to come take a vacation up here in the United States.
Yes. No, I think it'll be Durban first. Durban, then probably New Zealand, then Malaysia, then yeah, America. I think coming to all these places. Great. It's been we'll all meet together if not virtually. So Sheila, it's great to see you again. We always meet at least virtually. So Sheila was, I said, my fellow English compatriot. Sheila Dobby was born in England and moved to the USA. She's a whole health dentist, a humanitarian and an entrepreneur, and she's also a television host. Dr. Dobby is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. She's also been recipient of the California Patient Choice Award, and she takes a special interest in helping the undeserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Sheila Dobby was the past president and dental health chair of the SACDS Dental Society, and she's a graduate of the American Dental Association and the Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity and Leadership. And you're author of a popular children's book called Ninja Tooth Battle. See, that's a new bit. I didn't see that before. And her websites are yourcaringdentist.com. We're running out of time, otherwise I'd be wanting to know about the Ninja Tooth Battle. I presume it's something about dentistry, is it? Oh, you could unmute.
Yes, it's getting young children to brush their teeth finally.
Oh, good. Excellent. All right, I'm ordering a copy now for my two boys.
Great.
Sheila, it's great to have you on. Kerry, it's been lovely. Sarah, thanks for joining as well. Those who can stay on the panel, please do. Sheila, we've had a great time. We've really enjoyed. I joined before Lalit was hosting Dr. Tariq, before Dr. Kat from South Africa prior to that as well. And what I'm finding this time is this is a bit of a different format. We've had a panel where we've had people. I'm really grateful for people joining on. So Sheila, what time is it at your side?
It's 9 o'clock in the morning over here in California.
9 o'clock in the morning on the 20th of February, and we've got 5 o'clock in the morning on the 21st of February. Talking together. So you're talking on 2 different days of the week, which is amazing.
It is amazing.
And
Julie,
what time is it in Malaysia? 1 in the morning. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wow.
So it's still going strong.
That's what I love about Healing Our Earth. We all get to kind of talk all across the globe and like make a difference in the world. It's really amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got to log in and check all my patients' lab results now before tomorrow morning. So, but I'll hang over to you because I know Dr. Bhatt has been waiting patiently.
Yeah, and thank you for everything that you've been doing in the NHS. I just want to say, I know everyone just wants to say thank you for all the great work that you do out there, and you're an amazing human being. And can't wait to see you again at the next session.
Yes, or in person at some point.
Absolutely. Goodbye. So, hello everybody. I am excited to get to introduce my next guest, which is Dr. Naras Bhatt. And he's an amazing doctor out in the United States of America. Dr. Naras Bhatt is a board certified in internal medicine, obesity medicine, weight loss science, and sleep medicine. He is born in India and educated in the West. Dr. Bhatt continues Eastern disciplines with Western high-tech medicine using his unique educational perspective. Dr. Bhatt has been, my screen has just moved. Dr. Bhatt has been a professor of mind-body medicine at the Saybrook University, San Francisco, and is currently teaching at the University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Bhatt is the author of an international renowned book called How to Reverse and Prevent Heart Disease and Cancer, Reversing Stress and Burnout. Dr. Bhatt has been cited in many magazines like Time Magazine, Cardiology Today, Business Week, National TV, and India Currents. So it's my honor to introduce you, Dr. Bhatt. How are you doing there?
Let me do the share screen and
good to see you. Can you increase your volume a little bit? Can't quite hear you there.
Okay, let's see. How's that now? Can you?
Absolutely. There you go.
Well,
now we get to see you. Perfect.
Let me see the view.
I'm kind of excited about your topic today, Dr. Butts. It's all about fasting and getting healthy through intermittent fasting and all that kind of good stuff. And it's a topic that I've always been kind of interested in, but not really had an expert to kind of teach me the ins and outs on how to do this. Because all I know is when I start trying to fast, I get really, really hungry. And I kind of manage about 6 hours and then I get grumpy and then I give up. So I'm excited to hear about your topic today. Oh, and this is a lovely page that everyone can see here about Dr. Butt. And I'm assuming that's your lovely wife there on the left-hand side there.
That's right. That's right. And shall I get started, Sheila?
Absolutely. Would love to hear.
Okay. Okay, well, it's a good morning from sunny San Francisco. And today, my topic to share with you is the fasting as a lifestyle in these days of pandemic COVID times. And then, much of what I am going to discuss today is what we practice in our San Francisco Bay Area clinics. We have 6 clinics north of San Francisco and around San Francisco. And we have several thousand patients who are in our fasting program, primarily focused on weight loss and chronic diseases. But we have also observed the benefit of fasting for our patients who have experienced long haul COVID, or also known as a PASC. And then we use 2 kinds of fasting. That is the short, that is 16-8 time restricted feeding, and long, that is a 5-day long prolonged fasting mimicking diet. So the presentation I have today, meets the Creative Commons copyright standards, because I will be using many medical references and medical images, and so that you, during these pandemic times, know where the information came from and you can learn more for your own benefit. So, the biggest problem that happens when you try to fast is hunger. The hunger is a self-sabotage for fasting. So if you try to do a 16-hour fasting, without any food, the hunger that you feel is really experienced as a hungry and loopy, as opposed to if you do the fasting mimicking diet as we prescribe in our clinics, you will be using the vegan fasting, vegan fat-based fasting, in which your body is getting fed, but your cells feel it is fasting, and which means that you are experiencing the pleasure of hunger as a hungry and alert, as opposed to hungry and loopy. So there are 2 parts of this presentation today. The first is why do fasting, and the second is how to start a fasting lifestyle. So what is the scientific evidence for the value of a regular fasting lifestyle for health and happiness of our new normal pandemic life? And then the second part is how to start a fasting lifestyle easily and effectively, and in fact is ridiculously easy if you follow the fasting mimicking principles of fasting. And I know we have audience from across the world, and so with this method you can fast anytime, anywhere in the world. I did a Google trend search this morning and then looked at it, and what is the most common diet searched by in Google trend, and that happens to be intermittent fasting worldwide. And even if you break it down into India, UK, or New Zealand, or Australia, or South Africa, the trend is exactly same. And the trend of looking for intermittent fasting is the top in the list, and that matches with the weight loss focused diet as well as the Mediterranean diet, and the keto diet is all the way at the bottom. So the fasting is the number one diet pattern in USA, UK and India, and the keto diet is often confused with fasting. The fact is, ketosis is just a metabolic exercise or a stepping stone to reach keto adaptation. Intermittent fasting is not a keto diet, but it is only a stepping stone. You use ketogenic food during your fasting window of your 16-8, and you eat your regular food, whatever you like, during your eating window. That is why it is so simple to do the 16-8 fasting. The new science of fasting, we have two specific updates. That is, one is in the domain of why fast, and the second is how to fast. Why do you fast after all? You fast for two reasons. To achieve metabolic flexibility, that is to burn carb or fat based on the demand of your demand and the need of your body. And the second reason you do fasting is the immune rejuvenation, that is the cellular cleanup, or called autophagy, and to reset your immune system and metabolism at the upstream stem cell level so that you can reclaim your immune system and rejuvenate it. And how do you fast? And we recommend fasting with food. And in fact, let's define fasting. Fasting is to abstain from food and beverages. We learned this from Dr. Walter Longo. And biological fasting is not to consume food that triggers cellular food sensing pathway, particularly pKa, IGF-1 and mTOR. By the way, juice fasting is not fasting because your body cells are not sensing it as fasting. So we use once again the biological fasting, which is short 16-8 and long more than 2 days. There are three sources of updated knowledge we will be using. One, the world's largest fasting research center, that is more than 100 years of experience, from Germany, and the National Institute of Health U.S.A. funded $36 million research on fasting mimicking diet, and the review of fasting research during pandemic time. The world's largest fasting study was from Buchinger Wilhelm at Lake Constance in Germany, and they have been doing institution-based fasting for more than 100 years, and they found that the fasting specifically helps metabolic disorders, inflammatory disorders, mental disorders, and more recently during the pandemic, therapeutic success of fasting in patients who suffer from long haul COVID. Fasting mimicking diet is fasting with food. Again, Professor Walter Longo, who is a professor at the University of Southern California as well as in Milan, Italy, he has a book called The Longevity Diet, and his method of fasting is what we use for 5 or more days of fasting, which is called the periodic fasting. Here is the timeline and biology of fasting based on his research. The first 12 to 16 hours, and you have the benefit of weight management and metabolic health. And after 2 to 3 days of fasting, the autophagy of cellular cleanup kicks in. And finally, if you sustain it for day 4 or 5, then you have the stem cell rejuvenation upstream. And here is how we teach it. We teach this to our doctors in our clinics as well as our patients. And you can feed your body such a way that the stomach sees the food, but the cells feel that they are fasting, and that is by feeding your body with the almost 80% of high vegan fat and low carb and low protein food, of approximately 250 to 300 calories, such a way the nutrition sensing messengers called IGF-1, mTOR, and AMPK are sensing that your body is fasting. And that way you get the benefit of fasting. The evidence-based medical references during the pandemic once again proves that fasting rejuvenates your immune system. Specifically, Dr. Jeffrey Bland, who is considered the father of the functional medicine, personalized functional medicine, he has recently published about this immune rejuvenation. And so there are two COVID-focused fasting questions. One, does fasting lifestyle help to recover from long haul COVID, also known as PASC, and then the evidence for long haul COVID as well as evidence for preventing COVID? So if the answer is yes, which the evidence-based answer is yes, then what is the mechanism? The mechanism is twofold. One, autophagy or cellular cleanup. The second is the ketosis or nutritional ketosis itself creates messengers in your body that starts healing you by reversing the biological messenger system. And this one I have taken from the United Kingdom National Institute of Health. It's called NICE, and in which they have succinctly shown that long haul COVID affects just about any system in the body. According to CDC, here the symptoms of the long haul COVID is listed: fatigue, muscle and joint ache, shortness of breath, palpitations, effort intolerance, brain fog, insomnia, loss of taste or smell, and hair loss. And that's what we see in our practice as well. By the way, we have substantial number of long haul COVIDs in our practice. The post-COVID syndrome is somewhat similar to post-viral syndrome in general, and it is also similar to chronic fatigue syndrome. In fact, the post-COVID syndrome has been picked up by an association called SOLVE, chronic fatigue syndrome, that you can look up. And what they find is the overlapping symptoms of post-COVID syndrome with the post-viral fatigue syndrome. Specifically, there is organ damage of target organs like lungs, heart, and so forth. But non-specifically, there is an autoimmune response and inflammation that is pervasive all over the body, and that is the reason why you see that extreme fatigue. The CDC estimates that nearly 1 in 3 people who contact COVID-19 will later develop some form of long haul COVID. And that is because the immune system goes through a particular process called molecular mimicry, wherein your own body is perceived as foreign to you in a mimicry fashion, and then you start reacting to your own body tissue, and that is how autoimmunity develops or gets aggravated by experiencing a COVID infection. And here is a simple scheme I have created to teach in our clinic. That is, there are 7 key dynamics of intermittent fasting. And the final goal is health and wellness. The intermediate goal is a metabolic flexibility, and you achieve it by keto adaptation. And that is done by metabolic exercise. So the final transformation goal of intermittent fasting is a metabolic flexibility, and that has a several markers: insulin sensitivity, inflammation reduction, gut biome balance, and immune rejuvenation. Hybrid car is the analogy we use to teach metabolic flexibility. If you have a hybrid car, it runs on gasoline or petrol, as you say in Europe, and then also on electricity. So there are two fuel sources on which the car will run. Similarly, when you are fasting and tune up your body into metabolic flexibility, it will run on carbohydrate, which is here comparable to gasoline, and then fat, which it is comparable to electricity. So when you do your 16-8 fasting, immediately you start burning the stored up glucose and glycogen, and then you shift your metabolism into burning the burning fat. Metabolic flexibility, and how do you know that you are metabolically inflexible? That is, you get sleepy after eating carbohydrate. You can't go more than 5 hours without eating any meals. The midday crash, and particularly after lunch, and you have to keep on snacking to maintain your energy level. And fasting is very difficult because you feel hungry and loopy when you are fasting, because your body is only in the carbohydrate burning mode, not in the dual carbohydrate and fat burning hybrid mode. And what went wrong with the metabolic flexibility is we do not keep on switching our metabolic switch between carb burning and fat burning, and that is because of a frequent overeating, particularly the Western style of processed carbohydrate which starves your gut microbiome. And for a moment, just to forget about fasting as an exercise, but to think of fasting is like learning how to touch your toe to increase your flexibility. If we are born with your total flexibility of ability to touching our toe, as you can see a baby is playing with her toe. And similarly, as children, you ever had the ability to touch your toes. But after our prolonged sitting in our lifestyle, we lost our flexibility to touch our toe. And so, every one of us, if you try with the frequency, intensity, and time duration, and do the simple exercises of sitting and touching your toe or standing and touch your toe, after approximately a month, we all would be able to touch our toe. And that is the principle we are going to apply, which is called the FIT principle of exercise, to make ourselves metabolically flexible. Metabolical flexibility is inherited from our ancestral time, and except recently, during the last 50 years of processed food eating more frequently, we have lost it, and we have to reclaim it by creating our own roadmap for fat adaptation. And metabolic flexibility is our birthright. We were born with it. As a newborn baby, 0.5 millimoles of ketones we have present in our body, and children are metabolically flexible, and then when they start overfeeding, then the metabolic flexibility is lost. So when you are fasting, you are reclaiming your metabolic flexibility and then becoming as flexible as a newborn baby. And here is the scheme I have created to teach insulin resistance. That is, insulin resistance has the 3 roots in it: eating, not only what you eat, but when you eat; and sleep, not only how you sleep, but when you sleep; and activity, particularly the sitting disease. And the common soil is the microbiome. And the target organs where insulin resistance is manifested is your muscle and your fat tissue and your liver. And the reason for insulin resistance is too much of circulating insulin that makes your tissues numb to insulin. And the symptoms of insulin resistance is hunger, carbohydrate craving, low energy, and then gaining weight, particularly in the abdominal area. At any given time, we have either we are in the fed state or the fasted state. When you eat your food, your insulin secretion increases and you start storing sugar and you start depositing fat. When you are not eating, you decrease your insulin secretion and you start burning your sugar first and then the fat. The insulin response to macronutrients of fat, protein, and digestible carbohydrates are different as follows. Fat leads to least amount of insulin secretion, and protein in the mid-range, and digestible carbohydrate at the highest range, and fasting below the baseline level. Now, so the solution for insulin resistance is to reclaim your metabolic flexibility by the frequency, intensity, and time duration. When you eat 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, there is insulin spike 3 times a day. If you add snack to it, then you have insulin spike mid-morning and mid-afternoon snack along with the 3 meals, that is 5 spikes of insulin rise. If you go on a 16-hour fasting, that is only 2 spikes of lunch and dinner, that is almost 40% reduction in your insulin spike. And there are 3 ways the 16-8 fasting improves your gut health: by reducing the leaky gut or gut permeability, increasing the bacterial diversity, and improves the balance of bacteria towards the probiotic of the lactobacillus and bifidobacterium strains. Immune regeneration by autophagy is the new concept that we are teaching and learning, and Dr. Walter Longo published it in 2014. That is how fasting mimicking diet become very popular in the last 6 to 7 years. So it is time for spring cleaning to clean up the cellular debris in your body by autophagy, and that is by fasting. And Dr. Jeffrey Bland, he calls it as immune rejuvenation should be distinctly identified different than immune support, because rejuvenation is resetting it at the upstream level, as I have talked. And by the way, as we get older, the inflammation increases, which is called inflammation and aging, inflammaging, and that has a gut bacteria as a command center, and fasting reverses it. And so what is our approach for fasting? That is the 16-8 fasting. You can do 16-8 fasting, but there are 2 ways. That is to extend your fast by adding to your sleep time, and then that is either you skip your breakfast or skip your dinner, and specifically you replace your breakfast, for example, by simple thing like vegan fat. The most common we use in North America is avocado and MCT oil, which and to achieve nutritional ketosis. And so that is what we call the fasting mimicking breakfast. And that is, we tell our patients, you go through 1 week challenge of daily 16-hour fasting, in which instead of breakfast, you consume low carb or no carb, low protein or no protein, vegan food such as avocado, MCT powder, and coffee or tea without cream or sugar. That allows you to get out of self-sabotage of a hungry and loopy feeling of water-only fasting to hungry and alert feeling of fasting mimicking breakfast. So step by step, we tell them, eat your dinner at 8 p.m., for example, and then in the morning, you turn on your metabolic switch at breakfast time by this plant-based keto breakfast, and typically half of an avocado, 1 tablespoonful of MCT oil or MCT powder. I will explain in a moment what MCT means, and coffee or tea without sweetener or sugar, and lunch at 12 noon or 1 p.m. Thus, counting backwards, you have 16 hours of very low carb or no carb fed body that leads to the favorable nutritional ketosis. So we have our own MCT powder in our clinics, and then those who cannot, now we have problem with the avocado in California, and then if you don't get avocado, or if you any part of the world, you can replace it. The simplest thing is nuts, or maybe 5 olives and so forth. So avocado substitute is nuts. Peanut is universally available everywhere in the world, and most of the nuts are very low carb, and particularly I call it the PAP, that is the peanut, almond, and pecan are very low in carbohydrate and very low in protein and very high in fat, that is ketogenic. So how much peanut? That is 1 ounce is 30 grams, which is 30 peanuts, and that gives you 14 grams of fat. That is equal to half of an avocado, and then or 1 tablespoon of nut butter, and that plus MCT oil coffee is going to give you the nutritional ketosis. So what is this MCT oil we talk so much about? MCT oil is the caprylic acid, C8, and capric acid, C10, and then excluding the lauric acid or C12 that is present in coconut oil and palm oil. The MCT oil is derived from coconut oil or palm kernel oil, and the substitutes for MCT oil are dairy products like ghee and butter, and soft cheese like goat cheese and feta cheese and so forth. There are 8 benefits of MCT oil, that is supports healthy weight loss, gut health, cognitive health, and prevents heart disease, and then manages your blood sugar and ketosis and so forth. And it is MCT refers to medium chain triglyceride, and the medium chain triglyceride is directly taken up by the liver and gets converted into ketosis. Not only that, now the new research has shown, as I have shown by these 2 references on your slide, that even if you have eaten food and use MCT oil on top of it, it will still give you the ketosis, and that way your body can experience the benefits of ketosis even with the meal when you consume MCT oil. For that reason, the MCT market size especially in the western part of the world is increasing, and it is easily available in North America and then Europe. So the summary of our 16-8 fasting is the goal is to turn on the metabolic master switch to a fat burning fuel, and then the tool is 16-8 no carb, low carb and low protein vegan fat to mimic the fast. Vegan fat because the animal driven fat, at least during the fasting window, is not very friendly for your gut bacteria, and the ritual is do it every day to replace your breakfast or your dinner. I say every day because that is how you maintain your flexibility, just like you keep on touching your toe every single day once you have achieved your flexibility so that you can maintain it. And then to Then what do you drink during your fasting window? It's called fasting tea. That is the regular herbal or spicy tea, ginger, turmeric, cinnamon, hibiscus and tea and so forth, and fasting coffee, which is basically coffee that you boil on a pot. And then chicory coffee, as they drink in India, is still more favorable because it has the prebiotic chicory in it. And then fasting water, hot water, green drinks, or smoothie and so forth. Here's a beautiful slide I created by various, this is called a rainbow color of tea, or infused water, or the polyphenols, that is gut bacteria friendly. You can have all kind of green leaves in it, like mint, sage, thyme, rosemary, oregano, or matcha tea, or the yellow, like ginger, lemon, or the yellow turmeric tea, or the purple, you can have the purple flowers in your tea, and then coconut milk, turmeric, ginger tea, for example, and you can have red rose tea, or red hibiscus tea, or Kashmiri pink gulabi tea, and so forth. And then if you are a self-hacker like me, you can monitor your ketosis by your urine test, or by your blood test, or ketone breath meter. Now become very easily available because they are similar to the alcohol sensing breath meters. And you may also use continuous glucose monitoring if you want to. Continuous glucose monitoring allows you to see how the ketosis helps you to reduce your insulin and glucose secretion. And a brief comment on what to eat during the eating window. First you feed and then you eat. That is the approach of altruistic approach. You feed a trillion, then eat your own meal. So feed on the first half of your plate. Use the Big Mac, which is called microbial accessible carbohydrate of lentils and beans, and then resistant starch, and then you can eat your Big Mac if you like to, because you feed your gut bacteria, then you eat, so that you reclaim your gut balance. So what I have covered today is the two parts of this presentation: why do the fasting and how to do the fasting from so easily, so ridiculously easily, by fasting mimicking diet. And then what we find is two updates, that is fasting. The goal is metabolic flexibility, and then fasting mimicking is the cellular level of fasting. And then the long haul COVID could be helped by fasting. So with that note, I think.
Wow, that was such a great presentation, Dr. Butt. That was so informative. I love how you kind of broke it down and explained what everything, why we do everything, and how, and really giving us some great tips on what to do. I do strongly suggest that everybody can go back and watch the recording on www.healingourearth.com, because you can actually go in and write proper notes and then get your kit together and start fasting. So we do have some questions. I personally have a couple of questions. Now, as far as fasting, can anybody do it? Like diabetic people, and immunocompromised? Is this something that everybody can do?
Yes, diabetic people can do fasting. All they have to do is monitor their blood sugar. And then we have a very large diabetes clinic. And then, our diabetologists, we just advise them, go ahead and do your fasting and monitor your blood sugar. And once again, because this is not a water only fasting, it is fasting with the food. And anybody from any age, from newborn until age 100 can do the fasting, because it is your birthright.
Wow, that's great. And so what advice do you give someone that when they're just starting off? Because, sometimes you start off and then you kind of give up. And what's that word of encouragement that you can give all those people out there that are thinking about doing a fast?
Well, to start off on day one, just to skip your breakfast and do nothing, only have water only, and see how hungry and loopy you feel by noon. And on day two, you have your fasting coffee. It used to be called as the bulletproof coffee. That is, coffee or tea that is with the, with the MCT oil or coconut oil, which is universally available, about 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and then it will give you ketosis, and then your brain is fed with the brain nutrient called ketones. Then you feel the difference between hungry and loopy and hungry and alert, and then repeat it every day, and after day 6 you have counted, and then you are day 7, 1 week of success is done.
Now, you do mention the loopy thing. A lot of us, when we don't eat, we do get a little bit kind of angry, I guess, and then sometimes you get a little bit delirious. But how do you manage that when you're at work? I mean, I'm sure, me personally, I don't think my patients want me being loopy. So is the loopiness on, let's say, day 2 or 3, is it quite severe, or are you kind of still kind of managing to kind of go through the day and everything's okay?
Very good question, Sheila. Loopiness is like a brain fog, you're not able to think and focus. And that happens because you're not metabolically flexible. And then easiest way to do that is, we call it in North America as a keto bomb. They have you seen in the stores, they call it keto bomb, and these are little pieces of ketogenic food. The easiest keto bomb is nuts, but you can have the MCT oil or coconut oil coffee or tea anytime. Within 5 to 10 minutes it produces ketone, and your brain is hungry and alert. You're not hangry. The word you used is hangry, right? Hungry and angry, and so then you become hungry and alert.
Well, that's nice to know. So there is a little hack there so that we can kind of function throughout our day. I'm assuming it's probably easier to do this when your mind is busy, right? Like maybe when you are going to work, because you're not then at home and watching Netflix, kind of getting hungry and snacking. It's probably easier at work, right?
Yes, you could. Once again, it will. First week is going to be tough because you are not metabolically flexible. If you can tough it out in the week first, the week 2, everybody is comfortable.
Oh, that's nice to know. I'm definitely going to try it. You've motivated me. I think we should all kind of pick a date and all do it as a group and see and support each other through, especially our Healing Our Earth group of people out there. So with the fasting, you mentioned it helps with weight loss and diabetes. Is there any other benefits of fasting? I mean, I was reading about like Alzheimer's and cardiovascular disease, and anything else that is just very beneficial.
Yes, first of all, weight loss is primarily fat loss. That is, you start losing your abdominal obesity primarily, and that is because the metabolic flexibility allows to do that. And secondly, you mentioned Alzheimer's disease. Yes, for dementia. So this fasting is in the medical literature as well as in our own practice is very effective to reclaim your memory loss, because it gives you the brain food called ketones, and the brain loves to use that ketone, except we have deprived our brain of the ketone. So you want to start supplying it again, your birthright, and then you start thinking more clearly, and more your creativity and problem solving ability in this software driven lifestyle is going to be increased by fasting.
Got it. And when you're fasting, you can still exercise and do everything else, right? Like it's
That
not
is
like
a very good question. During the fasting window, and when you get up in the morning, for example, what I do is I do a simple walking on my treadmill, rain or shine, And by doing that, I am consuming the stored up glycogen in my body so that I can quickly enter into ketosis to enjoy the ketosis. So we do not recommend going for a jog or a run or a vigorous exercise during fasting, but simple walking and burning your calories is what we recommend. This is during your metabolic flexibility training time. After 3-4 weeks of your keto adaptation, you can do your exercise as you tolerate.
Got it. I mean, fasting's quite a lot of cultures have fasting in there, right? Where, like I know the Indian culture, there's a lot of fasting in part of the rituals for reaching like different levels of spirituality. So can you talk a little bit about the kind of mental clarity that you get through fasting?
Yes, in every religion in the world, fasting has been used differently, but the fasting has a spiritual value, of course. The biggest spiritual value we notice, regardless of what religion you follow, is the self-realization, your own body, your mindfulness of your hunger, so that you learn that hunger is a pleasure. You can get connected to the nature with the big N, that is with the universal forces, by learning how to appreciate hunger. And then you become more inward looking. The wise man once said, if you can't see clearly, close your eyes. So if you fast and close your eyes, you become more aware of, more mindful of your own physiology, and that is your nature, and then you become more spiritual as well.
Got it. And I'm sure after 5 days of not eating, you kind of have a newfound appreciation for food and the taste of everything. Because sometimes I feel like when we're living our busy lives, we just kind of grab stuff, we put them in the mouth. We're not very kind of present with our food. So it must be a whole different level of appreciation after we fast, I guess.
Yeah, fasting, again, this is 16:8. The 5-day fasting, we don't practice or teach 5-day water only fasting, but the institutionalized center, like the one in Germany that I mentioned, in California we have, which is called True North, which is in the wine country of St. Helena's. They do institutionalized fasting up to 3 weeks or up to even 4 weeks for various reasons. And in India, there is a place called Jindal, which is in Bangalore. They do extended fasting. And in Australia, just north of Sydney, they have this institutionalized fasting. So if you are for therapeutic reasons seeking to reset your immune system as way up at the stem cell level, then you may consider longer institutionalized fasting. But we are lucky that in North America and in Europe, we have this fasting mimicking diet as a package available. Okay, so that is what we have a lot of experience with. And then let me clarify that. How do we do it? We do it 5 days of fasting, mimicking, that is the fasting, and then 25 days of normal eating, again 5 days of fasting. Such 3 cycles resets your immune system, and then after that I do it once every 3 to 4 months. And this we see dramatically the people who have autoimmune disorder in my practice. I find specifically those who have like joint pains, it clears up because the autoimmune system gets reset.
Wow, that's amazing. So just to start off with, especially with everything going on with the pandemic, can you just do like that first, like start off with that 5-day fast, and you'd get great benefits from just even a small fast like that, right?
Yes, you can, but start with the 16:8, then do it. It is like when how you use your training wheels to learn to ride the bicycle. Okay, so 16-8 is what anybody can do anytime, and then you do your 16-8 by fasting, mimicking breakfast. Do that for a few days, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, so that your body gets into keto adaptation or metabolic flexibility. Then you can extend it, have OMAD, means 1 meal a day. And then if you like, you can do it 24 to 48 hours. And you can always use these vegan fat, to instead of the carb meal.
Got it. So I have 2 more questions before I get some of our panelists to come in and ask their questions. Like, I know a lot of people must have quite a few questions. One thing was you talked about the importance of the gut microbiome in your talk. And I know a lot of people out there take a lot of antibiotics for various things. How do you rebuild that gut microbiome? Can you do that through fasting? Will your gut microbiome automatically kind of start recolonizing and getting healthy?
Excellent question, Sheila. And your audience will learn a lot when I answer this particular thing. Number one, we test gut microbiome by stool examination, and the gut microbiome has the following component. Number one, diversity. Number two, Akkermansia category and Ficobacterium. These are called keystone bacteria. And number 3 is a probiotic like Lactobacillus and Bacteroides. And then these are the markers of gut bacterial balance. And the easiest way to take care of your gut bacteria are 3 P's. Easy for your audience to remember. The prebiotic, probiotic, and polyphenols. The prebiotics anywhere in the world you can consume is beans and lentils. Black beans is king of beans. For Indian people, we recommend the chana dal or garbanzo bean, and then a dal. Dal, any kind of lentils. Then they are microbial accessible carbohydrates. And then that is the P, first P, and the second P is the probiotic. Yogurt is the most commonly used probiotic anywhere. And the third is the polyphenols, the colored vegetables and fruits, and not just the green. The purple and the blue are the most missing in our diet. So look for the rainbow colored vegetables and fruits. So the 3 P's is the way to foster and then balance your gut bacteria even when you are taking antibiotic or NSAID painkillers, which are not good for your gut bacteria. So gut bacteria is the command center. Your gut is your command center of your physiology and immune system. So you take care of your gut. By the way, the body that you and I claim that as our body is 90% of our body is a microbiome. And they are renting our body and living in our body. So you feed them and so that they take care of you.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of literature about how important that gut microbiome is for everything from like depression to anxiety to staying healthy. It's so important. And I'm so glad that now a lot of people are talking about this kind of new science in the past couple of years. And a lot of people now understanding it's important to build up that gut microbiome. So thank you again for mentioning that, Dr. Butt.
Welcome, Sheila. Thank you.
So now I do want to get some of the panelists to come up, and I know they have a lot of questions. Let's start with Kerry. If I can just get you to unmute, and I know you have a question that you'd love to ask the doctor.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm a big fan of fasting. I do a 3-day water fast every month, so I'm a big fan of fasting. I feel brilliant. My question is, do you find that intermittent fasting affects menopause women with their hormones? How does that, because I've got quite a few women that are in menopause and they're hesitant to do intermittent fasting because they've heard that it slows the metabolism down. So I'd love to hear Dr. Bhatt's comments on that.
Yes, fasting for menopausal women is very effectively, favorably, helpful. And then why so? Because the hormones, obviously, your hormones get reset. Every woman goes through menopause, and so your nature has its own way of handling menopause, and provided you balance your gut bacteria by fasting, then also the metabolic reclaim your metabolic flexibility by fasting. So there is no contraindication or hesitation for women of a menopausal age to do the fasting. Once again, start with 16-8 and fasting mimicking breakfast.
Cool. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Rajiv Gupta. I know you have a question.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think this is the most elaborate presentation on the intermittent fasting that I have heard. I'm a medically qualified consultant for 27 years and do a weight management clinic and do advise about the intermittent fasting on a regular basis. However, there are quite a few variety of different intermittent fasting. And that allows the metabolic switch from different point of view. So I wanted to ask a question regarding that, different type of intermittent fasting advice. Some say that you just have 12-hour fasting. Some says it's like 16-hour fasting, 16-8, as you mentioned. So what is the difference? And the metabolic switch, does it make difference? I'm a big believer, and since I was like 8 years old, I have had a Tuesday fast, which probably has started as religious basis, but have carried on. Being in UK and consultant, people say, "Do you do really fasting?" Yes, I do. So whether that has an effect, so I don't know. I would like to hear your views on that. Does it needs to be 5 days continuous and then 25 days break, or 1 day a week is reasonably equally good? Particularly, in terms, I find that there is like, fatty acid switch that happens, because when I do that, it gives me better feeling and more energy. So these are the things which I thought could have a different balance on the magnitude. I've managed my BMI so far, but that's not due to that. And my wife said, "Oh no, you should eat more food." And quite often she pushed me to eat more. And obviously now kids have gone. So, we are two people left home. And in order to give company, I'm gradually slipping into that mode.
I got your point, Dr. Gupta. Here's the point, okay? Now, let's for a moment think that you are not able to touch your toe and you want to learn how to touch your toe, okay? The first and foremost goal is, keep on doing until you are able to touch your toe. That is your flexibility. Once you have done it, how often you touch your toe, when you touch your toe is up to you. Similarly, fasting, do it faithfully for 3 weeks to reclaim your metabolic flexibility of ability to switch from carb burning to fat burning. That metabolic switch, as you keep on practicing, happens sooner and sooner and sooner, so that within overnight 12 hours of fasting, you switch your metabolic, you turn your metabolic switch into fat burning mode. After that, you do it as and when you like, once a week, like my wife does, or 5 days on, 2 days off, and that kind of thing you may do. But don't forget that this is the feast and fast pleasure. Once you reclaimed your metabolic flexibility, enjoy your feast periodically, as we all like to eat, and no restriction there, because we humans are meant to be on a feast and fast lifestyle. So, there is no hard and fast rule. As and when you like, you may fast once you have metabolically learned how to switch back and forth. And my wife does once a week as well as 16/8. She's right here. She will give you in one moment how she feels about it.
Hello, Global Namaste. How are you?
Namaste, I'm Dr. Bhatt. So I have been doing intermittent fasting ever since I was 10 years old. And right now it is in vogue. So even then, one thing I want to say is I do a lot of right brain activities like writing as well as, drawing, painting and things. So the days that I do, I am more alert and then more flexible, like my husband says. And those are the days, ever since I was little, those are the days they're more creative. And then creative mind is when you are doing dieting. On the other hand, I do 2 ways, like he said, and one day complete fasting, and then the other days, so 5 days at least, do intermittent fasting. It has been helping, and then we teach that in our Jiva Health clinic also.
Perfect. Thank you. And your wife is a physician also, right? That's great.
Yes.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that journey. We do have some other questions, and feel free to stay on and you can help answer these since you've been on a fasting journey too. Sarah Baines, she has a question. She said, would you still avoid carbs during an 8-hour eating window?
Okay, the answer is, let's classify carb into complex carb and then easily digestible carb. During the eating window, every meal, if you consider the following, that is, feed and then eat. Feed your gut bacteria with the complex carbohydrate, basically beans or lentils, a cup of cooked dal or a cup of cooked beans, then eat whatever you want. There is no restriction. So that's how easy it is. But we
So
don't want you
party
to
away
just,
is what you're saying.
yeah.
That sounds great. And then we have a question from Dr. Lee, and she's in Malaysia. I do want to say this is really amazing being on a panel here. I mean, I'm looking at all the panelists. We've got Dr. Lee in Malaysia. We've got Kerry in New Zealand. I can't imagine what time it is over there. And then Dr. Rajiv Gupta, which country are you in? India? Are you from India?
United Kingdom. United Kingdom.
Oh, you're from United Kingdom. And then Kerry, we've got you all the way in New Zealand. What time is it over there?
So it's actually not bad. We're going on for 7 o'clock in the morning, but we started at 3 o'clock in the morning. So
wow, it's just so great to see everybody together here, just sharing this amazing knowledge. And I would like to spend just a few seconds saying thank you, Neil Kumar, our producer, that's kind of put all this together. I don't know if you all know, this is our 117th episode. So the Healing Aura started right at the beginning of the pandemic. It was there supporting everybody to kind of be a community. For me personally, I got to meet all these amazing people out there and just learn so much and being part of such a wonderful community. So, so back to Dr. It was Dr. Lee. You had a question there for Dr. Bhatt.
Thank you. I did have a specific question. Actually, what do you find happens to the Akkermansia? Because I'm actually quite curious about the particular probiotic in our gut. Does it go up? Does it go down? And does it sustain during after the fast?
Very good question. Answer part one is Akkermansia is not available as a probiotic supplement. Answer second is when you do intermittent fasting, Akkermansia increases, thereby it protects and heals your leaky gut.
Fantastic.
Dr. Butt, could you just mention a little bit about leaky gut for our general audience so they understand what that is?
Okay, leaky gut in medical terminology is the increased intestinal permeability. That is, the Akkermansia bacteria that protects your mucous membrane in your gut. If you do not feed it, it eats your own gut mucosa and increases the permeability. So LPS or lipopolysaccharide endotoxins that is derived from the metabolism of particularly saturated fat and other foods that we eat that migrates from the intestinal lumen into your circulation and produces the inflammation, and then the translocation of these LPS endotoxin in different organs produces the disease, and that is why it is called leaky gut syndrome. And the healing of that starts with feeding that Akkermansia, and then fasting, and then prebiotic like beans and lentils is the most powerful today way to do so.
And how do you know you have leaky gut?
How do you know you have leaky gut? Yes, the easiest way to tell is you know it from your gut habit. You know, your regularity of your constipation, diarrhea, and then the gas and so forth, and then silent inflammation or manifest inflammation and metabolic issues and so forth. And then how do we diagnose it? You're a very good question, Sheila. We have a lot of doctors here in the panel, and we diagnose leaky gut by measuring stool zonulin level. And then that test is easily available in North America. And so once the zonulin level is up, means the zonulin has crossed through the leaky larger poles in your gut.
Perfect. And we have another question from UK-based Sarah. If you'd like to unmute and ask your question. Thank you very much.
Hi, Dr. Butt, thank you first of all for such an informative session. I've read all sorts of things about intermittent fasting, but I think that's probably the most sort of precise and detailed version that I've come across. And I think the interesting thing was about the prebiotic, because not everyone focuses on that. So you mentioned black beans and chana dal. Are they the only two things, or are you saying any lentils would suffice to be a part of the feed the gut part? So you're saying feed first?
Excellent question, Sarah. You know, any beans, any lentils are perfect to feed your bacteria in the gut. But the reason I mentioned black beans is the king of beans. And then lentils, you know, dal, the Indians particularly eat dal. But the problem we face is they cook dal, and each person in the family ends up eating 1 or 2 tablespoons. That's not good enough. You need 1 full cup of cooked beans or dal. That's how much you need per meal. And then finally, one very important factor on the beans and lentils is it has to be pressure cooked or soaked overnight to inactivate lectin, because lectin is a component that causes some disturbance in the gut as well. And in the North America, we have a luxury of instant pot, and then you can cook in your instant pot without pre-soaking.
Okay, so can I just clarify that? So by black beans, you don't mean black chana, you actually mean the black urad dal? Is that what you mean?
No, black beans.
It is not urad dal. It is a kind of beans, just like pinto beans or
she can bring it and show it to you.
So it is not a black chana, but it's a black beans itself.
It's actually a black bean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Having said that, you know, at least in North America and Europe, you have canned beans, and then we have canned beans, at least in it is look for canned beans that are pressure cooked. Eden, Eden, Eden brand in United States is a pressure cooked beans.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And could I ask one more question about coconut oil? There's lots of different opinions about coconut oil, as in, you know, is it a good fat or is it not such a good fat?
Thank you for asking that question, because this controversy is worldwide. And here's the answer. Let's first categorize our eating into fasting window eating and eating window eating. During the fasting window eating, coconut oil is the second best to MCT oil to promote your nutritional ketosis. Having said that, if you are using 1 tablespoon of MCT oil, you need 1.5 tablespoon of coconut oil to produce the same amount of ketosis, because 60% of the coconut oil is not MCT, it is lauric acid, LCT. The next question you're asking, okay, while I'm saying, my wife brought the black bean.
Live demo, live demo here.
Right there, can you see?
Okay, thank you.
It is a black gold, black gold.
Thank you.
Okay, so now so the coconut oil controversy, when you read the literature, is this, and that is, in animal studies, not in that many human studies, coconut oil, they found that it increases the LPS metabolic endotoxemia, and which is only partially true, because the same coconut oil has a MCT oil that fosters your good bacteria. So in India particularly, in Malaysia and then Indonesia, and so forth, and the Philippines, they use a lot of coconut oil, and their gut bacteria balance is fine. And whereas people who are not used to coconut oil, like in the Western countries, when they start using, and in those experiments, they see there is a gut bacteria, gets misaligned, and so I would say my bottom line is, coconut oil is good for you because it has a lauric acid, which is an antibacterial, and then as well as the MCT value. And here is another way I explain it. The MCT, as it is purified in the Western countries, is 22 karat gold, whereas the coconut oil is 14 karat gold. Both have the gold in it.
Oh, I like that analogy.
Yeah, that's good. Very good.
That's
Thank
great.
you for that.
Thank
That
you.
was really good. Yeah.
So next we have Seema, our very own Seema, and she's in. Are you in Hong Kong, Seema?
No, I'm in Oxford actually.
Oh, okay, got it. Because on your profile it says Hong Kong and UK. That's
Yes,
where you're
that's right.
from, Hong Kong?
Yes, from Hong Kong.
Oh, see,
Lived there 20 years. Actually, I'm from Kenya, but I lived in Hong Kong for 20 years.
Oh, then you're going to love our next guest. I think he's from Kenya, so I'm sure he's going to be excited to meet you.
Wonderful. I look forward to that. So I had a question, and the question that I have is cruciferous vegetables, I have been told, such as cauliflower, etc., are they prebiotics as well?
Yes, cruciferous vegetables are prebiotic, but the root vegetables like potatoes, and these are excellent prebiotic, and particularly cooked and cooled potatoes, and potato powder called, which is called it is called resistant starch, is an excellent, it's called potato starch in North America, and that's excellent, and it is available as a supplement. And banana flour, green banana flour, is the second best. And so we have potato starch, green banana flour, and then the chicory inulin, is the third one, which is most commonly used. And by the way, in India, the coffee is almost all coffee is chicory added. They at least 40 to 50% chicory, which is good for your gut health, and that is good for your fasting window as well.
Speaking of gut health and prebiotics and probiotics, I was told that basmati rice is also very high in prebiotics. Am I right?
Excellent question. Any rice is a prebiotic provided you cook and cool it overnight in the refrigerator. Then there is a retrogradation of the starch, and that becomes resistant starch. And particularly so if you can even mix it with the yogurt, then you can keep it in the refrigerator. And the reason I mention you mix it with yogurt is because sometimes, when you keep the rice in the refrigerator and reheat it, although not necessary, then, B serious bacteria can flourish. And that B serious bacteria seriously is countered by the yogurt, because the acidity of the yogurt does not allow the B serious to grow.
So basically what you're saying is that the Southern Indian yogurt rice, or the Southern Indian dahi rice that we have in a traditional Indian kitchen, is a perfect combination.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. It is called Mosaranna in Karnataka.
That's right. And it's delicious. It's very, very delicious. Now, there's one more question I have. There's a lot of speak about prebiotics. There's a lot of speak about probiotics. But now there's this new wave coming up about postbiotics.
Excellent question, Seema. All right. The prebiotic is, as I mentioned, the beans and lentils are the top, and the probiotic, the lactobacillus, of yogurt is the top, and then the postbiotic is the metabolites, short chain fatty acids that are produced by the probiotic. That is they call easy to remember for Indians. It is the BAP, butyric acid, acetic acid, and propionic acid. Those are called the postbiotic, which are the messenger molecules that are produced by the prebiotics by digesting the food that you have fed them.
So I see a lot of fermented foods sparking up in the market. There's a lot of sauerkraut, there's a lot of kimchi, there's a lot of kombucha, there's a lot of kefir happening. Now, in a question I have is, for example, I do some lacto-fermented vegetables. I lacto-ferment my carrots, and I like to ferment my onions just to enhance their probiotic value. So the leftover liquid from the onions and the carrots, you would say, is a postbiotic. Am I right?
Not exactly.
Not exactly. Okay.
Not exactly. It has to get into your body to produce the postbiotic.
Okay.
Okay, because short chain fatty acid is endogenously produced in your body by eating the prebiotic.
Now you're speaking a lot about gut health, and this is so interesting. You've covered prebiotics, you've covered probiotics, we've just discussed postbiotics. What about gut cleansing foods such as flax seeds and hemp seeds and chia seeds? There's so much of these, they're known as the new superfoods, or the Mayan superfoods, for example, like chia. What's your take on chia, flax,
okay.
and
Let me comment first on flaxseed, which is the alpha-linoleic acid.
yes.
Well, there is a misbelief that the flaxseed is omega-3 that is favorable to you, and here is the reason for that is the flaxseed has alpha-linoleic acid, which is a long chain omega-3 fatty acid that has to be converted into shorter chain, like in fish oil, in EPA and DHA. That conversion is partially blocked due to reduction of the delta 5 desaturate enzyme due to overconsumption of omega-6 fatty acid in our diet, because we are consuming the omega-6 dominant cooking oil as well as the grain-fed meat, who are the meat eating. And for that reason, flaxseed does not have all the value that has been advertised. Chia seed is a very good one. It has enough roughage and so forth. And then so all these seeds have besides have the mineral benefit. But as a prebiotics, the nuts and seeds are not as strong as the complex carbohydrates, which are fiber rich, and these are digestible fibers, are the prebiotics.
So you'd say the same for hemp seeds as well.
Which seed?
Hemp.
Hemp seed, yeah. Hemp is hemp. Yes, similarly, yes. Hemp seed as well. Yes.
Okay, that's very, very enlightening. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Seema is one of our hosts here, and she actually produces a lot of cooking shows. So I'm excited because I feel like Seema's going to now take all this knowledge and make us like even healthier, right, Seema?
Yeah, well, I'm really, really delving deeper into the world of prebiotics and probiotics and postbiotics, because I feel that, they say your gut is in your brain is in your gut, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's your second brain.
That's your second brain, exactly. So what I'm really working around, getting all these, trying to incorporate all these healthy elements into our daily diet. I think our grandmothers were very intelligent.
Yes,
they were naturally, intuitively so switched on. We seem to have lost what they had along the way. I remember my grandmom used to make this lovely drink in India. It was, you'd know about it. It's called kanji.
Yeah.
So it's very rich in prebiotics. Am I right?
Yes. Ganji.
Yeah. Kanji, yeah. With the beetroot, and my ancestors are from North India, so they would use a lot of the black carrot. They call it kali gajar. And of course, in Kenya, we couldn't get kali gajar, so we would try to get that purple effect with beetroot and carrots, a combination, and absolutely delicious and very cleansing, I would say.
It is amazing. Back in the, as you're kind of learning stuff, it's all the stuff our grandparents and our parents told us about, like, almonds are good for you and this is good and turmeric. And then now it's almost introduced into the Western world as the new hip stuff, but it's been around generationally. So it's kind of amazing seeing it all coming back.
And we spoke about soaking our lentils, like you spoke about the crock pot and slow cooking your lentils. And I still soak my lentils still to date, purely because my grandmom taught me how to do so. And of course, lentils and nuts have phytic acids, which actually prevent the lentil or the nut sprouting during the growth process. But it's those phytic acids that don't allow us to absorb the nutrients from the lentils and the nuts, actually. So in effect, by soaking our lentils and nuts, we're enhancing their nutrition value.
That is how Mark Twain once said, the ancients have stolen our best ideas.
It's, the ancient wisdom had the best ideas. The thing is, we have to relive those ideas.
Got it.
Yeah.
I want to add one thing, Sheila, if I may, and that is making coffee. Okay.
Yes.
What is the best way to make coffee? We're talking about grandmother. My grandmother used to make coffee by boiling it in a simple pot, and then and often not even filtering. By the way, that happens to be the best way to make coffee because you are getting the maximum benefit of polyphenols from the coffee. Wow. And then during the fasting window, we want to get the maximum benefit of polyphenols and also the chlorogenic acid and so forth. In the American lifestyle, the number one source of polyphenols for the American people here is from the coffee only and not from the vegetables.
I see. I have a question, Doctor, but rice, you mentioned it's very, very good for you. But also it spikes your insulin levels, right? When you have too much rice. Can you just talk about, especially in the Indian diet. There's a lot of people eating a lot of rice in the Asian diet. How do we eat rice correctly where we're not having that spike in insulin and it's a healthy amount? What's the amount we should be eating and when?
Excellent question, Sheila. That is number one, the feed and then eat. Every single time you eat rice, you eat beans or lentils, your dal or the beans, when half of your plate, then your body will take care of itself. It will not consume any more rice because you're already full. And then not only you're full for this meal, you're also full for the next meal and beyond by the principle called second meal effect. And that is one thing. Second is if you can, cook your rice and cool it in the refrigerator and then reuse it. And then later on, whether you heat or don't you heat, that's okay, because you're converting your rice into resistant starch that is gut friendly.
Great, thank you for that. Yeah, I needed to know the answer to that question because my mom loves eating rice, so I'm trying to control her rice eating.
It will take care of itself if you feed and then you eat. Feed the beans and lentils, and the rice will become a underdog to the beans and lentils.
So it's more about the combination of food because everything kind of works together so that you'll kind of stay healthy that way.
Exactly. That's called meal stacking, or meal matrix.
Perfect. Great. And if anyone has any questions, I know we're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to post them up here. Obviously, if this is a recording, you don't get to enjoy that. We do have another question. It says, would you still be able to have lemon water in the morning following by the bullet coffee?
Yes, indeed. You can have lemon water anytime. Actually, no problem. And then during the fasting window, and then you can have any tea or a tea equivalent, which is infused water, as many times as you want. And then Dr. Longo, he is very clear in his research that when you use coffee, caffeine by any means, and then do not use more than 150 milligram during the fasting window, because it negates the benefit of nutrients sensor signaling.
Got it. So it seems like we do actually have one more question, and this is from our actual next guest, which is Dr. Bharat Pankhania. He's our I would say he's the COVID expert. He's had must be thousands of interviews by now. I see him everywhere. He's on CNN, Sky News, BBC, and everywhere. And Dr. Bharat Pankhania, he has a question for you. How are you, Dr. Pankhania? How are you?
Namaste. Yes, lovely to see you all again. And I am well, thank you. So
good to see you.
What I wanted to say is, if in doubt, and this is what I teach my medical students, is if in doubt, look at what ancient man or ancient civilizations did for food. And the answer is there. And in many ways, you have already answered it when you made comments like, the ancients have stolen our best ideas. So I think we don't really need to dwell too deep to find answers to solutions when actually the answers are already there. And if we look at the patterns of feeding, fasting, feeding, feast, then the ancient civilizations always had feast and famine, and they had a multi-layered, complex, sustainable, nutritious diet, beans, vegetables, nuts, fruit, ferment, and a little bit of protein. And if we, the answers are therefore all there for us to see and learn from. Is that's all I wanted to say, really.
Well, thank you for that input. Dr. Bharat and Dr. Bhatt, I'd like to actually both introduce you. I know you're, both very passionate about COVID and treating patients and getting the word out. So this is a great forum for you guys to meet and interact. I do want to share a little bit about Dr. Bharat Pankhania. He's going to be talking today about COVID 2022. He is a widespread expert on advising on national communicable disease control action plans at a national and international level. You will see him everywhere. Every time I've turned on the news in the past 2 years, I've seen Dr. Pankhania, and he's a senior consultant in communicable disease controls, coordinated complex and very sensitive look back exercises where there have been laboratory errors or hospital exposures of patients to infections. These are major national exercises and very sensitive operations. Dr. Pankhania experiences includes pandemic influenza outbreak planning and major test planning exercises, development of web-based surveillance systems for recording the first 500 plus cases of pandemic to quickly understand the new virus and thus better implement control measures. He was the local lead of pandemic influenza planning at Public Health England and became the reference point for the outbreak planning, testing systems and control strategies. And he was immersed in and contributed to the Ebola and SARS surveillance and control methodologies, specialist screening methods at port of entries. That's a lot of stuff that you've been, Dr. Bharat. I don't usually read your whole bio there, and that was a lot of stuff. That was just, you've really been in there with all the viruses and the bacteria over the past couple of years. So it's so good to see you.
That's what we do. I've been doing this for over 30 years. So I suppose eventually you'll pick up lots of lines. But yes, that's what I do, and that's what I've been doing for such a long time. And the pandemic arrived at a time when we had cameras and internet and things, and I could usefully contribute. And it has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure to be able to contribute and listen to people's fears, answer their questions, and make things better for people.
It seems like it's been two years, right? And since we've been on this journey, and I remember our very first conversation where we were we just didn't know what was going on. And I see now that things are progressing. I mean, how are you feeling about the whole situation? Are you feeling a bit hopeful now with the pandemic?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, Sheila. So the really good news is that about a year and a few months ago, vaccines were deployed. And having deployed the vaccines, we now have a clear answer that they do work. They protect and they prevent serious illness. Unfortunately, the vaccines don't create sterile immunity, meaning immunized, sorted for life. The vaccines haven't achieved that, but the vaccines have been invented and they work. That is absolutely fantastic. So a lot of people who are fully immunized and also boosted are very unlikely to get infected and become seriously ill. They will get infected. That is almost a guarantee. But will they then succumb and become seriously ill patients? Unlikely. Or that is the state of play at the moment. So going on to the negatives that still worry me a lot and concern me are, just look at it. It is unbelievable how badly it has been mismanaged. And so in the United States, Canada, European Union, United Kingdom, Israel, we are not only triple vaccinated, we are quadruple vaccinated. And yet other parts of the world, Africa being one example, the vaccines have hardly arrived. And I say this, it is to the shame of the pharmaceutical companies. And they will spin it every which way they can. And I hope we will always hold them to account. The WHO plan is very clear. The WHO plan is that you immunize simultaneously. So you start with the worst, the most vulnerable people at risk, and you protect them. You protect the healthcare workers, you protect key workers, and you work your way down that ladder of seriously vulnerable healthcare workers, so on, so on, so on. And we haven't done that. All we've done is immunized our own population. And so we've got a disconnect, highly immunized population and not immunized population from Africa. Now, when you've got that situation, the African nation can carry on, for example, I'm not saying that's the way it works, but I'm just giving an analogy. They can carry on sending to you wave after wave after wave of infections, and you can carry on fighting it off, but they might send you a Omicron plus variant. Then what will you do? You know, are you going to have your 5th and your 6th and your 7th vaccine? Or wouldn't it have been much better, cheaper, nicer? Africans are our fellow human beings. Why are you allowing them to get infected and die? It's a disgrace. What we could have done is suppress infections here in our rich countries and suppress infections in other parts of the world. And by suppressing infections simultaneously at the same time, you get away with immunizing the world 2 to 3 times rather than continuously immunizing the richer nations and ignoring the poorer nations. So that's the summary that we have of where we are at the moment.
And how are things in England currently? I know you have just recently no mask mandates anymore. The US here, they've also reduced the mask mandate. Is that something that you're concerned about? Do you feel like it's too early, or are you feeling that it was the right time to do that?
No, I am concerned because unfortunately, people read this to mean don't do it. So it's a bit like this. You can cross the road with your eyes shut, but ideally you shouldn't. So similarly, just because the government says you don't need to wear your masks and all bets are off, you don't need to test and trace, you don't need to self-isolate, you don't need to do all these things, doesn't mean you don't do it. And my advice would be that if you are in a vulnerable group, or you feel insecure, or you have somebody vulnerable in your house, then you take care. Don't be led by these people who wish to control the narrative and the way it is. You personally take care of yourself, and you personally, by taking care of yourself, are also taking care of your family. So don't get browbeaten by no more masks, no more this, no more controls, no more restrictions, no more test and trace, no more self-isolation. You say to yourself, I'm going to be looking after myself and my family, and this is what I'm going to do. So that is going to be my advice on Monday. When people ask me, so what do we do? And I will say, just because the government says you drop your guard, it doesn't mean you drop your personal guard. You don't drop your personal guard to look after yourself and your family. You keep up to date with the vaccines. If you are going into crowded places, wear a mask. If you've got somebody vulnerable in your house, don't get infected, don't infect others, and take all measures to not infect vulnerable people in your home, in your family members. Common sense, straightforward stuff. That's what I advise.
Yeah, thank you for that. The concern I have obviously is, people are boosted at different levels, and then for elderly people that you just don't know at what point they're going to be vulnerable again, right? And we can't just keep boosting all like every couple of months. That's not like, that can be the way to go. So we have to take the precautions. And do you feel like it's coming to an end, or are you concerned that there's going to be another mutation? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
So don't let any politician or made-up scientist tell you that the trajectory is Omicron is a mild virus variant, and then we'll get another variant which will be milder than Omicron, and so on. Nobody knows. So So in answer to you, Sheila, the answer is we don't know, and therefore be careful. You may get variants which are less disease causing, fine. On the other hand, you may get variants which are more disease causing. We just don't know. We may get variants which cause disease in the younger age group. We just don't know. And remember, any infection has consequences. So let's think about this. If you are infected with, for example, chickenpox, then eventually in your 60s and 70s or earlier or later, you can also get shingles. So do you see what I'm trying to say? Chickenpox came, chickenpox went, and you thought nothing of it. But 70 years later, it bites you and it reappears as shingles. You see what I'm trying to say? You got infected and then shingles. You get human papillomavirus infection. Some people with human papillomavirus infection go on to get cancer, cancerous changes as a result of the human papillomavirus. That's what I'm referring to, cervical cancer. So then you have measles. You have a measles infection, and then you can go on, in some cases, not all cases, very rare, but it does happen, is you have sclerosing panencephalitis, which means basically your brain gets stewed and you're going to die early and be seriously disabled. Then you have these other infections like the Epstein-Barr virus. You have an infection with the Epstein-Barr virus, and now we've formed a link that Epstein-Barr virus may be contributing later on to the development of multiple sclerosis. So the point I'm making here, do you see, is these viruses, they infect you, they can do things to you, they can do things to you later. So similarly, COVID-19, it only appeared recently. Why do you want to risk getting infected by it, right? At all costs, try not to get infected by it, because we don't know what else it triggers later on. So we already know with COVID that you have long COVID. So long COVID is a situation where you have brain fog, you have heart problems, you have kidney problems, liver problems, muscle problems, multi-organ problems, well after the infection has come and gone. Why would you want to try and have a gamble with that? So my best advice is don't get infected, don't infect others, get immunized. Immunization also prevents from that pathway from being triggered, whereby your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, your brain are affected as a result of a viral infection.
So, Dr. Barr, back in the past, when vaccines were out there, you used to take a vaccine and it would actually halt you getting something, right? So you take a measles vaccine, you would not get measles. Now, the concern I see is with the COVID vaccines, you're taking the vaccine, but a lot of people are still getting it even after their boosters. So is that a concern for long-term effects of like the virus still being in the system for everybody then?
Yeah, you see, we have what we have, and that's the best we have at the moment. So if I give you immunity by immunization with measles, we make such good immunity that we call sterilizing immunity. In other words, your body's defenses against measles are lifelong, and they're so good that when it encounters a measles virus, it neutralizes it, and you never become infected, and you never become a case, and you never infect other people. Marvelous, marvelous vaccine. Unfortunately, the COVID vaccines are not what we call sterilizing vaccines, sterilizing immunity causing vaccines. In other words, they work, but they don't work whereby I give you the jab and you don't get infected again ever. So what they do is they prevent you from getting serious illness, but they unfortunately don't prevent you from becoming a case again. So I'll give you my own personal example. I am fully immunized, and I am also boosted. So that's triple vaccines. And nonetheless, I got infected and I was ill. And, thank God that infection didn't lead to a trip to the hospital, because I would be a candidate to end up in the hospital. So do you see, I did get infected, but I didn't get seriously ill. Later on, so let me answer one more for you, Sheila, which is we are already working on Mark II vaccines. And we are working on Mark II vaccines for a reason, which is, one, to have a vaccine that is not dependent upon spike protein, which keeps on changing, okay?
Yeah.
And the second bit is maybe the vaccine is so immunogenic that it performs like a measles vaccine. And if we achieve that, it's game over for COVID, but we haven't got there yet.
Do you think that we're doing enough for early treatment of COVID?
So with respect to early treatment, the again, wonderful inventions, wonderful therapeutics have been invented and more will come. So we've got things like monoclonal antibodies, which we can give you, very expensive. So we target it to risky people who ought to get it. Unfortunately, it means you have to go to hospital and have the infusion. And unfortunately, again, in the UK, our pattern of admitting people to hospital is when they are already pretty ill. And when they're already pretty ill and we admit them to hospital because we got no choice, they stay in hospital longer, and the therapeutic intervention may or may not work. So that's a failing in the United Kingdom. On the other hand, we've got, we did have a lady with Malaysia on her label, didn't we? So next door to Malaysia, we have Singapore. And in Singapore, they take you into hospital early interventions and early shorter length of stay in hospital, early discharge. And I think that is a better model. So I mentioned monoclonal antibodies, which are basically made in the laboratory, antibodies given to you early in the course of your infection to subdue and remove the infection and prevent ill health and death. We have therapeutics. So these therapeutics are pills you take, and the pills are, again, if taken early, taken fast, taken soonish, they are two types that I'm aware of. One, it blocks the virus from infecting you. So they're virus blockers, one. And the second one is a virus dissembler, meaning it messes up with how the virus reproduces, and it makes it make so many mistakes that when it reproduces, it is an ineffective virus. So we've got these, what we call antiretroviral drugs, similar to what is used in HIV maintenance therapy. And again, if they are given early, they work better. So in answer to your question, can we do better? Of course we can do better. Early intervention is better, and the early interventions work better. And the early interventions are: 1, monoclonal antibodies, 2, antivirals. And they're both available in the UK and in the USA and in the European Union. The issue is you need to take them sooner.
And then obviously cost is an issue too. Some of these drugs are very inaccessible because they're very expensive. Often there's a lot of controversy on like the news channels and online about other drugs that are available, but they're very low cost drugs that can be repurposed. Do you have any thoughts on that, or is that something politically kind of?
No, I'm very happy to also say it upfront and very clearly without any ambiguity. Please don't be a Donald Trump. There is no evidence that antimalarials work. So please don't go around taking your chloroquine and things like that. No evidence that it works. Don't be silly. Don't take it, right? I cannot be any clearer than that, which is we know what works and we know what doesn't work. And it would be silly to take them like Donald Trump was, implying, well, I take them anyway, just in case. I say to you, we do science for a reason. And the science has clearly demonstrated that antimalarials, anti-rheumatoid arthritis drugs don't work. So why are you taking them? It's not a case of maybe they will work anyway, so I'll take it. Maybe I've got my science wrong, so I ought to take it just in case. I'm saying you, the science has demonstrated, don't take it. It doesn't work. And my answer is the same to you, to anyone who is listening, don't take it.
So how does it all work? I mean, as a layperson, I look at everything and I say, you know, when there's a drug out there, who's looking at the studies and what gets put out there? And obviously, if a drug doesn't make that much money, does that still have a hope of getting out there? How do we get to the point where the whole country will say, okay, this is the protocol? Because I've seen it's been especially with COVID, it's been like, hey, wear your mask, don't wear your mask. And there's been a lot of mixed messages going on, right? So how do you get to that point where something is out there, it's trialed, and then it's out on the market? Because who funds that?
Easy. Well, there are many people who fund it, governments, pharmaceutical companies, but usually governments and pharmaceutical companies. So that's such a straightforward and important thing to do. So for the benefit of our audience, not to make it too complicated, I'll take you through the journey. It's very straightforward. So let us say we've got, let's call it drug X, okay? So we want to find out if this drug works. It has a therapeutic benefit. So you recruit, let's say, 2,000 people. And the 2,000 people that you have recruited, you randomly allocate them to group T or not T. So, or let's just call it group T or not T, and I'll tell you what that means. So one is we're going to try the drug out on them. And the other one is we're not going to try the drug out on them, okay? But you don't know which group they're in. And then the pills are in a white envelope. You don't know. So my giving you the pill, I don't know if I'm giving you the treatment pill or the not treatment pill, meaning a placebo. I don't know that. They don't know that, okay? But I have 2,000 people. 1,000 people are in the treatment arm, and the other 1,000 people are in the not treatment arm. Okay. And then we say, okay, so these 2,000 people, as soon as you become a case, I give you the pill. And then I follow you up. And then you look at the results, you follow them up. So if you want to see, did they become seriously ill? Did they die? Whatever. That's only a follow-up for a month, 28 days. You know, you know straight away. So you follow them up. And having followed them up, you see, you break the code and you see if there is a difference between the treatment group and the not treatment group. And if there is a difference in the treatment group, you get a clear answer, which is, this is 88% protective, 90% protective, 100% protective, whatever. So what happens is, in the non-treatment group who was just given plain paracetamol, 70–80% of them ended up with illness, and 50% of them ended up going to hospital for treatment, etc. And in the treatment group, smaller numbers, 50% or less, had any symptoms of illness, and only 2% ended up in hospital. So you can see that there is a clear mathematical difference between the treatment group and the non-treatment group. And then you will say, well, look, my drug has an effect. My drug works. And then, of course, you go through the safety profile, the side effects profile, the interactions with other medication profile, etc. And that's how the new drug is launched, as this drug, if you take it in this order, in this much quantity, it's going to protect you. That's how we do proper research.
And do we look at like the global audience, like say England? Does it look at, okay, what's going on in this country? Because every country is using a different combination of drugs and different ways of treating their population. So do you look at global countries?
You have to. So you could easily end up with an argument that what works with white European population may not work with a Indian population.
Yeah.
And therefore, yes. So you do your study, and then you do your study in other populations and other age groups, and you come up with what we would call a final result, which is it works best in this age group, and it works best in this combination. And you may come up with, oh, by the way, for whatever reason, in the African population, it doesn't work, or in the Indian population, it doesn't work. You may come up with that. But therein is also, it's good to do that, but therein also answers other questions for you, which is actually genetically, we're all very similar. We are more similar than we are dissimilar. So there isn't much difference genetically between Africans, Indians, and Europeans. We're all one people, really. Minor differences in skin color and that sort of thing. So we already know that if it works in one place, it will work in another. But it is, as you say, good to try it out nonetheless.
What about the variance of the changes in like for example, you've got obesity, you've got like vitamin D, for example, right? There are some studies that I've been reading. I'm not sure how big these studies were, but they were saying that a lot of these people that were ending up in hospital were with severe COVID were very low in vitamin D. So we're not looking at all of these kind of factors, right? Are we looking at many parameters when we're doing these studies, like the age, the comorbidities, and everything?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And we are also looking at deficiencies. So we're looking at it all. Remember, this storm only started 2 years ago. And in the first instance, you have to do what you have to do to keep people alive. And and then later on, the luxury of looking at, is it vitamin B, B12? Is it vitamin D? Is it several vitamins? Is it minerals? Is it metabolic disorders? Is it obesity? Is it diabetes? So we already know that, for example, if you got obesity, your chances of being seriously ill are greater. If you got diabetes, your chances of being ill are greater, and so on. So yes, we do look at as many parameters as one can dream of.
When one concern that I personally feel, being in healthcare myself, and I'm always talking to my patients about getting healthier, I feel that the governments haven't really done a great job in talking about like getting the population healthier. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, primary prevention is the best ever medicine. And I say to my medical students at Exeter Medical School is you've got to prevent ill health.
Absolutely.
And if you prevent ill health, because it's funny, they're young, they're my students, they want to be a doctor and they want to see patients. And I'm trying to tell them, actually, you don't want to see too many patients, because if you see too many patients, you will be overwhelmed with so many ill people, you won't be able to do fancy medicine. In your case, Sheila, you won't. If all you saw was toothache, you would never get around to doing implants. Yeah. So you need that capacity to be able to say less of the toothache, because you put fluoride in the water and you did fluoridation. So you got good teeth, less caries. And now you can do more research into implants and gum disease and mouth cancers and so on. So I try to teach this to my students, that prevention is good. You prevent ill health. What you want to do is you want to live a life. You want to live a life that you live a life which is 80-90% without a doctor. Then in the last 10 years of your life, you need doctor and healthcare intervention. That would be a really good model. In other words, 90% of the time throughout your life, you don't need the doctor. And then towards the end of your life, you need a doctor and then you die. That would be the model to aim for. And we can do it, because a lot of ill health, further to what we discussed in the previous webinar about diet and health, a lot of ill health is due to environment, diet, and the situation that people are in, lack of knowledge, lack of safe sanitation, safe water, safe foods to eat, shelter, mental illness, torture, etc. And if we can prevent all that, you have fewer ill people.
Yeah, I would really like to see even the last end to kind of just everybody just get healthy. I feel like with all the research that's coming out, the stem cell work and so much technology in the next 5 to 10 years, they say if you can survive the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to be such an increase in technology to help you with longevity and staying healthy. So I do want to open up to questions. I know we also have Dr. Narasbat, who was here before you, amazing speaker. And he's also very into kind of getting patients healthy and getting them, like he was talking about fasting, for example, getting them from COVID long haul, things that have been helping. And I know we have quite a few questions coming up. Dr. Butt, so let's get you back on again. Are you there? I can see you there.
Can you hear
Perfect.
me? Can you
yes,
hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, good.
Yes. Did you have a question for Dr. Bharat Pankania?
Basically here, I mean, the most recent COVID patients that I have treated, we have a 10-day rule here for the new antibody, that is, if somebody, that is called Sotorovimab, and I don't know if you have that in UK. Do you, Dr. Pankania?
Yes, we do. Are you talking about monoclonals, or are you talking about
Monoclonal,
antivirals?
yes.
Yes, we
And,
do.
we have here, each hospital has their own protocol. And the
Yes.
last patient I treated was about 10 days ago. And what happened is, it's a very unique situation. And it was a day 9. The hospital counted it as a 10 and said, you don't qualify,
Yes.
and sent her home. And so I said, that's not fair. And her oxygen was 88.
Wow.
Okay?
Yes.
And she was unvaccinated. She was one of those who believed in non-vaccination, and then age 70, and then she was going downhill.
Yes.
And what I said is, why don't you try elsewhere? So she went out of the hospital system and got it infused privately, and paid from her pocket, which was not very much here. It was a couple of $1,000, actually less than $2,000.
Well done.
Responded dramatically for one
I think
infusion.
I hope you told the hospital this.
It's not my duty to say. It is a big hospital system. I
Hey,
can't.
so somebody has to speak up, Dr. Bhatt. Somebody has to speak up, right, Dr. Bhatt?
It's a very big hospital, Kaiser hospital system, very big, okay? And so the thing is, she responded so dramatically, I was amazed. 88 became 96 by the end of the day.
Fantastic.
And that means virus replication stopped, and she had in her x-ray pneumonia, but the pneumonia stopped progressing.
Excellent.
And that's, I thought, is worth sharing.
Yeah, and I think you probably saved her life. As just that persistence of telling her, don't give up, try and get the infusion elsewhere. And the tragedy is, well, if she couldn't afford the $2,000, she would be stuffed.
Yeah.
I feel very, very sorry for people who haven't got that spare cash and they just die. It makes me sad. It really makes me sad.
Yeah, it's sad when money becomes something that determines whether or not you make it or not, right? Sarah from UK, I know you have a question there. I'm just going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hi, sorry. I didn't actually put in a question, but I would like to thank everyone for all the great information that we're being given. I'm not a doctor, so I know a lot about health and things like that, but hearing it explained in kind of good layman's terms for people like myself, I found it very, very useful having these sessions. So thank you so much for,
you're welcome,
for all the knowledge that's being, shared here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question. What is still the ideal protocol for someone that gets the first symptoms of COVID?
So are they asking from the point of view what to do? Well, the answer is very simple. You are now a case, therefore, pull yourself out of circulation. Don't infect other people. And the way forward for yourself is, as a minimum, at least monitor your oxygen levels. At least do this. And I feel there is no better way to monitor it than to actually write it down and draw a chart. And really, your oxygen levels should be in the 98, 90, 99, that region. So if you were to start dipping from there and are now suddenly recording an oxygen level of 90s, 94, 92, 93, then you really, at that trigger point, must do one thing: call your GP, and don't only just call unwell, say it very clearly. I have been monitoring my oxygen levels. My oxygen levels have gone from 99 to 94, and I am feeling short of breath. I am feeling tired. I think I need intervention. You know, you remain in the controlling seat and you say it rather than passively saying, now what to do. So at least look after yourself. Okay, if you haven't got an oxygen meter, and I am very sensitive, I feel guilty that I knew about the PO2 things a long time ago, and I personally didn't broadcast it, and I have complex guilt about that. The reason why I didn't broadcast it is I felt this will cause a run on a machine that is desperately needed by other people. But today, that situation is not so. So what I'm trying to say is PO2 monitors, pulse oximeters are readily available. There are many suppliers of it, and you should invest in it and buy a good one, keep it in the house. It's about 20, 30 pounds. And my advice would be buy one, keep it safe in your home, fully charged, whatever, and invest in yourself. So Sheila, in answer to your question, if you become a case, don't infect others. Number two, monitor yourself. Number three, you can do a lateral flow device test, but unfortunately, they're not going to be available for free anymore. But, if you are in a sensitive setting, like you're a doctor, dentist, you ought to get those tests and prove it that you have 2 negative tests before you 2 negative tests separated by 24 hours. So if you did a test at 5 p.m. on day 5, you do another test at 5 p.m. on day 6. And if both are negative, you can say, within reason, I'm not infectious, I can now venture out. And the best advice possible is immunize yourself.
Got it. Dr. Butt, would you like to comment on that? Some suggestions when you first get the diagnosis, when you're starting to feel some symptoms?
Okay, number one, I do believe very heavily on oximeter. Okay, and then what we occasionally people worry if the oximeter reading is correct, and then I tell them check on your other people in the family. If they are scoring above 95, then more than likely your oximeter is okay. The second comment I have is a home test. As you know, President of U.S.A., that is President Biden, has provided 2 kits for whoever asks for it. It is sent to our home. And these are the Abbott home kit, which have both false positive and false negative. And that is why it is not that reliable. It is a screening device, and it is not as accurate as your over-the-counter screening pregnancy test. And so we recommend, they rely on our oximeter, and then the PCR test, at least in California, there is a waiting line. And so we are fortunate we have enough reagents we test in our own clinic. But for others who are not my patients, they have the result of the PCR test is always delayed. So you don't know, whether you have it or not. So until then, oximeter is the way, and it start counting your day. And then because of this, the protocol of day 10 issue, and then, if the oximeter start dipping at the later part within those 10-day window, then you are in trouble.
Yes.
Because, that's why be very, very vigilant. And, having said that, the second part that I tell my patients is the family members who are in contact, don't waste your test kit until they have symptoms. They say, I'm exposed, let me see if I have. And then they wasted their test kit. It's negative today. And then 3 days later, they start sniffling and they
Yes.
don't have a test kit, you see. And so these are something lately, last couple of weeks, that what we have been telling people.
Can we
Yeah,
just
and I agree with you that again, in my conversations with my medical students, it is look at the patient, meaning, if the patient is short of breath, unwell, and your pulse oximeter is saying it's okay, but the patient isn't okay, then you need to say patient is not okay. Don't rely only on the test result. Sorry, I interrupted you, Sheila.
Oh no, I just wanted to kind of go through just the common signs and symptoms again. I know we've we've discussed this many times, but with the new Omicron and what exactly are the signs and symptoms that you kind of start suspecting that you may be infected?
Well, they are broad ranging. So it ranges from, loss of smell and taste to a headache, to a dry cough, to aching muscles and feeling generally tired. So it's as broad as those. I'll repeat again. And you do not have to have all those signs and symptoms. And in many cases, there are no symptoms. So if there are going to be symptoms, what we are commonly encountering are sudden loss of smell and taste, a headache, a cough. The cough tends to be a dry cough, feeling tired, aching muscles and limbs. And those are present in some people, younger children especially. You may have abdominal discomfort as well as a complaint of diarrhea. Of course, other signs and symptoms do develop. And, there are issues with clotting. And I wanted to ask Dr. Bhatt, what have you seen in the United States whereby, as a function of being infected, you also have blood clots, which then lead to things like strokes or pulmonary embolus?
In my practice, which is basically outpatient-based practice, we have not seen that many clot-based issues. And then we do not, as a routine test, D-dimer anymore. It was in vogue a long time ago. And then, but we do caution that, any changes may occur anytime, and not only blood clot, but silent bleeding, change in the color of stool, and that kind of issue. And so in my outpatient practice, we have not seen really not many clotting problem patients.
Good to see. Good to hear.
Dr. Bhatt, are you seeing any other signs and symptoms of the virus?
GI upset, diarrhea alone as a presenting symptom. We have seen 2 patients and did not have other than they neglected it because it was just diarrhea. Okay. Outside of that, most people have, common cold-like, and then fever, loss of taste and smell. Sometimes some people do, some don't. And so the simple rule is it is COVID unless proven otherwise, whether you are vaccinated or not. And in our clinic, doctors got COVID after 3 boosters and even had previous COVID. They got the new Omicron.
Yes.
Wow. I know Dr. Rajiv Gupta has a question from the UK.
It's great that we got Dr. Pankhani and Dr. Bhatt just talking in a similar line across the Atlantic Ocean. And things are different here. I've been to America. I stayed in New York recently at Christmas time. It is extremely strict there. Any museum, New York museum you enter, they will check your COVID pass. They would not let you enter. You go to any shops, they would make you, show you COVID pass, they would not let you enter. Here in UK, this was already relaxed, and come now here, everything is completely gone. So we have to go somewhere. I'm quite concerned as a clinician, this is causing difficulties, and I work in hospital, increase in the cases. So question is that, do we need to do anything? And even worse is now travel, completely no testing needed, no PCR, no even lateral flow test, nothing. So all you are coming in travel is people surrounded by COVID. You come home, you don't need to do even tests. So it's really a bad situation. So I don't know. So first question was, is there any suggestion for, like, do we need to do or lobby or do something else? I know government is under pressure from the business to need to open, and therefore they need to remove these so-called barriers. But as a clinician, do we need to have some representation? So that was the first question. And the second question was that in terms of the testing that has gone, but also the medication, new medicines have been introduced, and the use is still a little bit tricky. So I'm not quite sure, how this streamlining is happening. So these were two questions. I will stop here and try and hear from them. Thank you.
So I think we as individuals need to make as much noise as we can. And I appreciate you work in the National Health Service. It's very difficult to be vociferous because they'll come and silence you. I go back to 18 months ago when a consultant cardiologist got in touch with me. As it happens, I happened to be teaching his daughter. And he said, I wish to wear the following. He said, I wish to wear a mask. At that stage, we had not even got onto the FFP2 masks. And he was brought under a lot of pressure not to. And I used to advise him and say, tell this manager guy, you wish to protect your health and prevent infection and the consequences, and therefore you're going to do it, even if it isn't a protocol for everyone to wear masks. So I have been supporting fellow doctors, and I'm very sensitive that not all doctors can speak out. The other issue is you talk to people like me, at least I have got the green light to speak out, and I do that on behalf of other doctors. But then the third bit is we should also challenge the BMA, and the BMA has done a good job as the doctors' union to speak out. We are here as learned people to do more than doctoring, and I think we should do more than doctoring, which is speak out wherever there are wrongs. So for example, when that 70-year-old lady could not get her antibodies infusion, and she made a dramatic recovery from it, we need to demonstrate that, look, you were denying her a treatment, and so on. So yeah, do speak out. I don't know what your specialty is, Dr. Gupta, but you can always talk to me and I'll raise it at the BMA for you, because I do sit on BMA committees. And at my university, at last, I had to fight for it. It didn't just come. I don't feel they restrict me in saying what I wish to say anymore. They used to before, but not anymore.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can restrict you, Dr. Bharat.
No. I think it's my badge of honor. I need to put a badge here. I earned it. I remember having tense arguments, sitting in my car, talking to the university, really locking horns, because the university was telling me, you're going against the government. This doesn't look good. And I said, Well, I'm not here to be an apologist. Where the government is doing right, I say, yeah, that's great. And where, in my expert opinion, I feel that they're not doing right, I ought to speak up and say, in my expert opinion, they're not doing right. And isn't that what universities are about? That you speak, and you speak the truth, and you speak up, and you rise above the parapet and say, the government may say this, that doesn't mean it's right. And in my expert opinion, I have 30 years plus experience in this field. I think you're wrong. And I do say it. But it does take guts. It does take a lot of courage.
Yeah, I think we've encouraged Dr. Butt to go and complain to the head of the hospital now, right, Dr. Butt?
Well, at least to say, can you please review your protocols for giving infusions? It may be that we are too restrictive.
Got it. We have another question from Sarah. Is sticky eye conjunctivitis also a new symptom?
Well, I answered it for Sarah, but I'll answer it on behalf for everybody else's interest. And the answer is maybe, but we certainly, like what Dr. Bhatt said, it is COVID until proven otherwise. I'd go with that, because I have seen people present with rashes that look like a psoriatic eruption. And it's not only a one-off, and it's not independent. They have been intricately linked with a COVID infection. Then they presented with this psoriatic type eruption, etc. So in answer to your question, Sarah, is maybe sticky eye tells me that it's more likely to be a bacterial infection, because it's the bacteria that cause the pus, which then manifests as sticky eye, whereas the virus will manifest as a injected sclera, which means it's a reddening of your conjunctiva, and the white of your eye looks red and injected. It looks like there's lots of red threads. So I would say,
sorry to interrupt you. That is what I had.
The injected red eye.
Yeah. So before I realized I had COVID.
Yes.
That's the first thing that happened. Only in one eye I woke up with this redness in the eye. And now what I'm finding is that I have difficulty opening the eye. It's as if the muscles have been affected in that eye.
Bloody hell.
It's a very strange thing. But yeah, it started like that.
Yeah. So you see, this COVID-19 produces a range of symptoms, and then there is the ones that we know, and then there is the ones that we don't know. But the more deeper you look, the more you're finding. Like in children, we got erythema nodosum as a presenting feature of a COVID infection.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
We have Shivali who has a question. Hi, Shivali, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So nice to see you again. And what a great session this has been today. It's been so informative, and Ayush and I are really glad to be here this evening. Dr. Pankanya, really, I think so for us in our household, COVID has been a little bit like the gift that never stopped giving. Because I had it first, and then of course it went around the whole household. Obviously we're fine, and we tested, or did all our lateral flow tests, PCR tests, and I think out of all four of us, I think I had it. I'd probably say that I took the brunt of it. And by the time we got to my younger one, he almost had zero symptoms, apart from a little bit of a temperature on the first day, and then that prompted me to do a PCR test. However, so we've come through it, and now Ayush has a question for you, and it's really open to all the medics here. But off you go, Ayush. What's the question?
Hi everyone. So yes, I do have a question, and it is, what is your views of children being vaccinated now? And would you recommend the vaccine, or should we now fight this naturally by boosting our immunity system?
That's a lovely question, and I'm so pleased you asked it. And I think Ayush, you need to follow me on the YouTube channel. I'll put that in chat in a minute, and you will see that I am on record for saying yes, absolutely. And let me go through my reasons for you. Okay, so when you get a infection, the infection is a unknown outcome, meaning the infection may infect you and you recover and nothing else to worry about. The infection may come, it may make you seriously ill, it may then give you long COVID, and it may cause consequences. The infection may come and infect you, make you more infectious, and you infect your grandmother and you make her very ill. So with respect to a vaccine, it is a controlled intervention whereby in a safe environment, I'm giving you something to make immunity against it, to protect yourself and to protect your community. A lot of people will say, but COVID is a non-serious illness in children. Why are you bothering? And I say, hold on a minute. It's not non-serious in 100% of cases, one. Secondly, some children get infected, infect their grandmother, and she dies. Third, some children get infected, get better, and then they have long COVID. On the other hand, I am giving you something that is very safe, very effective. It does its job, and it doesn't do the things that a infection can do. And then finally, in view of the fact that you asked the question, I will answer it. So, so there is this thing of maybe some people get heart inflammation. They call that myocarditis. Let me answer that for you. So if you get myocarditis as a very rare, very unusual consequence of the vaccine, you still recover from it, and you recover pretty shortly after getting heart inflammation. On the other hand, an infection can also give you myocarditis, and that myocarditis may take a lot longer to get better from, and may be a prolonged illness, and we don't know the outcome. So if I was making a decision, what decision would I take? I always take the decision of prevention is better, prevention is cheaper, prevention is safer. One way to have a guaranteed introduction to immunity is via the vaccines route. So I've been doing battles for the last couple of weeks on the introduction of vaccines for 5 to 11-year-olds. And I say it emphatically that, of course, it should be given. And I give my reasons for it. So now, whilst my colleagues are answering your questions, I am going to post in chat the link to the YouTube where all the interviews are. Okay? Bye.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Pankanya. I also have one more question, if I can sneak that one in. I'm so sorry. My question is, what are your views now that obviously the UK government is taking the route of now relaxing all COVID rules, no self-isolation? What are your views on that? I'd just be interested, because we followed you through the pandemic, and it would be really interesting to hear your opinion now.
Yeah, I feel, of course, we've got to, you see, the uncoupling. The uncoupling is that if you are vaccinated, you're unlikely to become seriously ill and die. So I see where the Prime Minister is coming from. However, I feel in sensitive places like nursing homes, residential homes, hospitals, and clinical settings, we should still be careful. We should still be cautious. We should still enable free testing. So whilst restrictions are being removed, doesn't mean you remove your guard. You carry on with your guard. And in places like hospitals, nursing homes, we should still have a measure of precautions already in place and continue with that, because we don't know. Whilst today things look good, it's spring, days are getting longer, it's getting better, warmer days.
Yeah.
In 8 months' time, when it is winter again, we may be in a completely different situation. So we need to remain prepared for what happens in 8 months' time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Sheila.
And for those of you that don't know Shivali, she's one of our hosts on Healing Our Earth. She's always so full of energy and light, and she always has such amazing questions. And this is her son, right? How old are you, Ayush?
I'm 10.
Wow, he's such a handsome one, isn't he?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful question, and please stay on, because I know we do have some a lot of interaction going on here. Next, we have Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, and she is the president of Hindu Forum of Europe, and she has a question. Hi, Dr. Lakshmi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. So nice to see all of you.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Yeah. Rather than a question, I have some doubts. I was in India, I think last 5 weeks, and like you were talking about oximeters, etc., and they were being used very widely in most places. Like when I went to some of the offices, they used to take my oxygen thing, and those who had 95 and above, they were allowed inside. If you had less than 95, they did not allow the people inside. So in many clubs and many government centers, this was done. Then I realized, we should always possess an oximeter, which I don't have it till now with me. So in my house, we purchased one in where I was staying in Mumbai. And then, we used to always measure, okay, 95, 96, okay, it's okay, fine. So, and more than anything, I wanted to tell you that they were very much disciplined. Wherever you went, they were asking for a COVID certificate, which was so important. If you didn't have your COVID certificate, you cannot even enter a mall there. Plus, they in places like temples and all, they used to measure the temperature of the person. I was wondering, how does that help? They used to measure the temperature, and then they let you go, or they don't let you go, something like that. So I wanted to ask, how does the temperature of the body detect COVID or not? This is one question I wanted to ask.
So you've got several issues there, but before I just answer them, I just wanted to say I have uploaded the links in chat to Twitter and the YouTube channel and so on for yourselves. Okay, so I think doing a pulse oximetry to allow you entry into a place is a little bit, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Let me explain. So you may have chronic obstructive airways disease, you may have other lung malfunction, etc., nothing to do with COVID, and your PO2 may be running low. And they are saying that your PO2 is low, therefore you got COVID, therefore you can't come in here. That is mean, that is discriminatory, and that is not the correct use of science. Second point. Okay, let me emphasize this again before I move on, which is using pulse oximetry as an indicator of you may have COVID, therefore you may not come in here, is stretching it a little bit. You may have low PO2 for several other reasons too, and you shouldn't rely on PO2 as an indicator of you've got COVID. What also surprises me really is if you had COVID, if you had COVID, okay, and in other words, no other lung pathologies, but you had COVID, and so you were normally running at 98, 99%, but today, suddenly, because you've got COVID, you're running at 90%. In other words, it's a sudden drop. Then it is highly unlikely that that character will want to go shopping, or will want to go into the mall or be out and about, because they will be feeling absolutely rotten. So they're not going to be around anyway. So from a population point of view, the people who are out and about but with a low PO2 are most probably people with existing lung diseases against whom you are draconianly discriminating. Their PO2 levels are never going to go up. They've got lung fibrosis, they've got chronic obstructive airways disease, they've got poor lung function, and they're always going to run on low PO2. Okay, so that answers that for you.
No, I would like to clarify. In malls, they didn't use oximeter. They only asked for COVID certificate, and some people at random, they were checking the temperature here. In
Okay,
this.
okay. So let me, okay, that's fair enough. So let me go on to the temperature bit. So the temperature bit, again, is not an accurate indicator of infection. In fact, unfortunately, SARS-CoV-2 has made our lives very difficult, because when SARS, the first one, arrived in 2003, the correct indicator, an absolute really useful indicator, was a sharp rise in temperature. 38 degrees centigrade was indicative of a SARS infection. So we took temperature. Anyone with a temperature at airports and places like that, we said, you need to get out of circulation. And it worked. Unfortunately, with SARS-CoV-2, you may not have a temperature, and you may be infected and be infectious without a temperature. So I come back to you again. Is temperature a good tool to monitor an infectious person and keep them out? No. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. So I was I don't even have a thermometer at home. So I thought, let me buy a thermometer and an oximeter. Thank you for giving me this advice. I can save some money.
Yeah, but do have a thermometer and a pulse oximeter at home, because
okay,
it has uses for other things, and it's good to have one in the house.
All right, thank you. And I'm surprised about this diarrhea that you were talking. A lady close to my house, she's a friend of mine. She had a COVID, Omicron or whatever. 6 days she felt better. But on the 7th day, she had to be hospitalized because she had continuous motions, that is diarrhea, non-stop, and she could not contain that at home, so she had to be admitted into the hospital. So she stayed there for 4 days, and the doctor said this is a continuation of the COVID infection. So how does diarrhea, I don't know the connection between diarrhea and COVID. So what you talked about diarrhea, but how does that affect your COVID? Or how does, diarrhea and COVID, how they are related?
So what you're asking me, what is the pathophysiology of a COVID infection which causes diarrhea? And my answer is, we don't particularly understand. However, I can give an empirical answer, and the empirical answer is as follows. You have an infection in your gut. Your gut lining is irritated. An irritated gut lining will also cause lymph glands to swell up and give you tummy ache. And that irritation, that inflammation of your gut lining, it is a lining, just like the lungs have a lining. So the gut lining is irritated, and when it is irritated, it absorbs fluids less efficiently. So as it absorbs fluid less efficiently, it is going to give you a runny poo. So if I was teaching this to my medical students, this is how I would teach it to them, which is, we don't know. We don't know the exact pathology. On the other hand, there is this virus replication going on in your gut. The virus is irritating the lining of your gut. The irritated lining of your gut then enters into malabsorption syndrome. It doesn't reclaim the fluids and the water and things from your small intestine that has come in because it is irritated. And that irritated gut gives you a result. The result is runny poo. There.
There we go. Runny poo it is.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pankhania. I used all the masks that you recommended throughout the journey, up and down in the flights, everything. It was so safe. I mean, I I went and came back safely. That's it.
Good.
Thank you very much.
And I'm really pleased you listened to me, because since we last spoke, I feel I have been vindicated in advocating the wearing of good quality masks, because now more people are doing what I was saying 8 months ago.
Absolutely. I think every time you've come on, you've talked about the quality of masks, and I know our audience have definitely been listening to you. So thank you for reminding us. And so good that you came back, Dr. Lakshmi, nice and healthy. Good to see you. Dr. Bharat, where are we as far as rapid testing that's accurate? Because wouldn't that be more of the answer for, I mean, I would think that would be a better way of doing things, right? Is if we had good, accurate testing that was fast, and then everyone, let's say there was an event, everybody just tested really quickly before the event. Where are we on that technology? Do you know?
Well, go on.
I'll tell you what we have. You know, Dr. Pankhania will tell from his perspective. We have here, you know, the antigen-based Abbott testing. Okay, that's the most common, and that's what President Biden made available. You know, for I might even pull one out and show you. But the thing is, we tested for in our own family, and false positive and false negative both are there, and because it's antigen based, and even their own package insert says it is a 66% accurate. I'll find it. So don't rely on it completely and go to PCR testing. This is what the government sent us. You know, this is what we have. Okay, and then the reagent. You know, the way you put the reagent. You know, there is a fallacy there, and you know how quickly the nasal secretion get picked up. You know, there is an error there also in the technique. And then some people, you know, because there is not enough nasal secretion, they put some water with it, and that messes it up further. So there are all kind of variations, you know, of false negative and false positive, both we have seen. And then the question also, infants, you know, when you test infants, you know, are you able to get good kind of sampling? And you know, these are some of the challenges we see, and that is why the gold standard in our clinic is still the PCR. And you know, we have rapid PCR in our clinic. It's also an Abbott product, and we make our patients sit in their car, and our staff goes and picks up the sample, and we give the report within 15 minutes. However, that doesn't give the genetic subvariants.
That's a challenging situation then, because if we can't rely on the temperature, can't rely on the other, these rapid tests, then what can you rely on just to get something done fast so that you can have a party or an event or safely get together, right? So any advancements that you know, Dr. Bharat?
Yeah, so we are in the same boat, and we are doing the same thing in the United Kingdom. So this is really important, and I think it will go over people's head. Let me repeat what Dr. Bhatt said and put emphasis on it, which is you can't rely on these tests. So a positive test is pretty good. It tells you what it tells you, that you've got it. But a negative test is, we would say to Sarah, she will understand, and others who understand Swahili, is sijui. We don't know. You're in sijui territory. You don't know. Okay. So there is that issue. There is that issue of you need to look at the patient, and you need to look at the patient, and you need to look at signs and symptoms as well as the test. If a test is positive, you know. Now, I also want to show you something. So that's why I got this, and I'm going to demonstrate it to you.
I was just a little bit concerned there. I mean, a package came in and suddenly this skull popped out, and you very, very casually opened up a head. I was like, okay, what's happening here? I'm glad you clarified that, Dr. Barrett.
Yeah, it's what we do, and I'll tell you why. Because I will post some links for you if I can find them in chat as well. So the reason why I'm putting this up is, look, a lot of, yeah, you can see, a lot of people will go like this for the test, right? Right? And that's wrong, because what you're doing is you're hitting the top of your nose, and you'll only cause a nosebleed or whatever. You won't like it. It's uncomfortable. It doesn't work. Okay. So if you were to understand the anatomy, right, your nose is, if you follow my pen, please, it goes like this, right? Your nose is not like this, right? Your nose is, it goes like this and then backwards. So not wanting to damage it, look, right? You need, you see, look, you don't want to go to the top. You want to go, do you follow? Look, it's gone in. Do you follow? But yeah, look at the angle. Look at the angle. Do you see that? Do you see? It's not going up. Do you, right? I hope I have demonstrated it as clear can be, that your swab has to go like so. Hold your head up and poke it in like this, horizontally, not upwards. And then
I'm pretty sure most people, every time I've seen a swab being done, it's not done like that.
A lot of people go upwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then you get a false negative. And then Sheila, I'm sure you've got these as well when you did your dentistry. So this
I don't just open the box randomly, but I do have
so this is and whoever thought that from my medical student days this would become so useful for teaching, but here we are. So look, I'm going to post how to do a test properly. This was a clip by a ENT doctor in Australia, and I thought it's brilliant. So I need to find that clip and I'll put it into chat. And please look at it. Please follow it. It's really good. And share it with your friends.
Got it. I think that's very, very important and very insightful there, because most people, I'm sure, aren't testing correctly at home, just like they're not wearing the correct masking situation.
Correct.
Got it. And then question-wise, Kerry, did you have a question there from New Zealand? Oh, perfect. Got it. We do have another question here, which says, do you think COVID vaccines will now be an annual jab, such as the flu jab? How long do we expect to be having to take these boosters for additional protection?
So I don't think it will be an annual thing, but I do see it as something that we may have to repeat frequently, because the immunity is not long lasting. But my answer also is that we will reach a step, a position whereby eventually you have enough immune priming. And when you have enough immune priming, it may be 3, it may be 4, it may be 5 jabs, that you reach a plateau, and thereafter you don't need as many jabs that we don't need continuous jabs. So I'm referring, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. That's why I'm copying the clip for you. So,
no worries.
So I don't think so. So a bit like hepatitis B, we give you so many vaccines, and eventually you seroconvert and produce immunity. So I feel that that's what will happen. So I don't think we will need ad infinitum vaccines.
Got it. Another question we have is, what about those who have been who are now reliant on the vaccine and the COVID protection is worn off? Will they build natural immunity fast?
Well, the natural immunity only comes if you're exposed to the virus. And I think it is good to be immunized to take you out of danger from becoming seriously ill. And then if you have a mild dose of a infection like Omicron, then it is upping your immunity, or not upping it, but giving your immune system a reminder that they mustn't forget him. So that's the way I would do it, which is immunize first, and thereafter, if you have biological exposures via friends and family and other things, and pray that it doesn't give you serious illness, then you're continuously, naturally boosting your immunity.
Got it.
I have posted the links. There are 2 links on how to do a swab test properly. Please follow both the links.
Absolutely. And for just a reminder, everything that we do here is recorded on our YouTube channel. So, oh, great. We have the video here. And for those that want to access it, you can just type in the how to do COVID-19 self-testing. And this is what it looks like. Thank you so much.
Could you, Neil, because I put that up from Twitter, and I don't know how to download that movie and share it, but are you able to show the Twitter one where the ENT chap does the correct way of swabbing? It really is important that people do it properly.
Okay, so while Neil lines that up, I will check if there's any other questions. So while Neil's getting that that Twitter feed lined up, let's talk a little bit about natural immunity. And maybe Dr. Bhatt can also chime in there. For those people that, let's say, have had COVID once or twice, are you pretty comfortable with them saying that they don't need to get vaccinated or boosted? There's a lot of studies now showing that natural immunity is very, it's been pretty robust from what I...
No, emphatically, without any hesitation, please get immunized as well, despite you being infected. It's a better controlled thing.
Oh, here we go. Here we have the clip. Do we have volume on that? Can't quite hear anything.
Look at him. Look at the way he does it. You see, look at that.
Wow. How different.
Look at that. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's more of that horizontal.
Yeah, you go in and then, you go up a little bit and then in. And, if you see the full clip, it really is good because he does it really nice. And you go in there and then he just sits there twiddling away and talking at the same time. And you can tell that he's got it in such a right way, in the right place, that it's not tickling him anymore.
So when So what are you, so when you're saying when you do it correctly, it shouldn't be so painful and stingy because it's not in the wrong place, right?
Correct.
Perfect. That is wonderful. So it seems that we're coming to an end here. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. And Dr. Bart Pankania, it's always such a pleasure to have you on the show and your words of wisdom. And today, I personally learned how to do a proper test correctly. Oh, we have it now with the voice, I think.
I've got two things that I want to tell you about the nose. Firstly, the nose goes back, not up. So if you were swabbing in this direction, you are going to hit the narrow roof. It's painful. Don't do that. The nose goes back and down. Secondly, I see a lot of people doing something like this. Now, that's not great sampling. That is just swabbing the hairy skin of the nose at the front. What we want to get is the mucosa of the respiratory lining of the nose, which is down and back. So please go flat, aim backwards, and go slow, go low. And that would be the way. About 2 to 3 centimeters around the back. Go low and go slow, and then you can twirl for 15 seconds, and then you pull it out. Have a great new year.
Isn't that wonderful? I mean,
very nice.
It's spot on, isn't it, Dr. Bhatt?
Yes. I have one quick one, I know, before we conclude to Dr. Pankania. Now, we do here semi-quantitative antibody level, okay? And we don't know the significance, but we still do it. And we see varying levels. And what's your opinion about the semi-quantitative spike-focused antibodies, IgG?
So we do it, and we're using it as a proxy measure of an immune response and immune protectiveness. But we are in the same boat as yourself, which is we don't know what it means, right? We just don't know. And I say, when I'm not in an argumentative interview, a lot of nice things happen. And so in a forum like this, I will say that, look, the body doesn't want to have a ready supply of a lot of antibodies in case it's needed. What the body wants to do is have some antibodies there, and then if they are needed, it rapidly makes a lot more. That's how biological systems work. Therefore, to have low antibody levels doesn't mean you've got no immunity. What we want is a responsive immune system whereby it may be low, right? But as soon as you encounter the virus, it makes a lot more and swamps the virus and does its job. So immediately post-infection, sure, you can measure the antibody levels and they will eventually decline, which they should. But just because they've declined doesn't mean you've now lost your immunity.
Well, thank you for that explanation. So Dr. Bhatt, before we let you go, give us 3 tips. I know you have a lot to say, but see if you can sum it down on 3 tips on to give our audience before we leave. And I'm going to ask a couple of our doctors that are on here just to give us some tips before we conclude.
So my tips would be, just because it is allowed doesn't mean you do it. And you look after yourself and you look after your family. So the first thing I would do is make sure I'm fully immunized. Second thing, if you got vulnerable people in your family, go careful. Third thing, if you go to crowded places, etc., then protect yourself. Don't worry about other people. They do what they do, but you protect yourself. So you wear a good quality FFP2 mask, like I advised Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, that you wear it properly, it's protecting you. So that's what I would do.
Thank you. And We have, we have some future events. Let's talk about that since we have that on the screen right now. Sunday, 27th of February, that's going to be celebrating dance, healing, joyful, and creative. And that's going to be an online event for everyone to have a really good time. So that's next Sunday. Can't party too hard, so we can do it online on Zoom, which is kind of fun. Then we have the International Women's Day. This is an event for empowering women and empowering humanity. From our hosts that we have here, we have Seema and Kiran that are putting together this event, and this is for the Women Empowerment event, and they're going to be doing a lot more work in the community. Just really great work there. So you're going to be finding out more about that coming up soon, and that's March the 6th. And then after that, we have one of our favorite sessions, the vegan vegetarian kitchen session. I'm sure Seema is going to be teaching us how to incorporate everything that she learned today from Dr. Butt about combination eating and eating healthy foods to get our probiotics and prebiotics and postbiotics and get our gut is nice and healthy. So these are some of the events that are coming up. So make sure you tune in every Sunday. And just to remind you all, you can all get involved if you want to be a presenter or host, or you want to help us with creatives or social media. This is a global community. We have many countries around the world all involved, as you could see today, where we had our panel of guests from all over the world. And it's really just a community that is very caring and very loving. Everybody here is volunteers. They just want to make a difference and kind of go through this time together. Thank you for joining us, and just remember that we're here for you every Sunday. And a special thanks to Neil Kumar, who put this whole thing together, our 117th episode. And again, a special thanks to our guests, Dr. Bharat Pankania and Dr. Naras Bhatt, who are just wonderful speakers, and we learned a lot. And remember again, the advice is obviously the opinion of the speakers that are speaking. It's not medical advice. Please make sure you consult with your doctor. And there's definitely differences in opinions. And here at Healing Our Earth, we just have our speakers to come on and talk about the opinions and do your own research. And again, please do get involved. And a special wonderful weekend for you all. And may God and Earth bless you. And please stay connected. See you next week.